9. An historic transition of power is underway in D.C. We're just hours away from President-elect Donald Trump taking the oath of office.
We've got you covered with team coverage as events unfold. The traditions tweaked this year due to historic cold.
From the pomp and circumstance across the district to the promises President-elect Donald Trump has already made for day one. Trump's return, Inauguration Day in America, starts now.
9 a.m. on the East Coast on this Inauguration Day 2025. A live look at the Capitol where in just 3 hours, Donald John Trump will become the 47th president of these United States. Thank you so much for streaming with us on WUSA 9+. I'm Allison Seymour.
And I'm Annie Yu.
And I'm Wisdom Martin. We will be live with you for the next 10 hours, bringing you all the coverage all the coverage that goes on, not only from here in D.C., but all across the country. We'll be taking you across America today, showing you what voters are hoping for and concerned about for the next 4 years.
That's right. There is a lot to get to. In just the last hour, President-elect Donald Trump and Melania Trump arriving for morning service at St. John's Episcopal Church, of course, located right across Lafayette Park from the White House, a tradition for presidents-elect.
After church, the Trumps will then go to the White House to meet with the Bidens for tea. After that closed-door meeting, all four will head to the Capitol for the swearing-in ceremony inside the Capitol Rotunda. President-elect Trump and Vice President-elect J.D. Vance will each take the oath of office before noon, and that will all be followed by the inaugural address, and then more.
And at this hour, we have some breaking news from the Biden White House. In the final hours of his term, President Joe Biden has issued a number of last-minute pardons. They include Dr. Anthony Fauci. He, of course, has been a longtime target of Republican attacks over the federal government's response to COVID. Retired General Mark Milley, who's been criticized over the withdrawal of troops from Afghanistan. And finally, all those served on the committee investigating the January 6th attack on the U.S. Capitol. That includes former Republican Representative Liz Cheney and Maryland Congressman Jamie Raskin.
Right now, today's events are kicking off, and our Jess Arnold is live on the rooftop near the White House this morning. Jess, good morning.
Good morning. Yeah, and right now, President-elect Donald Trump and his family are in that private prayer service at St. John's Church before they then head to tea with the Bidens at the White House, and then, of course, they will head to the inauguration ceremony that is now inside in the Capitol Rotunda. Now, the last time that the ceremony had to be moved inside because of weather was 40 years ago with Ronald Reagan's second term in office, of course, because of these frigid temperatures outside. They made that decision on Friday. Now, after the swearing in, where Donald Trump becomes the 47th president of the United States, he will give his inaugural address with a theme of unity, according to his team. But we got some insight into his first 100 days at his Make America Great Again victory rally at Capital One Arena yesterday. He started out saying he's already making an impact, taking credit for the ceasefire reached between Hamas and Israel, as well as restoring TikTok after it briefly shut down ahead of the ban taking effect. Now, this comes after President-elect Trump previously and recently supported a ban. He said he will enact many executive orders starting day one, including one to shut down the borders and begin what he calls America's largest ever deportation operation. He also said he plans to end DEI mandates and federal bureaucracy waste, as well as end what he calls Biden's war on energy. He also said he believes everyone in the arena, this is Capital One Arena yesterday at that rally, will be happy with his decision on what he calls the J6 hostages. And he rounded out his speech talking about the economy, one of the main concerns of his voting base.
Together, we're going to cut your taxes, end inflation, slash your prices, getting them back down, raise your wages, and bring thousands of factories back to the USA, right where they belong, and that'll be done through tariffs and smart policy.
Now we'll, of course, look to learn more about where he's heading with these executive orders in his inaugural address in just a few hours here. Now, as I mentioned, this decision to move this ceremony inside just came about on Friday, but the Secret Service said in a briefing yesterday that this was always a contingency plan. So they had all of the components ready to go if they needed to adapt and mobilize them, which, of course, they decided to do. That, of course, also comes with increased security and expanded perimeter. So if you are moving anywhere near the White House, near the National Mall, near Capitol Hill today. Just make sure you have extra time or avoid the area if you are not intending to participate in any of these Inauguration Day traditions. Guys.
All right, Jess Arnold, thank you very much for that report.
She's got a great vantage point just about a block away from the White House there on top of that office building. Well, time right now is 9:05 and we're just hours away from Donald Trump being sworn in as the nation's 47th president. As for the first, I should say, since 1985 to be sworn in inside the Capitol Rotunda. And both times it's because of the frigid, dangerous weather. Well, this is a live look inside the Capital One Arena where the swearing in ceremony where they will be afterwards for the speech there. Thousands of onlookers have to gather there for a chance to watch, and the arena has a capacity of 20,000. That's way less than the number of people already given tickets to the inauguration. Our Jacqueline Quinn is live at Capital One Arena for us this morning. She's been there all morning long outside talking with people. Jackie, it looks like folks are on the move.
Yeah, you know what, just a couple of minutes ago, we saw this movement here with the National Guard stepping in, and you can see that there aren't as many people now in the barrier, the fencing there. It looks like it's sort of the end of the line there now. To the left, we're understanding that's an expedited line, but it looks like it could be the end. We've been waiting to hear official word to see how many people they're going to let in. You know, as we've been talking, this arena can only hold about 20,000 people. About 200,000 people initially got tickets. So there was a lot of excitement to come out, but right now we're just watching. And you know what, Mario, if you can just pan to the left over, you can see while this is the end over here, there's still a ton of people just in this area, and we know that security is very tight. So the National Guard, police from agencies all across the state out here helping to move people through. Now I'm going to talk with Ethan Parks. He's actually a poli-sci major, and he is here with his mom, and you're not totally sure if you're still going to get in line, but this is a big day for you. Tell me why you came out.
Well, it's a historic moment. This is the first time that a president's won 2 non-consecutive terms since President Cleveland back in the 1800s. And you know, my congressman, who I've interned before, he allowed us to have some tickets. Me and my mom gave us 2 tickets. So we made a family trip out of it, and we came up here not knowing what was going to happen. We didn't have any expectations, and we heard the news. So right now we're just trying to make the best of the situation right now.
Yeah, so it looks like you don't want to get in line because it was, I mean, your understanding was it's general admission, so too many people came in, and you just, you know, it's cold, you don't want to wait. So you're going to try to make the best of it. What do you think you're going to do for the rest of the day or the time?
We might go down to the Capitol, try to see if we can see the motorcade, try to see President Biden and Vice President Harris leave the Capitol for the last time. So that's what we're thinking about doing, but we're right now just playing it by ear.
Okay, so you just want to watch history sort of, you know, unfold here. All right, again, we're seeing a lot of security and a lot of people now congregating as they're sort of shutting off this area. Now, you know, this is not supposed to really happen or get kicked off until after the president travels here from the Capitol with the motorcade until he gets here to Capital One Arena. I did check in with MPD about any incidents so far. They say no incidents. We've also reached out to the Secret Service, and we're still waiting to hear back. But right now, you know, things are kind of quiet out here, so you can check back in with us. But we'll continue to stay out here and monitor how things are flowing out here. For now, I'll send it back to you guys.
All right. Jackie Quinn, trying to see if I can have a moment with you to ask you a question. Can you still hear me, Jackie?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, seems like a lot of people, and we know that capacity for the Capital One Arena is at 20,000. Are people afraid they won't be able to get in at all?
Yeah, that seems to be the case, you know, especially when I was talking with Ethan. He has a ticket. He got it from his congressperson, and, you know, he doesn't feel that he'll make it in there, so that's why he's making these other plans at this point. Now, I am waiting to hear official word whether or not they've gotten to capacity. At this point, from this area where the security is, no one seems to know officially if we're close or that has happened, but I think in a little while we will go over to the front, and that'll be a little bit more obvious. We've checked around, so far the word is it looks like they're still getting people through, but that's my understanding from this vantage point.
Right, okay, all right, lots of people there for sure. Jackie, thank you so much. Our Melissa Kim has been at Metro Center this morning. She's been waving that special Inauguration Day Smart Trip card that a lot of people are going to want to try to get their hands on today, with a lot of traffic moving through. Melissa, what are you seeing now?
Oh yeah, so I'm telling you, this is the last place that you can get it, right? They've sold out at every other station here in the district, and here, this is the last machine here. This is the line of people trying to get their hands on the commemorative inauguration smart trip card with President Trump on it. We spoke to people in the 5 o'clock hour this morning who woke up at 3:30 just to get here to make sure that they get one. I'm told at this hour that they have less than 50 right now, and you know, people have been buying them in droves, people from all over. I talked to people from Michigan, a family from Indiana. They were buying them by the dozens. So I think they're only allowing people to get one at a time, though the machine's only giving out one at a time. But these lucky folks, one of them will be the very last person to get one of these cards in this country. So I actually got my hands on one earlier today. This is what it looks like. It has Donald Trump's portrait on it, of course, the number 47 in the background, the inauguration of Donald J. Trump, the words on the front. So this is what everyone is trying to get their hands on here. Again, officials are telling me that this is the last of it. If you don't get it this time around, you're kind of out of luck this time, because this was kind of the second chance opportunity to get them after they sold out at other stations. You can see some station managers here trying to help folks out with getting them. Exactly, and folks just trying to make sure that they get one, and that hopefully they're the lucky last person to get one. Ma'am, can I ask you really quickly, where are you from?
Florida.
Florida.
Indiana.
Okay, so why was it so important for you to come here today?
Because we love Donald Trump, and we are so excited for the next 4 years and then years to come.
Are you hoping to be one of the last people to get these cards?
Yes. We made a special trip here just for this.
Are you going to any of the other events today?
We're going to the inauguration.
Okay,
yes.
Awesome. Okay, well, good luck.
Thank you very much.
So hopefully one of these folks will be the very last ones to get these cards. Again, people were really excited earlier when they were getting them. We saw a lot of people. This line has been here pretty much all morning long, again, since this station opened at 5 o'clock in the morning. So we shall see. We will stand by actually and monitor and see who the last lucky person will be to get one of these commemorative cards. Again, this is what it looks like. This is what we're going for here. This is what everybody is waiting in line for right now. And the very last one will be given out I'm told, in just moments.
All right, Melissa Kim, live from Metro Center. Thanks so much, Melissa. We'll check back in with you shortly. Meanwhile, we know by now that the inaugural events have been moved inside because it is just too dangerously cold out there. Today is actually the fourth coldest inauguration day in U.S. history, right?
And yes, the first coldest was actually back in 1985 when Reagan had his second inauguration. But yes, we are very close to it with temperatures today stuck in the 20s, but our wind chills, that's going to be the biggest problem. Going to feel as cold as about 10. And guess what? Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday, it's a weather impact alert for this cold. So this is kind of a long stretch of cold weather. Wind chills are going to be sub-zero to teens at best. You'll need to dress in layers, limit time outdoors. If you are going to be about the district today, participating in some of those inauguration events, which again, a lot of that has been put indoors, but if you're going to be trying to line the route with the motorcade going by, or, folks have been standing, I know, outside Capitol One Center. People are boarding the metro, boarding buses, that sort of thing. You gotta bundle up. 28 degrees, it feels like 20. Winds out of the west-northwest at 7 miles an hour. And lots of sunshine, but it's ineffective sunshine. Temperature at 28 in the district. We're 23 at Silver Spring, 19 at Fairfax, 20 at Darnestown, 16 at Leesburg, and Joint Base Andrews right now, we're at 26. Feels like temperatures are in the teens and the 20s. 14 at BWI. We're at 17 at Manassas. Here at home in the district, we're at 21, and 13 is what it feels like at Leesburg. Look at what's coming up the pike. Martinsburg, Winchester, Front Royal, Luray. Temperatures feeling like the single digits to near 10. Petersburg at 0, and it feels like well below 0 at Davis and at Oakland. Let's go ahead and take a look at that forecast over the next 7 days. So for today, 26 degrees. Of course, it's Martin Luther King Jr. Day, but it's also, of course, our inauguration day. So this is kind of what we're aiming for over the next several hours. Notice during the afternoon, temperatures may actually start going in reverse. Temperature 26 at 10 a.m. Noontime, we're also at 26. Our next coldest inauguration day, that would be in the upper 20s. So I think we're going to fall somewhere around, again, the fourth coldest inauguration day here in district history. It's only going to feel like about 10 to 15 degrees while the inauguration is going on. 25 at 2 and then 24 at 4. We just had a little update here on our numbers. Actually, this is actually even putting out a flurry at about noontime. Not really seeing that too much. But the next 12 hours, again, I think are just going to be plain old cold. There could be a flurry, though, tomorrow. Doesn't look like much impact. But again, there could be a couple of flakes that ushers in even colder air. High only 23 for tomorrow and then 20 on Wednesday. So that's 3 back-to-back weather impact alert days after one yesterday for the snow. And then we're at 31 on Thursday. Friday, some PM flakes around. Again, this should be fairly light, kind of flurries. 42 on Saturday and then some scattered rain and snow showers on Sunday with high temperatures right around 46 degrees there. So there is a bit of a warm up in the forecast. But again, for today, for any inauguration activities and commemorations, festivities, you are going to have to be bundled up, as it's going to feel more like the teens and single digits all day long. And a cold weather advisory is in effect north and west today, and then here in the district from 10 p.m. tonight through 7 a.m. early tomorrow morning.
Jonathan, thank you. Here we are. We're taking a live look here. It looks like the St. John's Episcopal Church, of course, festivities got underway right here at 9 a.m. with President-elect Donald Trump along with the Melania Trump for morning prayer service. And this is a tradition that happens. It's a political service happening. It's a morning prayer service, 92-year-old tradition.
We're seeing people come out. I know that it's typically a short service. It started around a half an hour or so when this began, and you see some people leaving now. Can't really quite make out faces there, but it's a busy day ahead. But it starts with prayer, and that's when we saw earlier. Yes, people are leaving now. Yep. The first couple go into the church not too long ago. And then we know after that that we'll see that couple go then to the White House to have tea with the Bidens. Right, and this church is located just across from the White House. It's just a few steps away, of course, from Lafayette Square. My understanding is that they, along with J.D. Vance, of course, Vice President-elect J.D. Vance, and a small group of others, took part in a prayer service with Reverend Robert Fisher inside the church. And right now, let's head over to Jacqueline Quinn, because we know so many people are waiting right outside of Capital One Arena to get inside, hopefully hoping to witness this historic moment. Jacqueline's been out there all morning long. Here's a look inside. Obviously, very, very tight security inside and outside. Jackie, how's it going?
Yeah, so, you know, where we're standing right now, I want to say about like 15 minutes ago, we started noticing that security started tapering people into this area. So the line, it stretches all the way down here. This is H Street, but now everyone's funneling into this area. The big question is, are they going to fit all the people who want to get inside of Capital One Arena? Initially, right, 200,000 people were ticketed for the inauguration events, but you know, now that there's only about 20,000 seats, we know that some people came from the rally yesterday and got in line immediately. They've been here for hours, and some got here very early this morning. And you're still seeing people show up at this point. It looks like some people are making it through this area of the barricade. Now, this is not only where people are lining up right now, but you're seeing a lot of security. Mario, if you want to pan through here, you can see this is where they're inspecting cars, it looks like. So we're not totally sure the route of the motorcade, but we do know that there's a lot of vehicles and, you know, it looks like people that need to come through, guests, and this is one of those areas where people are making that check. Now, security at the top of mind for a lot of people, and I spoke with the Secret Service yesterday and DC Police about some of those threats. Let's listen in on what we talked about yesterday.
It happens every 4 years. DC prepares for the peaceful transfer of power, but this time it comes just weeks after the New Year's Day terror attack in New Orleans.
Those type of attacks are always part of our plan. I won't tell you that we didn't take a look at them again and say, hey, can a vehicle get through here and get into our secure perimeter? And I'm super confident that they cannot.
This means much of the safety perimeter surrounding the Capitol will stay in place. While U.S. Secret Service Special Agent Matt McCool says the perimeter around the Capital One Arena has expanded.
We basically moved it out 3 blocks, essentially. So we'll have 2 layers of anti-scale fencing that you'll see. We'll have hard blocking vehicles and concrete, and then we'll have another block expanded out there.
We want to be able to have an opportunity for those visitors who have come to this city to be able to at least see the motorcade as it travels from the White House to the U.S. Capitol.
With the swearing in now moved indoors, people will have to catch either the motorcade or somehow get their hands on a ticket for Capital One Arena, which has a max capacity of about 20,000 people. Intelligence is watching for any credible threats. That includes assassination attempts, such as what happened in Butler, Pennsylvania.
That can absolutely never, ever happen again. We took a close look at what happened there, and those things that went wrong have been fixed. And so you will not see something like that here at the inauguration.
In addition to miles of temporary fencing, there will be several security checkpoints from the Capitol building to the arena. In D.C., I'm Jacqueline Quinn for WUSA 9.
Now, this is a live look again of the people who are moving through the fencing here, trying to get into Capital One Arena. We did mention the protesters. So far, no one out here that I can see that are part of a protest group. And things have been pretty smooth out here. Now, I did check in with MPD about 15 minutes ago. So far, they say no arrests or incidents. We're going to be checking back in with them. Also reached out to Secret Service to see if there have been any issues. We're still waiting to hear back from them. For now, we'll send it back to you guys.
All right, Jacqueline Quinn reporting. Interesting that some tickets, you interviewed someone who got a ticket and they're still concerned about how they're going to get in, and they got that ticket from one of their elected officials. So we'll wait and see. Jacqueline, thank you very much. Let's talk about this. President-elect Trump, has spent the past 2 years making promises to voters on the campaign trail. And joining us now to take a closer look at some of those plans is Dr. Niambi Carter. She is an author and associate professor in the School of Public Policy at the University of Maryland. Good morning to you.
Good morning.
Good to see you. Thank you for coming in and talking with us. We want to start with this because we know one of the first things that we're going to go forward to, one of the first things he said he was going to do was to sign all these executive orders. I believe somewhere in the neighborhood of 200 executive orders on the first day. First of all, what does that actually mean? How does that work? Because we've spoken about this, about the logistics of these executive orders.
Well, thank you for that question. So executive orders are a way for presidents to sort of do an end run around Congress, who's in charge of making legislation. So we've seen them used quite a bit by every administration really since George Washington. So they're not unusual. I think what is unusual about this moment is the range of things that Donald Trump said he's going to do with this first raft of executive orders on today.
Right. I mean, it is a stack of actions.
A lot of his rallies. I attended some other events. And
I want to take a break here. It looks like we have some live cover or live video here, or live picture of President-elect Donald Trump leaving St. Episcopal Church. Of course, the morning prayer service just wrapping up, and from here he will
move on to the procession going to the Rotunda. But the stack of actions designed to set the tone for the next 4 years, I mean, like you said, there's a variety of topics. The main headline I think a lot of folks are talking about is the action with immigration. You know, getting, in his words here, carrying out mass deportations of undocumented immigrants very quickly. What does that process even look like?
Well, we don't know. They've been actually quite tight-lipped on how they're going to achieve this, because what they're talking about is essentially rounding up somewhere in the estimated range of about 11 million people. How that's going to happen, how much it's going to cost. He's essentially said there is no limit on the budget or the personnel that he's willing to pledge to this, but we don't know what law enforcement agencies might be involved. We don't even know what, say, local law enforcement's involvement in this will be, because, as you know, we're in a place in a region of the country that is a protected place for undocumented people. We are sanctuary cities yeah. Like DC, and then there are counties in Maryland that are sanctuary counties. So what does that even look like? Because we're talking about essentially encroaching on these sovereign places and superseding local law enforcement. So we don't know.
He's also talked about women's rights, transgender rights. What do you think about that? What's the big takeaway here as far as people in those different communities? What should they be looking out for?
Well, I mean, I think people have to buckle up. I mean, he said in particular about transgender rights that he is going to stop gender affirming care, particularly for minors. He wants to ban transgender athletes from competing with their gender identity. So we don't know actually what this is going to look like, but we also know that if he goes after Title IX, which Joe Biden wanted to expand to include transgender people, which was about gender inclusivity, whether these people will be able to have sports careers in college and other places, whether gender affirming bathrooms in, say, public schools will be permitted.
If you'll allow just a quick follow-up here, how different, you spoke about the former administration or the outgoing wanting to even expand things like Title IX. How different are these two administrations that we're seeing?
Well, I think they have a very different vision of what they want this country to look like and what is expected, I guess, of Americans. I think Donald Trump wants to see a sort of retrenchment, a return to sort of traditional values, if we will. And I think Joe Biden was trying to suggest a more expansive vision of the country, which included racial and ethnic minorities, that included transgender people, that included persons with disabilities. And I think Donald Trump is saying, let's walk away from that this is not where Americans want to be. This is not the direction we want to see our country go in, that we need to return to who we were. I mean, that Make America Great Again slogan is not just a slogan. I think it's a real vision of what they want this country to look like.
I know another one of the things that he was talking about, and a lot of the Republican Party has been talking about, is DEI. I mean, it's even seeped into, the fires in California are because of DEI. Where do you think things will go in regards to DEI once he does get in office and starts moving on that particular front?
Well, he's made it very clear he wants none of that in the federal workforce. I mean, Joe Biden put that out there as a priority for federal agencies, for hiring, for retention. I think when you talk about K through 12 education, for example, again, we'll stop seeing the inclusion of things like transgender children and things like that for higher education. It also has implications for institutions that have DEI offices. I think you will see people start to either walk away from those offices, renaming those offices sort of preemptively just to get around these federal regulations. So Donald Trump has made it very clear that he does not really see any value in diversity, equity, inclusion. He views that as not meritorious. I don't think that there's any evidence that DEI and merit don't go together, but they've seemed to sort of tether those things as antithetical to one another, which is why I think it's very popular and very easy for people to get riled up around DEI initiatives, because it looks like, unworthy people are getting opportunities or getting these high-level positions that they're not prepared for. And what DEI is actually trying to do is make sure those people who would normally be overlooked but are very well prepared for these positions actually get some attention.
You're going to hang out with us.
I'm going to hang out with you all.
Okay, well, we got lots more questions for you coming up. But within the last few minutes, President-elect Trump and the incoming First Lady Melania Trump wrapped up their morning service at St. John's Episcopal Church, located across Lafayette Park from the White House, just a short distance. There you see some photos from inside, also J.D. Vance as well. A longtime tradition for presidents-elect. These are, again, some photos coming into the newsroom now. You see
I see Marco Rubio there, his son Barron next to his parents, Ivanka Trump. So lots of family and friends gathered there.
It's a great inside look at something that is a private service before the day's ceremonies get underway. Also, Vice President Kamala Harris arrived at the White House moments ago. There you see the outgoing administration, the second husband there. It was just sort of, just politics aside, it was a fun thing to be able to say the second husband for the last, so the first gentleman, excuse me, for the last 4 years or so. There you see the four of them going inside soon to meet with the Trumps.
A lot of people, of course, in town celebrating President-elect Donald Trump's return to the White House, but we know some people may not be feeling the same way. Our Lorenzo Hall spoke to a D.C. police officer who says that he is worried about the year ahead.
The entire D.C. police force is working to secure President Trump's inauguration, including Officer Daniel Hodges. We caught up with the 10-year veteran of the department before Trump's swearing in.
Are you prepared for that day?
Yeah, I mean, you mean like physically, emotionally?
Just all fronts.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, everybody's working. We're all going to be doing our jobs, regardless of our feelings on politics.
Hodges' feelings are clear. He does not support Trump.
We won!
And even hit the campaign trail to make sure he was not reelected. However, Hodges says Inauguration Day is about more than the president. Once again, he wants to make sure democracy is protected.
You know, it's the thing about democracy, right, is you can't just believe in it when your party wins or your candidate wins. You have to believe in it when you lose.
To better understand Officer Hodges' feelings, you have to go back to the January 6th Capitol riot, when he was crushed and beaten by a pro-Trump mob.
I mean, I don't think a day has gone by where I haven't thought about it. There's a lot of emotions associated with it. Pride also, because I'm proud of the work I did, but also sadness, anger that people would do that people still think that they were right.
Do you swear or affirm?
Hodges says he's on a mission to make sure people don't muddy the facts of that day. He's testified before Congress, testified against at least 4 men now convicted of assaulting him. Hodges also pushed to have Special Counsel Jack Smith's final report released, detailing Trump's efforts, the government concluded, to overturn the 2020 election.
It's part of the story, it's part of truth, and truth still matters. His report is the last, best, closest thing we'll get to learning all the details about what Trump did and how thoroughly close we came to having the election actually be stolen from us.
Hodges' efforts and outspokenness have made him a frequent target of Trump supporters.
They called you a liar. They say you've attacked some of the Trump supporters that day, a loon, things I can't even say on TV.
I mean, those people, I don't think there's anything that can convince them because the evidence is plain.
Do you worry about your safety at all?
Not really. I mean, I'm a cop in D.C. It's not the first time I've been threatened. It's not going to be the last. And if they want to come after me, that's their choice. I'm ready. I would encourage them to rethink their ways, particularly if people are pardoned.
Tomorrow, everybody in this very large arena will be very happy with my decision on the J6 hostages.
That was Trump at his rally Sunday night. He's talked repeatedly of pardoning some January 6th defendants on a case-by-case basis.
If there is anyone, I would say it's very, very few people deserve pardons, if any.
Between the election results and potential pardons, Hodges admits he's exhausted, but plans to keep serving D.C. and fighting for democracy.
The American electorate rejected our pleas. They decided that what happened on January 6th wasn't disqualifying for a presidential candidate, and that wearies me. It's depressing to see that people don't care that much.
What would give you peace?
Just have to hope that the longer cultural victory is ours, that 5, 10, 50 years from now, people look back and say, wow, it's hard to believe that Americans would do that. We would never do that again.
It is, it's important to get both sides of this story here because of what happened on January 6th. So it's good to hear that perspective as we moved into this new era. And there you see the Vice President and Second Gentleman waiting to receive the J.D. Vance and his wife. And then we'll see the President, Biden, welcome President-elect Trump. They are expected to go in and have a private moment between these families, have some tea before heading to the Capitol Rotunda for the day's swearing-in ceremonies and all of the other pomp and circumstance that will happen there now in the Capitol Rotunda.
Yeah, this is there's a lot of circumstance and tradition involved in this whole process. We talked earlier about St. John's Episcopal Church, how that's part of a presidential tradition on Inauguration Day. That church was established in 1815, and actually James Madison was the first president to go there on Inauguration Day in 1809 when he was elected President of the United States. He was invited there, and they actually rented out the pews to the parishioners to get some money out, to make money off of this. Madison, in return, paid the rent for the year for the church. That was back then. So again, this speaks to the tradition, a lot of the traditional things that go on during Inauguration Day here in the United States.
And this tea service, of course, just one of several inaugural events unfolding throughout the day. We will continue to bring you live coverage all day long, but really a reminder of the powerful traditions, the meanings behind this. You know, as hundreds of thousands of people have gathered in our nation's capital to witness what is happening today, the 60th inauguration ceremony. You have folks from really all pockets of the world. I mean, we've heard from people from as far as New Zealand and across the states who have come here to witness this, and there they go inside for this private moment.
Right.
It's an historic day in the district, and just very interesting to see some of the traditions that many of us have seen just through the years still being carried out as this peaceful transition of power sets to take place today.
All right, 9:35 is the time right now. Let's check in with Jess Arnold, who has been live on the rooftop near the White House all morning long, keeping track of today's events. Jess, good morning to you.
Good morning. Yeah, you can't see my face because we have our camera zoomed in from our vantage point on the rooftop here. We can really see everyone arriving here at the White House. As you just showed, you know, J.D. Vance, his wife Usha, met, of course, Vice President Kamala Harris and her husband there as they went in for this tea service. You can see some of these Secret Service cars that are lined up here outside of the White House as they get ready for President-elect Donald Trump and Melania Trump to arrive, greet the Bidens, and then all have that tea service together inside of the White House before, of course, those official ceremonies inside of the Capitol Rotunda. We're just giving you a wider view here of the White House. We, of course, showed you that camera that was closer up earlier of that greeting. So it's any minute now that President-elect Donald Trump could be arriving. So of course, all of those Secret Service forces are standing by, ready to make sure everything goes by smoothly. The Secret Service yesterday gave a briefing, said that they have run through everything multiple times. They are prepared. Everything is safe and secure, and they are all standing by here as we await these two President-elect Trump greeting, again, President Biden here, as we continue to zoom in and get you as close as we can from our vantage point here on this rooftop, just blocks away from the White House, right outside of the perimeter. But we'll let you look at that here as we send it back to you in studio.
We talked about some of the traditions that are involved in the day. You actually talked to the White House Historical Association about some of these traditions. What did you learn from it, from that conversation?
Yeah, a lot. Yes, Wisdom, a lot of interesting traditions that we can look out for today. Of course, one of them was moved, one of them being where that inaugural address is typically held outside of the Capitol there on the balcony. But some of the ones that we will still be able to see today are pay attention to the Bibles. Each president has the opportunity to select the Bible that they are swearing in on. We have seen reports that President-elect Donald Trump will be using the same two that he used for his first term. It's a Bible from his mother, as well as the one that Abraham Lincoln used years and years ago, of course. And in terms of who is holding the Bible for that swearing-in ceremony, it started about 50 to 75 years ago that the First Lady actually holds that Bible for the president-elect. It started with Lady Bird Johnson because she was so involved with her husband's campaign, and ever since that started with her, then First Ladies have held that Bible for the swearing-in ceremony. Ever since then, it has been a tradition each year, and it will be repeated again for this swearing-in ceremony too. All
right, another question I have to ask you about is, you know, we know about the temperatures outside and how cold it is, and the tradition normally takes place, all of this takes place outside, but this has been moved inside for obvious reasons, the cold and the dangerous elements of the cold. How has this move inside affected security from your understanding?
Yeah, well, as you've seen, these barriers that have been up in the district for weeks as they've been preparing for this. Yesterday, the Secret Service said they actually expanded their secure perimeter by 3 blocks to include more of the area around Capital One Arena, since now that is where these crowds of people who have tickets will be trying to view the inauguration. As you've been seeing from Jackie's live shots, there are so many people trying to get in. Some people are bailing before they even try to get in because the arena has a capacity of 20,000 people. There are 200,000 people with tickets, so that is certainly increasing security there. Yesterday, they said that they swore in some more officers from all over the country to help make sure they increase the presence here. DC police are on full activation mode, so it is all hands on deck here throughout the city, particularly now that it's going to be happening at multiple locations, and there are going to be people that are not going to be able to get in to the arena and are not going to be able to get to witness the ceremony and inaugural address, and instead they're going to be manning the motorcade area, and so that is also going to be a place where you're going to have to go through some security screenings, and they're going to be monitoring as the president-elect goes from Capitol One Arena to the Capitol and back.
All right, Jess Arnold, thank you very much for that historical perspective and the conversation about security. Thank you very much.
Speaking of the Capitol One Arena, our Jacqueline Quinn has been out there. She started really early this morning, and you saw crowds there. They had been there since the evening before, of course. Thousands gathered, braving the cold to watch. But Jacqueline, there's been a bit of a dilemma.
Yes, I am. Thank you.
Only 20,000 can get in, and I'm not sure if that's a counter-protester we're listening to right now.
Yeah, that's right. Okay, so we were talking about potentially, seeing protesters show up, and so far it looks like we have the two here on this corner where we're standing in the middle of a sea of people who are still waiting to get back or get into Capitol One Arena. This is also a very big security checkpoint. You can see police officers trying to clear this crosswalk because just to my side here, if we can just walk over here, you can see they're letting vehicles, it looks like guests, coming through here. So Secret Service, it looks like, are checking the cars and inspecting them and then letting them come through. We know that the swearing in doesn't even happen until noon, but thousands of people have come in to get into Capitol One Arena because after the swearing in is when President Donald Trump is expected to join the crowd here for the inauguration parade that has been moved indoors because of the cold temperature. Now, while we've been out here, things have been pretty smooth. In fact, it's been a very, energetic atmosphere. So many people excited to be a part of this today. So things have been relatively smooth. I've checked in with MPD for any arrests, and they told us so far no incidents. That was about 20 minutes ago. And we've heard the same thing from the Secret Service, who they're all over this place right now. We've had multiple layers of security to get through to even get to this point where people are lining up to get into the Capitol One Arena. So for now, things are relatively smooth, and we're still seeing people come into line, get into the line here. Now, we don't know how many of these people will still get in because as we talked to some of those folks earlier, they had tickets, but they're not sure. It looks like it's general admission. You show up, and at some point they have to cut off the line, but this line's still out here. People are still getting through. It's still moving, apparently, so we haven't been to the front. At this point, it's hard to get over to the front to see what's happening, but an enthusiastic crowd still showing up at this point, and again, like I said, people are continuing to show up, and even for those who I think that are not going to get in, they still wanted to be out here, possibly to see the motorcade, just to be a part of the excitement. We know that there are vendors now out here trying to make a profit out here. People are holding signs, so still a momentous time for people to come out here. As to how many people will get in, we already know the capacity of Capitol One Arena is only about 20,000, and initially about 200,000 people were able to get tickets for the inauguration. We're going to have an update for you on that as this wraps up a little bit later today. But for now, things are, seemingly going smooth, and we will check back in with you as we can.
Looks like a mixture of supporters, counter-protesters, onlookers, right. A lot happening in that corridor. But as for the counter-protesters and supporters, you kind of really see that the deep division of the election cycle, right, reflected there.
And I know that Jackie's out there bringing us the latest on what's going on, but I did want to ask her, what's that feeling like? Because up close and personal with such different views can feel a little tense, but it looks like the the people that are there waiting to get inside are still, keeping sort of a cool sense and not reacting to those with the really loud
The focus
megaphone.
being the peaceful transfer of power.
Yeah. So, and speaking of which, I think that we're seeing more movement here. Not exactly sure. We didn't miss the president, or it looks like actually the Capitol there. Can you tell me exactly what we're looking at?
Looks like folks entering the Capitol Rotunda.
The Capitol, right. Waiting. And again, we know that the president-elect has to be sworn in before noon today. We're looking at that countdown clock. And you should notice it too, that countdown clock right there, keeping us honest on the time, 2 hours, 15 minutes, a couple of seconds or so until that happens. There we see the former first daughter with her family there, and I feel like we've seen those children grow up.
Yes.
So it's interesting to see them now 4 years later.
Along with her husband, Jared Kushner, there. We are watching history unfold. Meanwhile, hundreds of thousands of visitors are here in the nation's capital because of the inauguration. And as you can imagine, prices for hotel rooms were pretty competitive, but none compare to the presidential suites at the iconic Watergate Hotel. Those set some people back $75,000. And our Randy Ayala got a chance to go behind the scenes to look at exactly what this hotel package includes.
It's called the Head of State Package to commemorate the 60th presidential inauguration here in D.C. The Watergate Hotel is promising a unique and luxurious front row seat to one of the most significant events in the country. But a disclaimer, it comes with a hefty price tag that most cannot afford.
You can't really speak about political intrigue or political history without the Watergate. World famous, certainly well known in Washington, but throughout the world, when people think about political American history, you have to think about the Watergate.
Abe Liao is the managing director at the Watergate. This weekend's VIP package includes a 3-day stay inside the hotel's presidential suite. It's a spacious 2,400 square feet and boasts sweeping views of the Potomac River.
It's something that our hotel offers that nobody else can say they have. It's really thinking through, if someone were to choose Washington, choose the Watergate for inauguration, what would they want to experience?
The package also includes round-trip transportation from New York City to D.C. on a helicopter. And once travelers touch down in D.C., they'll be chauffeured in a bulletproof Maybach.
The helicopter is always synonymous with the president, being chauffeured around an armored vehicle, having access to limited, rare, vintage things that the greater community maybe doesn't have. All that really speaks to luxury. We said, how can we bring that to a guest that's looking for that presidential experience? So actually it was quite difficult. We had to source the armored Maybach from outside of Washington. Can't necessarily disclose where, but it was definitely a challenge to find it.
But luxury comes with a price tag. The stay costs $75,000. The hotel has 2 presidential suites and both are booked for this weekend. The lucky few guests will also receive a private whiskey tasting and keepsakes like a Watergate crystal and custom wax seal. And they get an up-close and personal tour of the infamous room where the Watergate scandal occurred.
It's the actual room where the break-in occurred originally, so we've memorialized it. There's a lot of great iconography and history in the actual suite itself.
A stay at a historical landmark while we usher in our 47th president. In Northwest, Randy Ayala, WUSA 9.
We want to also talk about this right now. President Joe Biden just tweeted with wife, Dr. Jill Biden, "One more selfie for the road. We love you, America." So here we are.
The thought of the president doing this, we are definitely in the new age here. So it's
pretty
nice.
Good job for a selfie, right?
Really good job. Okay. And just a short time ago, we also saw Vice President-elect J.D. Vance and his wife, Usha, arriving at the White House. We saw this happen live. We brought that to you just moments ago. Being received, of course, by Kamala Harris and Doug Emhoff, the former or soon-to-be former second couple there. There are plenty of vendors in town for Inauguration Day, including one crew that follows Mr. Trump everywhere he goes. And our Matt Gregory spoke with them about their journey.
state to state to state.
My first campaign was 2004.
To state to state.
You might finish in Wisconsin, and you might have to be in Pittsburgh by morning.
Wherever President Trump goes, these caravans of merchants follow.
The longest drive was 53 hours.
Like Montrell Russell from North Carolina.
But you can make a living doing vending stuff just following Donald Trump around.
Yes. No doubt about it. You can make a successful living with nothing but selling Donald Trump merchandise.
The vendors all seem to know each other.
Friendly faces, we see them everywhere.
And each has a different specialty.
What's the thing that's selling the best today?
I'm gonna have to go with the hoodies, not the red ones. They're gone already. Yeah, those. The inauguration hoodies.
How much are sneakers?
$150.
But Nikki from Florida says it's not easy, especially not today.
It's hard. It's a hard hustle in the rain, this weather that kind of puts you off. You don't know where the crowds are going to be.
Even with a saturated vendor market, eventually they all find their customers.
I've been looking for this one, this particular design on this sweatshirt.
After today, the rallies end, but Montrell says that doesn't mean business is over.
Just because he stopped going from city to city doesn't mean we're going to stop, and doesn't mean his supporters are going to stop supporting him. So it's just like, oh, wow, let's pull over there. It's Trump. You know, people really respect this man, like him, and fascinated by him. So.
Matt Gregory reporting there. One vendor who didn't want to go on camera said that he sold $500,000 worth of merchandise last year. We'll see what this week brings as far as sales go. All right, looking again there at seeing who's arriving for the swearing-in ceremony later this morning at the Capitol Rotunda there. Can't really make out the faces, but people filing in to be a part of this historic day. Of course, all of these the ceremonial aspects of the inauguration moved indoors because of today's frigid temperatures. So the incoming administration having to make a major
tradition
shift.
looking a little different today.
Yes, but we've seen it before.
Yes. Right.
But it's just shifting a little bit to make sure that this day, by the end of this day, there has been that peaceful transition of power, no matter where the swearing-in takes place.
And you mentioned that we've seen it before because it did happen in 1985 with Ronald Reagan's second term in the White House. About 7 degrees was the temperature. It was so cold they did have to move it inside because of the dangerous temperatures that were taking place outside. And then in 1909, it wasn't the temperatures, it was the snow. The snow that was an issue for William Taft, who was president on his inauguration day. They had 10 inches of snow that day. Wow. And that created an issue, just to give you some perspective about the weather.
And of course, this sort of, cuts down the pomp and pageantry, but they have adjusted, and at least 20,000 people waiting to get inside Capital One Arena to take part in the inaugural festivities. But, it's just too dangerous for folks to be out there for hours and hours. And it's not just those who want to witness this, but we're talking about law enforcement, the canines, all the security folks that have to be out there for just hours. And it's just too dangerously cold.
There we're seeing this. I got to be honest. I've always loved this shot here, and later on, of course, we'll see the Bidens. They'll descend down those stairs and they'll get into Marine One, and they'll sort of say thank you, and their service to America will be done. It's got to be. I can't imagine a harder job than being the commander in chief of really the president of any nation, but also arguably the most important and powerful nation in the world. We'll see them walk down, and it's just always a moment that kind of gives me chill bumps seeing it, because it's just the way that it is supposed to happen. And we see Marine One waiting there to escort the Bidens last time.
And as you mentioned about President Biden, Trump is en route to the White House, is what's taking place right now. You mentioned about Biden and coming to, this is the end of the political road for him, because it's been a long journey. He was an elected official for many decades, representing the state of Delaware, and then he got to be vice president with President Obama for 2 terms, and then President Trump won the first time, and then he came back and beat Trump the next time around with what was at the time a record 81 million people in the popular vote. That was the most ever at the time. So now it is like you said, it's the end of a journey, a
Nearly
very
50 years
long
in politics
journey.
for
Politics,
Joe Biden.
public service, working for the country. So yes, it has been a tremendous career, and now the Bidens
A new
move
chapter
on.
begins
A new chapter
in
begins.
America.
Yes.
So we are waiting now to see President-elect Trump arrive at the White House. Of course, we saw J.D. Vance and his wife arrive a little bit earlier and go inside the White House to have tea. And now we're waiting on the president-elect. Hopefully we'll keep this picture up so you can see that moment. It's always just a remarkable moment when the former administration meets the incoming administration, or soon to be former. Well, as America gets set to celebrate its 250th anniversary next July 4th, the protectors of our first president's library and legacy at Mount Vernon at his home there are already preparing. One event is happening right now.
To help teach us about the gravity of an inauguration, curators are bringing out rarely seen artifacts from the very first inauguration and administration. And we learned that George Washington had strong views about how the nation's presidents should handle themselves from day one. Scott Broom gives us a closer look.
All right, everybody, welcome to the museum at Mount Vernon, George Washington's home, the first president, where we learned about the first inauguration. Fascinating stuff, like why it was so important what George Washington chose to wear that day. What is this place?
We're in textile storage at George Washington's Mount Vernon, where we have 450 textiles that belong to George and Martha Washington. I call it the morgue. It is very sterile, it's very clean. We want to protect these objects.
What are you all doing for the inauguration?
We're bringing out the coat that George Washington was inaugurated in. This is it right here in this drawer. It's an incredible piece. You can see the original color is right here.
This was all stitched together really quickly.
It was stitched together, and it was done here at Mount Vernon by an indentured artisan named Kevin Boa. Washington wanted to be sworn in an ordinary business suit. This is not robes like a king would be coronated in. This is an ordinary business suit that you would see on many men in town as they were doing business.
And there was an important second message. Adam explained it was from fabric made in the USA in the infancy of America's textile industry, which at the time was a really big deal, sparking this conversation.
The English dominated the woolen industry from the Middle Ages, and it was a real statement that Americans were taking over some of that business. Textiles were incredibly expensive. They were woven on hand looms.
So he was demonstrating American ingenuity, American industry, and potentially American economic power simply by picking this coat.
Absolutely. Washington really wants to support these American manufacturers. He creates some tariffs early in the presidency. He really works to protect these industries. Washington shows off what he wants to be and how he wants to be perceived as president of the United States.
So this is our recreation of Washington's library.
Wait a minute. Those are George Washington's books?
Yes, they are. Yes, they are.
God.
And that's when Mount Vernon's Special Collections librarian Caroline Sharp showed us some of the documents demonstrating how Washington followed through, all the way to his final statement to the public as president.
Washington's farewell address is him announcing to the public that he will not run for a third term. In all of these things, Washington is formatting the presidency because it is unprecedented. So in Washington's farewell address, he is setting the precedent for a two-term limit. There are a lot of people at the time who wish that Washington would be a lifelong president. Washington is making sure that he sets the example that that is not the case in the United States. We do not want another monarch.
Also among the documents, a presidential pardon with a curious backstory.
Washington only issued 16 pardons during his 8 years as president. So this is actually Washington pardoning a man named David Blair, who was accused of rum smuggling. Potentially, Washington may have pardoned him because he was a fan of Blair's rum.
This is a sash that George Washington wore.
Back in the morgue, we looked at more fabrics.
After George and Martha Washington died, family members got their clothing and chopped it up and gave it to people as gifts, as relics of George and Martha Washington.
The buttons on Washington's inauguration suit are missing for the same reason, but the message this artifact communicates has survived.
He was a man of the people. He wanted to appear to be a man of the people.
So it really matters what a president wears.
It really matters what a president wears.
If you want to see that coat yourself, you can. You can come to the museum here. It will be on display until February 3rd. It hasn't been displayed here at Mount Vernon since 1963. Scott Broom, WUSA 9.
All right, our coverage of Donald Trump's return to the White House, Inauguration Day in America, continues. About an hour ago, we got our first look at President-elect Donald Trump and his family and some of his administration as well. They all attended a church service at St. John's Episcopal Church, which ended about 30 minutes ago.
After that, Trump and his Vice President-elect, J.D. Vance, began traveling to the White House. That is where right now both of them are meeting with President Biden for a ceremonial tea. That meeting is close to the media, but we captured the moments that Trump arrived and entered the White House. Here, we will show you that in a moment, but right there was Vice President-elect J.D. Vance along with his wife there.
A lot of events today. Let's give you this Inauguration Day schedule. After that meeting, Presidents Trump and Biden will ride together to the Capitol Rotunda for the swearing-in ceremony. Let's give you a live look right now inside the Capitol Rotunda as we prepare for Donald Trump to take the oath of office in under 2 hours now. That ceremony starts with the arrival and introductions of lawmakers, former presidents, and our next president. And then after that, President and Vice President-elect will be sworn in. They'll take their oath of office, and this must be done by noon today. And once Mr. Trump is sworn in, he'll then give his inaugural address before departing from the Capitol for a brief break.
All right, because of today's frigid weather, all the Inauguration Day activities have been moved indoors. After the break is over, there will be several more Inauguration Day traditions, including a huge celebration at Capital One Arena. That's what you're looking at right now. So this is where Jacqueline Quinn has been live all morning long. Limited space in there, and she was also talking about how probably there's 20,000 is the capacity, but some people were still outside who had tickets. They had gotten tickets from their elected representatives, and they still there was some question about whether they were going to be able to get inside to see
limited capacity
the festivities.
there, right?
Limited capacity, and this is historic on many different levels because we've spoken about this. Grover Cleveland was president 22, lost the next election, and then came back and won. So he was president 22 and 24.
Sounds familiar.
Which brings us to where we are now. President Trump lost to Joe Biden. 4 years later, comes back and wins the office again. They are the only two presidents that have ever done that in the history of this country, to lose an election, sit out 4 years, and then come back and win the next election. It's only happened twice in this country. Donald Trump, Grover Cleveland.
Making it quite the historic day.
Absolutely. We want to say good morning right now to everyone joining us across the country for our coverage of today's transition of power.
We will start this hour off with team coverage from around the nation's capital ahead of this Inauguration Day. In fact, let's start our team coverage with our Matt Gregory there in the middle. Let me say this. Let's start with our chief investigative reporter, Eric Flagg. Eric, good morning.
Hi, Allison. We are here at the corner of 10th and H outside of a very large perimeter at Capital One Arena. People have been lined up to get into the inauguration parade inside Capital One since early this morning in the overnight hours. I can tell you the line stretches all the way down H Street right here through those iconic Chinatown arches that are down there that we all know so well. So many people here are through a sort of a cattle call, sort of a barricade situation. Many people still arriving here on the scene. Once they get through here with these lines that extend all the way down, they then come through this area. And Mo, if you want to come back to me right here, yep, you want to come back to me right here. You can see that it then goes down 10th Street right here, and then you'll get to G, and then take a beeline into Capital One, where there are security gates. People have come from really all over the country and across the world to be here. It is a very positive, festive atmosphere down here. We have seen one protester who's across the street behind us, but really other than that, it's all been an extremely pro-Donald Trump crowd. Everybody celebrating the return of President-elect, soon-to-be President Donald Trump, to the White House. I don't know if we do have some sound from one of those people who came from, I believe, New Jersey to be here. We do have that sound. We're going to toss it out right now and hear a little bit about her experience. What was so important about being here today?
It's a monumental event to be here today. To see history live like this, it just means so much, and to be a part of it and be here is so exciting.
What do you think about these crowds and the experience so far?
I mean, it's so great to see that everybody came out, but also disappointing because everybody wants to get in, right? So, yeah, we'll see what happens. But
how was your experience yesterday?
it was good. I mean, getting into the city wasn't bad. Unfortunately, I didn't make it to the rally. I couldn't get in, but you know, hopefully we'll see. Maybe I'll have some luck today or at some point catch a glimpse of what's going on.
Any backup plans if you don't make it in?
Find a nice restaurant and with a big TV and hope for the best.
Welcome. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Judging by the crowds out here, there's probably going to be a lot of people looking for that restaurant and a big screen to watch that inauguration parade. Inside Capitol One is where they're going to have that inauguration parade. I'm still trying to figure out how you have a parade indoors. Our Matt Gregory is inside Capitol One live right now. And Matt, maybe you can answer the question for us. How do you have a parade indoors?
And I will say nothing. Of course. Well, guys, right now we're having some technical issues. One of the main issues that, you know, I can't really hear what's happening back in the studio, but, you know, given the weather that's happening today, you know, the cold sub-zero-esque temperatures, everything was moved indoors, the inauguration, the inaugural parade. So what Capitol One yesterday being the victory rally for Donald Trump, today what it ends up being is a watch party. In fact, over the last, you know, half hour since we've gotten here, we've seen folks all over as they poured in, watching the images on the big screen above me, the one normally reserved for the Wizards and for the Capitals. Now you're seeing, you know, President Biden and soon to be sworn in again President Trump talking to folks, or sorry, showing up on the screen and people are clapping and there's music playing. It's a festive atmosphere. But the thing we're really starting to notice about all of this is, you know, we're getting new details rolling on what the inaugural parade will look like, right? It's supposed to go down Pennsylvania Avenue to the White House. Instead, they'll be coming inside to here at the White House, to here at Capitol One Arena. Now, from the little bit of information we're slowly getting through, there's going to be marching bands here that will be performing inside Capitol One Arena. I'm not sure exactly how the parade aspect will look. And we do know they'll be honoring the U.S. Army as well as those Butler County, Pennsylvania first responders, some of those first on the scene to tend to President Donald Trump during that assassination attempt in the summer. So that's what we're looking forward to seeing as folks pour in to warmly watch the inauguration ceremony here around 11:30 is when we expect to see things kicking off. And then as we get to noon when he's sworn in, I expect that momentum to really build inside Capitol One Arena. And then by the afternoon, one of the things we're really expecting is going to be, you know, people really amping up around 3 o'clock. That's when the parade is supposed to start. So all of this in here early for this 3 o'clock parade that's supposed to be here in the Capitol One Arena. But that's a look at what we're seeing right now. I'll send it back to you all in the studio.
All right, Matt Gregory, thank you very much for that. We want to talk about this now. President-elect Donald Trump and Melania arriving at the White House just moments ago, and you know, Matt Gregory was inside. The reason, obviously, we've been talking about this. There's President Trump getting out of the SUV right there and greeting President Trump Biden. And Melania Trump greeting President Biden and Jill Biden, Dr. Jill Biden, right there at the White House as part of the ceremony. Now they're scheduled to go inside, and I believe they're going to have tea inside at this point. And then
close to press.
It'll be close to the press. It's a very, very private meeting, and you can see the wind blowing out there. Clearly, it's cold, and this is the reason that a lot of these events have been moved inside. We talked about this earlier. Ronald Reagan, coldest, 1985. January 21st, 7 degrees. They had to move it inside back then, and they're moving it inside today. That's some historical perspective about the weather, how the weather plays a factor in this. And one more thing, as they get ready to go inside here, January 20th is Inauguration Day. it hadn't always been that way. It used to be actually in March, but the elected leaders wanted to reduce the time from the time you got elected until the time you took office. Mm-hmm. So what they did was they moved it up. Obviously, they moved it up from March and to where it is now. And the first one to actually do that as an elected official was FDR. His second inauguration was actually on January 20th. He was the first president to have an inauguration on January 20th. Before that, it had been in the spring, basically.
Right. Yeah. Which, wonder if it goes back to that now. It's been,
it would probably be a better situation weather-wise. Obviously, it would definitely be better.
What I find interesting there, and perhaps it's just me, a new administration, the color, we're always used to seeing the President Trump with that red tie. That's sort of what we saw. Today, he has on a purple tie, which of course, might it be a signal of the blending of the blue and the red? But I just think it's important.
He has emphasized unity in this Trump 2.0.
Right.
But as tradition dictates, there's so much celebrations happening. This tea service followed the morning prayer service at St. John's Episcopal Church that kicked off at 9 a.m. They then rode over to the White House for that private meeting along with their spouses. The tea ceremony will take place, and from there they will make their way to the Rotunda, where we see people filing in now.
And Presidents Trump and Biden will ride in the same car together.
That's right.
Interesting. Wonder what that conversation will be.
And also the perspective of, I just want to, before we get to our next report here, the perspective of 4 years ago, none of this was taking place.
Right.
None of this was taking place 4 years ago because President Trump did not participate in any of these ceremonies on Election Day. So that's just some perspective, some history, and some perspective there.
I think that now we are going to go back out and join Larry Miller there with that beautiful vantage point of the White House right behind you, and on top of that office building there, right in the middle of everything. Good morning.
Guys, good morning to you. Of course, good morning to you at home. I want to piggyback on a point that you made about the president's tie. I think it is not lost on any of us that today, in addition to being Inauguration Day, is also a day in which we celebrate MLK Day as well. And so the tie potentially symbolizing the sort of tone and tenor of the speech that we could likely hear from the president once he is sworn in this afternoon and gives his inaugural address about bringing the country forward, uniting the country in what has been and what was a rather divisive and contentious race for president. One of the things that we've also been focusing on are a number of presidential pardons that have been issued by now outgoing president, or soon to be outgoing President Joe Biden, who signed a number of preemptive presidential pardons for General Mark Milley, Dr. Anthony Fauci, and members of the committee investigating the January 6th Capitol attack on January 6th. I want to read you a part of this statement that was released from the White House earlier today, saying this, that our nation relies on dedicated, selfless public servants every day, and they are the lifeblood of our democracy. Yet public servants have been subjected to ongoing threats and intimidation for faithfully discharging their duties. In certain cases, there have been threatened with criminal prosecutions, including General Mark A. Milley, Dr. Anthony Fauci, and members and staff of the Select Committee on investigating the January 6th attack on the U.S. Capitol. These public servants have served our nation with honor and distinction and do not deserve to be the targets of unjustified and politically motivated prosecutions. So these are yet more pardons that have been signed by President Joe Biden, and he is now going to be leaving office with a record number of pardons and commutations signed by him. We just talked about the 2,500 that were signed on Friday. In addition, for the pardons that was signed for his son Hunter Biden, who was facing a number of federal charges as well. But these sort of presidential pardons being signed, according to the White House, to protect members and critics of the president-elect and his incoming administration from any sort of political prosecution, as they have termed it. But we know that these sort of presidential pardons have also been the subject of fierce criticism, and so we anticipate that the legislative branch will try to address this in some way. What they do, how they will do it, still remains to be seen, but we know that this is something that they do plan to tackle once the president-elect is now, or then becomes, the 47th President of the United States. Guys?
Larry Miller, thank you so much. That's such good information as we get ready to move into this new administration. The oath of office being administered in 1 hour now and 45 minutes. We'll check back in with you, Larry.
We would like to turn our conversation now to our next guest, Al.
Dr. Peter Kuznick is a professor of history at American University. Thank you so much for joining us here on WUSA 9+. Let's talk about what this new administration, what we can expect from a second Trump term here.
Well, we can expect the unexpected. I mean, it's so hard to predict what Trump is going to do. He's already contradicted many things that he said he was going to do. He talked, for example, about trade war with China, talked about 60% tariffs. He used to talk about banning TikTok. And his first administration was quite hostile toward China. Now he says the first foreign trip he wants to make is to visit Xi Jinping. He's got the vice president of China at the inauguration today, and he invited Xi Jinping himself. He's going to overturn the TikTok ban or resolve that somehow. I mean, the policies, that's why it's so hard to predict him, because if you look at his administration, it's full of China hawks. Marco Rubio's testimony was extremely provocative toward China, and then Trump goes the other direction. So Trump is transactional. We know that's his nature, and he wants to make deals.
Well, to that end, we've seen Elon Musk take a really sort of important position. That's what it looks like now with this incoming administration. And you talk a lot about cultural movements and the shifts. How much of that influence do you think is going into things like social media, artificial intelligence, that sort of sector as we move into these next 4 years?
It looks like, in the beginning at least, Trump has got an extraordinary amount of influence. Musk has an extraordinary amount of influence over Trump. But we don't know, because you've got his MAGA base on one side, and you've got the tech bros on the other side. We already saw the controversy over the H-1B visas, where Trump's base wants to not give H-1B visas, and Musk insists upon it. 70% of those H-1B visas for highly skilled workers, software engineers and others, go to Indians. I was on Indian TV earlier this morning. They're very concerned about that. So we don't know how long this alliance, which seems in some ways to be an unholy alliance, is going to hold together. Right now, it's very, very firm.
There is a lot of uncertainty ahead, but can you speak to what we know for sure, what we should be watching closely in the first 100 days?
Well, we know he's doubled down on, he was coming across as a more benign version of himself, but if you heard yesterday's rally, that was the old Trump, the Trump with the grievances, the Trump who's going to get revenge. That was the Trump who's going to deport millions of immigrants very quickly. And to do that, that's not something that can be done easily. Maybe you can pick out a certain number of immigrants who have committed violent crimes, and everybody will support that. But if he's going to do the mass roundup that he's threatening to do, that's going to have an enormous impact. But even his immigration policy overall goes against the business interests, because the business interests are very much dependent on those immigrants, not necessarily the handful of violent ones, but he's talking about deporting 20 million immigrants over the long run. He wants to deport more immigrants than anybody else ever has. So that's number one. Number two, he's going to pardon most of the 9/11, most of the January 6th people who got incarcerated. That's not popular in the country. Rounding up the illegal immigrants is popular, but the mass roundup is not popular. So we have to see, is he going to do tariffs? Tariffs would have a very detrimental impact, not only on the economy, but especially on the American working people.
From your perspective, Doctor, though, when you talk about these things, you're talking about the tariff and how that will have an impact. Those are concrete things. You're talking about pardoning the January 6th group, the ones that were locked up. who were during his last administration who stormed the Capitol before, after he lost the election. Him saying all these things about what he's going to do with all these different things, does that matter though? We can talk about, okay, he's going to pardon January 6th. Will that have an impact? Will that have any kind of impact on his base, or will it have an impact on the people that are on the fringes that are looking at him and say maybe he's not that bad?
Well, he's got the potential right now. He did win the popular vote. He didn't get over 50%, but he did win the popular vote. He talks about this tremendous landslide victory. It was one of the closest margins ever. But he's got a little bit. Presidents usually come in with a honeymoon. However, we know Donald Trump from the first term, and people got very, very tired of Donald Trump by the end of his first presidency, and he got defeated by Joe Biden. So, his leash is probably shorter than most presidents when they get a certain honeymoon period, because he's going to bring back a lot of those memories of the things that he did were so divisive. And so, but he's got the potential to go a different direction. Is he capable? Is Donald Trump capable of different game plan than he had the first time? I thought maybe, given the fact that, first of all, he deserves a lot of the credit for the ceasefire in Gaza, which is a positive step. He talks about ending the war in Ukraine, which would be a very positive step. He's even talking about a conciliatory approach toward China, which would be another positive step. But the question is his domestic policy. His foreign policy might be looking good. We don't know for sure, but his domestic policy could backfire.
As we are speaking with our distinguished guest, we do want to take a moment just to recognize Vivek Ramaswamy there and other members of Congress that we're seeing filing in to the Capitol Rotunda, as we are now just a little bit over an hour and a half away from the ceremony taking place there. Lots of familiar faces representing these United States. So we're just seeing people filing in here as we continue to speak with our guest. And I'd like to ask, you also talk a lot about American sexuality, if you will. And this is a president that has talked a lot about transgender rights and the LGBTQ community. What do you see here as far as things that could really change or limitations that could be put on this community?
It could be ugly.
Yeah.
And he's talking about getting rid of the woke military leaders, for example. But then he sends a different message. He's out there on the stage with the Village People, and singing YMCA, which is the gay national anthem in America. Maybe Trump doesn't quite know that.
Right. I think a lot of people didn't know it when that song came out, that was the message there. So perhaps
but now people know it.
Right.
So, but that's a kind of raw meat for Trump's base, talking about especially trans people.
Yes.
And it's going to be very, very uncomfortable in the United States. They were already doing away with the DEI, and most of the corporations have done that even before there was pressure on them to do that. So we see a certain sucking up, a certain acquiescence, obsequiousness toward Trump already on the part of business community and others as well. There's not the kind of fight and resistance that we saw in 2017 toward Trump. There's a kind of sense of resignation, almost a feeling of defeatism about Trump this time from the people who were opposed. You have to remember that here in D.C., Trump got 4% of the vote in 2016. 4%, that's mind-boggling. So this is not friendly territory, even still in that regard. But in rural America, clearly he resonated.
There's been a lot of talk among the 100 executive orders that he's talking about the federal workforce and implementing the mandate to go back into the workplace. Of course, COVID-19 reshaped all of that, and many people ended up working from home, and it has become sort of our new normal. What does that look like, if you can shed some light on that?
Well, not only is there a lot of pressure for people to go back into the workplace, but he's talking about firing huge numbers of federal employees. Right. One of the concerns people have is the level of competence. There was a word that was popular in the late 19th century, kakistocracy, and that means government by the worst people. Many of the people who Trump has nominated or appointed are people who don't have any expertise, don't have any competence. For example, Linda McMahon from the World Wrestling Federation to head up the Department of Education. It's a joke, right? And so the question is, are they going to be competent people? Is he going to replace competent career people in the federal bureaucracy with incompetent employees who are loyal to him? You know, we haven't seen that. Trump is a different kind of president. And some of it could be very frightening, and some of it, you never know, could be positive. These people don't believe in the institutions. They want to blow things up. And a lot of Americans want change. When Kamala Harris was asked how she's going to differentiate herself from Biden, and she said she didn't think of any way she's going to, that was the wrong message. People do want change, but they want constructive, positive change, which is what we're waiting to see.
Right. As we take we're still looking live at people filing into the rotunda. We saw D.C. Mayor Muriel Bowser walking in as well, along with other dignitaries who are here to participate in the inauguration today. One last question. I know we have to go. In history, you're a historian, so
Yes.
you've studied presidents for a long time. Is there any comparison to what's going on right now to any other president or administration that you've seen, that you've studied in history, whether it be current or a long time ago?
The only comparison I make is to Trump's first term.
Right.
Trump is different. There's never been anybody like him. Somebody who's got some interesting new ideas on occasion, but he's also got very fascistic proclivities. When he talks about the purity of the blood and the purity of the race, his first wife said he used to keep a book of Hitler's speeches on his night table. And we know where this kind of language comes from. Is that going to be the Donald Trump, or are we going to get a refreshing Donald Trump? We don't know yet. We're waiting to see.
Dr. Peter Kuznick is a professor of history at American University. We've really enjoyed your perspective.
Thank
you so much for joining us.
All right. Time right now is 10:26. We are taking a live look outside at the White House right now as we wait for President Biden and President-elect Donald Trump to finish their tea meeting. That meeting got underway at the top of the hour, and once that meeting is done, both will then travel together to the Capitol Rotunda. And we've been talking about this all morning long as well, about the temperatures, because it's really cold outside, brutally cold outside, and that is why the ceremonies have been moved, the parade, everything has been moved inside because of the temperatures. And Jonathan, we're going to bring Jonathan in right now to get an update on weather. We've been talking about this. We mentioned 1985 several times because that was the last time, 7 degrees. Reagan moved his inauguration inside.
That's right, brought inside.
That is one of the, let's see, they had, as you stand there and listen to me talk here, Jonathan, 1961 Kennedy, 22 degrees, 1873 Grant, 16 degrees, Jackson, 1833, 29 degrees. So, you know, it's cold.
It is cold. You know, it's interesting because Reagan, interestingly enough, actually had the not only warmest inauguration his first term, but also the coldest inauguration for his second term. And then we're following up the cold inauguration here that's bringing things back inside like they did back in 1985. So we are under a weather impact alert for Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. So, of course, that includes our inauguration day, hence, well, not because of our weather impact alert, but because of the fact that it's so cold that the activities have been brought inside and onto inside in the rotunda. Wind chills sub-zero to teens for not only today, but actually ongoing for the next 2 to 3 days. So it's really been several years since we can not only see this intensity of cold, but also this duration of cold. So you need to dress in layers, limit time outdoors. Again, as Wisdom was mentioning, some of the coldest inaugurations on record here in the district. The last one actually back in 1985, or I guess I should say the first one, the last one that was brought inside, but the first one on our list was Ronald Reagan at 7 degrees during the time of inauguration in 1985. Ulysses S. Grant back in 1873 was 16. John F. Kennedy's 1961 inauguration was at 22 degrees, and we would fall somewhere between this 1961 and 1833, probably putting us at the number 4 spot, with temperatures already making it to about 28 degrees, where I think we're going to level off and maybe even drop a degree or two as we head through inauguration. The 4th coldest, which again we may displace here, was back in the 1830s. That was Andrew Jackson at 29 degrees. Right now, again, beautiful, beautiful skies, but it is not feeling beautiful. You see in front of the Capitol, the winds are whipping the flags around. It's 29, but it feels like 18. Winds out of the west-northwest at 14 miles an hour. And this is going to be the constant issue over the next several days. If it's not the wind and the cold, it's just going to be the plain old cold. Today is probably the, I'd say, the windiest day, but it is not the coldest. 29 now in the district. Actually, we've gone up a degree since the last time I saw you. We're at 26 at Silver Spring, 26 at College Park, some low and mid-20s, Darnestown and Gaithersburg, 24 at Clifton, and just pulling themselves out of the teens here in Loudoun County at Leesburg at 20 degrees. Feels like temperatures all up and down the 95 corridor. Wherever you're heading on in from, temperatures are feeling like the single digits in teens, if not below 0. Take a look here. Petersburg, Davis, Oakland up there in ski country, below 0 is how it feels. Forecast for today, we're at 28 degrees. Can't forget, it's also Martin Luther King Jr. Day for today. The next 12 hours.
Yeah.
And I'll come back and get you, like I said.
Jonathan, thank you so much. I believe that we just saw the president-elect, Donald Trump, get back into that limousine. Am I correct? Okay. And now, yes. And so protocol calls for Presidents Biden and Trump, the outgoing administration and the incoming administration, to ride together to the different venue. In this case, it's going to be the Capitol and inside the Rotunda for this swearing in ceremony, which is less than an hour and a half now to go. So still looking at the doors there of the White House, where we saw the president come out and the president-elect go in. Let's go back to Eric Flack. Eric is live outside of Capital One Arena, where we've seen crowds gathered there. When we came on the air this morning at 4:30, they had been there overnight. Eric, what are you seeing?
Allison, really the frigid temperatures not necessarily keeping people away from this historic day in Washington, D.C. Tens of thousands lining the street down here in the Gallery Place, Penn Quarter area. You can maybe possibly hear some of the demonstrators over my shoulder, which is kind of typical of a situation like this in Washington, D.C. We're at the corner of 10th and 8th Street, which is one of the funnel points towards Capitol One Arena. We are still multiple blocks away, but that's how many people, just to give you an idea, have showed up for this inauguration parade inside Capitol One. The lines go down 10th Street and then hit G, and that line goes around G and then through the security checkpoints. People have actually been funneling quite well throughout the morning. Yesterday it was much more of a chaotic scene without the barriers to keep everybody in one single file line. Some people have complained that they wish there was like this yesterday. Today things moving a lot better. A lot of National Guard, DC Metro Police all out here, people making sure nobody cuts in line. Obviously this is a historic day despite what your political views are. This is an inauguration in the nation's capital, and it's brought people from really all over the country and the world. I talked to a couple brothers who said it wasn't necessarily politics that brought them to Washington, D.C., but just the desire to be here for this day. Here's what they had to say. Why was it so important for you guys to be here today?
Well, I know my brother here is a big fan, but a lot of us, we just never been to an inauguration before, and we're like, you know what, we have the time, we got the means, why not come out?
So less political and more historic.
Absolutely.
We're both veterans. I was in Afghanistan, he was twice in Iraq. He's a helicopter pilot, I was infantry, so you know, it was important for us that these kind of wars kind of ended down, and Trump did that. And then, I mean, I was skeptical of him at first. I was one of those people who didn't like him, and then I went from being on the left to going all the way towards him, just like,
What's the experience been like for you here?
It's been a little chilly, so it's a little disappointing that each time we get there, it's like something's canceled. But
You're hoping to get in today?
Well, it's like, I don't know what we're going to get into. We just kind of came out and figured we'll just walk down that way, see what's barricaded, see what's not, and I don't know, maybe find a bar, maybe something. We were just hoping to just end up on the end of wherever you don't need tickets on the mall and watch people who are watching people who are watching people the inauguration.
Watch them get inaugurated.
And we were okay with that, but now it looks like we have no idea what's going on. So we're just out here just looking around to see what happens.
Obviously, a lot of people calling audibles out here, so to speak, just trying to be part of this event in some way or another. That's the scene here outside as people try to get inside the Capitol One Arena. That's where we find our Matt Gregory, who is likely a lot warmer than those of us out here. Matt, what is the scene inside right now?
Yeah, Eric, you were just talking about all the excitement outside. The lucky folks who made it inside, it's really a festive atmosphere here at Capitol One Arena. I mean, the place normally reserved for pro sports, seeing two political events, one back to back. And, you're seeing, every now and then different scenes will come on the Jumbotron. You'll see they've been kind of live streaming at times the exit for President Biden and the entrance for President Trump. And we've seen both J.D. Vance and Kamala Harris coming out, and they start cheering. So it's a very festive atmosphere. I saw the wave a little bit ago. There's a man in an Uncle Sam costume sort of getting folks riled up to do the wave. But I want to point out some things that we've noticed while we've been here. Now, the president at some point, around 3 o'clock, we believe, that's when this parade will begin. He'll come to the stage. There'll be performances, right? We've seen marching bands will be here. Folks being honored, like the Butler County first responders, if you recall. That was the county in Pennsylvania where there was the assassination attempt made on the president in the summertime. They will be here being honored along with these marching bands coming in and playing, and the Marines, obviously. And any time we see, by the way, any service members come up on the Jumbotron, we get a big cheer and chants of USA going across the arena. But I want to point out one other thing. I know I've been kind of teasing it, but if you look across the stage, if my photographer Tom can zoom in, there is a desk over there with a chair. And it might be hard, we got a split screen going on here. You're seeing folks filing into the inauguration ceremony, but look at this. This chair here is on the left side of the stage. There's a speech area to the right, and there's this chair. Now, as you've heard our presidential historians say, as you've heard teased out many times over the last several months, President Trump said as soon as he comes into office, he plans to sign a flurry of executive orders, possibly in the hundreds. And I don't have any confirmation, by the way, that that's what this desk is here for, but one can rightfully assume, I would say, that a desk right there without a seal on it yet, as you see in the front, there's an area for where a seal will be, and a microphone. This could be a place where we see those first initial and executive orders signed. So we'll have to keep tabs on that as we get through it. But yeah, one of the things I've been wondering, and we're going to try to find out, is, here we are right here. Actually, you can hear the applause. Tom, if you can go up and show everyone what's on the Jumbotron here. They're cheering because they're seeing President Trump coming out, Senator Amy Klobuchar in the front, and soon to be former President Joe Biden stepping into the limousine they will share together. And if you recall, very different scene from 4 years ago when former President, soon to be again President Donald Trump, refused to ride in the limo with President Biden. He is now in there with him. They're riding together to the Capitol for the inauguration ceremony. So that's what happens anytime that video comes up. Anytime we see those things, everyone here kind of jumps into an applause, and it's been one of the big things. Well, real quickly before I throw it back, there's one thing that I do want to mention. I want to get down the floor in a little bit because I'd like to see, what allowed these folks to get in. Eric Flack is out there in the field talking to people who've been waiting for hours who are in the cold. So we're trying to figure out, what was the thing that got folks in? Was it coming in early? Were there special passes? We're working to learn that information. But like I said, to wrap it up, a very festive atmosphere. People are very excited. A warm place to be to watch one of the coldest inaugurations in the last 50 years. I'm Matt Gregory. Back to you guys in the studio.
As we saw, thank you, Matt, for that report. As we saw the President Biden and incoming President Trump getting in the motorcade together as they concluded the tea, and they're on their way to the Capitol right now. We want to check in with Larry Miller, who is not too far from the White House on a rooftop nearby. He's talking about what's going on or what could possibly go on with the federal workers once Trump takes office. Good morning to you, Larry.
Martin, good morning to you. Yeah, specifically regarding federal workers, we know that a number of executive actions will be signed by the president-elect later on this afternoon that will deal squarely with the issue of federal workers. One of those executive actions being reported by the Washington Post says that action would weaken the power of federal employees to participate in collective bargaining units. That's important because by participating in a collective bargaining unit through the union, which is typically the American Federation of Government Employees, it allows for that union to advocate on behalf of the more than 1 million members in which it represents to specifically work toward getting certain federal protections as well as rights while under federal service. We understand that there will be an executive order that will strip some of their power away. Another executive order that we expect to be signed by the president-elect later on tonight will deal with forcing some federal workers back into the office. Now, this is a big issue because we know that a number of federal employees were working from home in response to the ongoing pandemic, and many have not returned back to the office because of the sort of cost savings that were associated with it. Plus, as we heard from the union, the opportunity that it provided for federal workers to stay under federal service because forcing them back into the office, at least according to the union, would then prompt some to leave federal service, and that this sort of benefit, this sort of perk, was a good way of trying to retain employees under the federal service. And so we expect that executive order will force at least some of those that are currently working from home back into the office. I do want to point out that this is an issue that D.C. Mayor Muriel Bowser certainly supports. She has talked about this time and time again about the lack of federal employees that are now working inside of their offices and what that has done specifically not only to DC but economies all across the country. Now that these federal employees could be returning back into the office, it could potentially boost the sort of economics that we've seen in downtown DC. If you travel out in downtown in the afternoon, it doesn't look anywhere remotely as busy, as lively as it once had prior to the pandemic, and that has had a substantial impact on mom and pop shops that rely on those federal employees to patronize businesses and even restaurants during the workday. We know that Mayor Bowser also had a conversation with the president-elect. We believe that this was one of the issues that was discussed as well. So we will see exactly what that executive order looks like and what it will mean for employees, not just here in Washington, but those federal employees that are spread out all across the country as well. We've talked about Elon Musk. We've talked about Vivek Ramaswamy, who are also participating in the events today. Those two are members of what is being defined as the Department of Governmental Efficiency. This sort of de facto proposed committee will provide some sort of recommendations to the administration about where they believe the sort of necessary cuts need to happen to create greater efficiency within federal service. One of the things that they had proposed already was cutting $2 trillion from the federal budget, and one of the ways they were going to do that was by getting federal employees back into the office that they believe would then force some out of federal service. But even Elon Musk just a few days ago saying that trying to meet that $2 trillion goal, it will not be met in the time that they've already laid out as well. Another important point as it relates to this Department of Governmental Efficiency, we talked about Elon Musk and Vivek Ramaswamy leading that group, but we've also learned, according to our partners, CBS News, that Vivek Ramaswamy is likely to leave his post with that sort of committee to then participate and run for governor of Ohio. So that is a big development that we've just learned there. We expect his resignation to come within the next coming days. But there is a lot of concern, at least when you talk with federal government employees, about what these potential executive actions could mean for them, their livelihood, their ability to live and work in the place in which they feel is important to them. But the incoming administration is clear that changes have to be made, and they are going to and plan to take aggressive action to see it through. Guys?
Very much for that report, that live report. As we take a live look at the motorcade that's moving along here, we just saw just a few minutes ago President Biden and incoming President Trump finishing their tea as they get ready to head over to the U.S. Capitol for the next phase of the process. President Trump will be sworn in at noon today. So that's what we're taking a live look at right now. And we're going to talk about our guest here on the set is Dr. Peter Kuznick from American University. He's back with us now to talk more about what's going to take place today. And one of the things we heard Larry talk about was these federal workers and bringing them back to the office and what kind of impact that may have, as well as there's been some conversations as well about maybe some of these federal workers will either be dismissed or shipped out to somewhere else. The significance of just the thought of this happening in this country, in the nation's capital.
There is a lot of sense in the Trump people that the federal workers are part of the problem more than they're part of the solution. There's a certain kind of hostility toward them. We know that 80% of all federal employees are outside of the DC area. So they're already spread out around the country.
You're talking about Maryland and Virginia.
And the DMV, as we call it.
Right.
And so they're already spread out. This, in some ways, is punitive, but it possibly could make things more efficient. I mean, there are some people probably who do slack off, but all the federal employees who I know are very hardworking, very conscientious, work a full day from their homes if they're working remotely, and most of them are working a hybrid, some days in the office, some days out. So I see that as more punitive than really an attempt to make things function more smoothly. But it's going to affect people's lives. And moving jobs outside of the DC area also affects people's lives. People can't just, if they've got families, pick up and move to Kansas or Iowa that easily in many cases. So again, it's going to hurt morale in the federal workforce. We've seen this happen before, but it's unfortunate when it does.
That to me, it feels like a huge undertaking to take that on. What does that process even look like? Where does he start with that?
He starts with his Doge folks, starts with Musk and Ramaswamy and what they are going to be able to do. I mean, if you really want to cut government spending and government employment, the place to start is the military. What is the one place that's really bloated? It's the military. If Trump says we're not going to be fighting more wars, we're going to cut back on our overseas involvements, then that's the place to start. We're up to really, in terms of real military spending, we call in this country defense spending, but that's a euphemism. It's not about defense. It's about offense, about maintaining American domination around the world, which Trump gets on occasion. And so that's a good place to start. I would like to see that. Because as President Eisenhower said back in '53, every dollar that's spent on planes, on missiles, on bombs is a theft from the American people for what they really need. Schools, housing, health care. I mean, climate, dealing with global warming. These are what people really need. If Trump and Musk and Ramaswamy are going to take that on, more power to them. That would be great.
Well, with that core group, do you see other areas blossoming, space exploration or energy in those arenas?
Well, energy is a mixed bag because on day one, he's threatening to not only take us again out of the Paris Climate Accords, but to roll back all of Biden's efforts at energy conservation, at alternatives, renewables, and cutting greenhouse emissions and stopping global warming. Trump says, you know, it wants just to increase the amount of oil and gas. And so that's going to have a very detrimental effect on the attempts to stop global warming. And we see the effects of that. People feel that already in terms of the extreme weather that we're getting and other effects that they're seeing.
As we see the motorcade almost come to a stop there at the Capitol, and we will soon see President Biden and also President Trump leave the cars and walk in. I want to ask you, Dr. Kuznick, about this inaugural address. This is always a moment that America watches to see what the plan will be as it is laid out. What can we expect as far as other administrations? What do we expect from this address, almost versus what we saw at the rally, as well as you talked about the two different sides here?
Well, I'm waiting to hear what Trump says. We know what he said back in 2017. He talked about American carnage. That's what we talk about, this very, very dark vision of America. And are we going to see that again? I did see that at the rally yesterday. I'm hoping that's not his message today. More divisive kind of message about crime and all the bad things about America.
We just saw, I should say, the President Biden almost waiting and having the incoming President Trump walk in together, as we see them walking in together now for what will be an historic swearing in of the 47th president, who was also the 45th president, just a moment in American politics.
Yeah, can you speak to this moment? I mean, we have not seen this.
No, but we did know back in after Biden defeated Trump last time, Trump did not invite Biden to the White House, as has always been customary. Biden did invite Trump to the White House this time, but you know, inaugurations are about the peaceful transfer of power in this country, which we've always had until 2021. So fortunately, we're going back to that. And it can be an uplifting moment. Inaugural addresses have been marked by soaring rhetoric, positive visions that have really inspired Americans. Yeah, you know, Washington's second inaugural address was only 135 words long in 1793. So that's by far the shortest.
You're right.
But we think not about that. We think about Lincoln. In the midst of the end of the Civil War, trying to unify the country. He talks about with malice toward none, with charity toward all. Are we going to hear that from Donald Trump? That would be wonderful. But you know, that's not the Donald Trump we've grown accustomed to. We talk about John Kennedy. Ask not for what your country can do for you, ask what you can do for your country. You know, a kind of a positive nationalist vision. The Kennedy of 1961 was still a kind of unrepentant Cold Warrior who's going to change after the Cuban Missile Crisis. And he talks about bearing any burden, facing any cost, that we're going to fight for freedom. It was still a Cold War kind of speech. But we've had and Kennedy in 61 warns about the threat of nuclear war, as did Eisenhower in 53. So, you know, people were dealing with real issues. Trump has criticized Biden for bringing us closer to nuclear war. Maybe he'll talk about that today. I'm waiting to see what he's going to talk about, especially when it comes to foreign policy, but domestic policy too.
It's really interesting because we know that you've dedicated so much of your career to studying and researching U.S. presidential administration. So thank you for that.
Yeah. Thank you. We'll all wait and see together. We'll all be watching.
Yes. Looking forward to it.
So we have seen many familiar faces filing in there to the Capitol Rotunda. We've seen Congress people, and we've seen, actually, we just saw Elon Musk standing there as well, a very important figure moving forward. And now we see Larry Miller, another important figure, to talk about what we're all watching. Larry.
Hey guys, good morning. Yeah, we've been watching history unfold today, and right now we are in the Capitol Rotunda watching as a number of the president's nominees to lead important and critical agencies within his administration are now making their way into the Capitol Rotunda. Just a moment ago, we saw Pete Hegseth, a former anchor with Fox News and a nominee for the Department of Defense. During his confirmation hearing, he underwent some very tense questioning, not just from Republicans, but especially from Democrats, that talked about namely his sort of personal affairs, as well as his own military experience and his professional experience, and whether or not he was qualified to lead the Department of Defense. Now, he often shot back during that interview there with those committee members, saying that not only was he qualified, but he had the necessary experience, that he was prepared, and that he had a very clear vision regarding where the agency needed to move and how it needed to move forward. So in addition to him, we've seen a number of these sort of contentious confirmation hearings that have been taking place. And so you're looking at a number of other members who have been nominated to serve critical key positions in the Trump administration. So we will see how those confirmation hearings move forward. But no doubt they've been contentious. But whether or not they have the votes to move forward remains to be seen. Republicans have certainly signaled that they are willing to provide that necessary support. Democrats have been fiercely opposed, but as we know, Republicans hold the majority in the Senate. And so it appears that the numbers are certainly on their side. But of course, we will see how that voting takes place once it gets out of the committee into the entire Senate legislature. Let's take you back there now to the Capitol Rotunda, as we've been watching a number of the president's officials and members of the incoming administration kind of making their way into the Capitol Rotunda. There's been a lot of questions about what the president's speech will focus on. After he is sworn in at 12 o'clock today, what will we hear in this speech? What will be the tone, the tenor of this inaugural address? Could it be different from what we saw during the first time that he did it back in 2016 or 2017, I should say? That remains to be seen. But certainly, if we're reading the tea leaves, if we're looking at the president's tie today, the fact that it's purple, very much a departure from the red tie that he's had before, certainly a certain signaling, so to speak, that this could be a much different speech where we're talking about unifying the country over what was a rather tense and contentious race for the White House. We are looking forward to seeing what the president will say, but we know that the president will be focusing on key issues that he has been or did on the campaign trail, immigration being one of them, with a number of executive actions being expected to be signed today that will squarely address that issue. We also expect him to talk about federal workers as well, another issue that has been squarely in the crosshairs of this incoming administration, saying that they want to make substantive changes to the federal workforce, not only to reduce the federal budget, but to create greater efficiency within the federal system. Now, in order to do that, they have enlisted the help of Elon Musk and Vivek Ramaswamy, leading this sort of Department of Government Efficiency, this sort of committee to provide advice, to provide counsel to the legislature regarding what they can do to pass legislation that will address the issue of the federal workforce and trying to decrease the sort of federal budget. Their goal, $2 trillion. We've already learned that they say they won't be able to exactly get that mark in the time frame that they've outlined, but it's certainly something that they are working to do. So we expect the president-elect to address some of these key issues in his inaugural address, but we're also expecting that he will likely say something that will help unify the country, talking to Republicans, but especially Democrats and those independents, about what we can expect from a second Trump term, not just from policy, but also addressing some of those social issues as well. We heard from some of my colleagues the conversation regarding members of the LGBTQIA community who have expressed some concern about what this incoming administration, what impact they will have specifically on this community. There's been a lot of talk about trans rights in this country, and we know that this administration has been very clear about their position regarding trans persons participating in sports, namely in women's sports. And so we expect that there will be executive action that will look at that today as well, that will be signed by the president. The president being very clear in his remarks just a few days ago that they are going to take swift and decisive action today to start to lay the groundwork regarding what this next 4 years with the Trump administration will look like and how they plan to move forward addressing a lot of those key priorities. So as we see right now in the Capitol Rotunda, really the excitement is building as we expect the president-elect as well as the president to make their way there for the swearing-in ceremony as well as the inaugural address. One of the things that we've seen as we've talked with people along the campaign trail and even those that have been participating here in Washington in the inaugural events is that they're excited about what this new administration will do, how it will govern for the next 4 years, what it will mean for so many Americans. And while there is strong opposition, there is strong support. We're talking about an administration, a candidate, now the president-elect, who is able to sweep all of the battleground states, and they were able to do that by staying on message, staying disciplined, and spending a lot of time talking to those voters on the ground. One of the things that when we kind of heard from Democrats in a sort of post-mortem was really, where did they miss the mark? Why weren't they able to sort of cut through the noise and being able to get a lot of those voters that they thought were going to be in their coalition, men, particularly white men, and individuals of color, women, key demographics that they needed to secure in order for them to have any chance of trying to get those critical battleground states. And when we have talked with Democrats and even Republicans about sort of what were the missed opportunities for Democrats, they were clear that they didn't do a good enough job talking about the economy. This election, this race was really won by talking about those kitchen table issues, talking about issues regarding the economy, the price of eggs, what families were having to pay in order to secure housing, their sort of utility bills. And for Democrats to spend a lot of time talking about those social issues, it didn't really have an impact in the way that they thought it would, and trying to connect with that critical voting group. Oftentimes, as we heard from the Trump administration and the incoming...
Close. All right, that was our Larry Miller reporting for us. And we are bringing you this image. You can see Bill Clinton making his way into the Capitol Rotunda, along with Hillary Clinton at his side. Again, the inauguration of Donald Trump underway. We are standing by for Vice President-elect J.D. Vance and, of course, President-elect Trump to both have their swearing-in ceremonies right now. As we take a live look at the Capitol Rotunda, really this is a who's who of politics in Washington, D.C. on this momentous occasion as we prepare for Donald Trump to be sworn in as the 47th president. We have George Bush along with his wife here. And, really all morning we've been seeing and anticipating what Donald Trump is going to do on day one. Earlier today, we saw Biden arrive at the White House. He welcomed Trump. Again, former President Bush and Laura Bush there, seeing the Trumps arrive as we speak. Giving you a live look in here. And again, as we were at the White House earlier, we saw former President Joe Biden talking about how he was welcoming Trump back, and he was talking about the overarching tone of the day being joy. You're seeing Barack Obama here walking in. Notably, his wife Michelle said she would not be in attendance today. No reason given as to why that will be the case, but that's what you're seeing here again. Former President Barack Obama entering into the Capitol Rotunda. Of course, notable are some of the people who said that they will be here today. We've seen Elon Musk, the likes of him showing up. We know that former TikTok CEO is in attendance as well, especially as people are starting to anticipate what exactly is going to come down on Trump's day one in office as the 47th president of the United States. You're looking at Tim Cook here, Apple CEO. Among the notable tech names that have been surrounding Donald Trump throughout this candidacy and now into his next presidency. Again, kind of giving you a bird's eye view here of people that we expect. We have Peter Kuznick here, and we've just, as we watch people kind of filter in, the last time this inauguration was held in a Capitol Rotunda, 1985. So some historical precedents here. What would you note on that?
It was a cold day then.
Yeah.
It was a cold day today. It is a cold day today. Reagan was an older man by then.
Sure.
Trump is an older man now. So it makes sense to move it inside. Many of Trump's supporters are very, very disappointed because it's a smaller event and they can't participate. They came from all over the country at their own expense to participate. So many of them are frustrated. But you can understand why they're doing it this way.
Sure. I mean, you step outside, it is just a frigid day in Washington, D.C., but so many have expressed disappointment who were coming out to, support incoming President-elect Donald Trump, and even down to the Jumbotrons that we know at the National Mall. Those have since been removed. Again, there's a quick look. You can see Elon Musk, Pete Hegseth in the background. Just a number of notable names here gathered as we prepare for this inauguration ceremony. And of course, as you're talking about, Dr. Kuznick, just the absolute pivot here, last minute, the scramble to bring this massive inauguration indoors. I mean, it can't be understated what a tremendous effort this must have been. And with Ronald Reagan, the same thing. That was a bit of a pivot, so to speak, even back then.
We've had a lot of, over the centuries, the inaugural events have changed quite a bit from the simplicity of the first ones, and deliberately so, because they were differentiating themselves in Washington's day from the pomp and ceremony that took place around the coronation of kings in England. In the beginning, John Adams wanted to give President Washington a title, His Majesty, His Highness. In fact, some of the quote-unquote smaller Republicans, the Democrats of the day, said, well, we should call John Adams His Pomposity. So they mocked him for that, and they simply went by Mr. President instead, which was a more egalitarian, democratic kind of thing. But it was really Ronald Reagan, who we were just talking about, who made it more of the kind of celebratory event with all the pomp and circumstance. Ronald Reagan put Frank Sinatra in charge of the entertainment. And Sinatra had actually first run the entertainment for John Kennedy in '61, then came back and did it for Reagan.
I did want to mention, too, again, as you kind of scan the room here, of course, with any inauguration, there's chatter of who's going to be there and notably who will not be there. So we do have a number of names that we know notably will not be there. We have Nancy Pelosi has announced, former House Speaker Nancy Pelosi. I mentioned former First Lady Michelle Obama. We do know locally Representative Don Beyer of Virginia will not be there. And so a number of Democratic names are kind of making this symbolic point to not be supportive. You know, back for Trump's first inauguration, you may recall 2017, here come the Supreme Court justices entering into the Capitol Rotunda. Of course, you can kind of get a feel for the tone here. It's quite solemn. You can get a feel for the magnitude of this moment as they begin to swear in President-elect Donald Trump. We will see J.D. Vance being sworn in as well. But again, there you have it. All of our justices, of course, a Supreme Court in which Donald Trump has had a heavy hand in shaping through his past administration. And let's go ahead and bring in our Larry Miller. He is live right now for us, Larry, and I know you're observing this as well. And what are your feelings, your sentiments here as you're kind of watching the magnitude of this moment unfold?
Well, you know, Simone, to your point, these moments matter. When we think about a well-functioning democracy, these ceremonial events, this clear transition of power, this peaceful transition of power is important in ensuring the confidence in our democratic system and showing the world that regardless of the outcome of the election, regardless of what was said along the campaign trail, regardless of how people feel, that when it requires us to come together, we will. And we will ensure that the next administration is successful in representing all Americans. That's certainly the message that many are seeing today when they're seeing this, the outgoing of one administration and now the arrival of yet a new administration. But these moments matter, especially when we see a unified government. We just saw the Supreme Court justices. We're seeing members of Congress. And while there may not be 100% attendance, we do see a great showing of leaders across the political spectrum that are participating today, because what this shows, not just this country, but the rest of the world, is that when everything is said and done, that we are all Americans and we all have a responsibility to ensure that regardless of who leads, that they are representing the interests of all Americans and that we are committed to this country and its well-being for every single person that calls this place home.
Larry, I think you summed that up perfectly. This is the point of a functioning democracy, is to see this peaceful transition of power and to see how the public can also participate. Larry, we'll check back in with you in just a little bit. Appreciate your perspective, your insight on that. We certainly appreciate it. I did want to note, too, as Larry was talking about, you know, the opposition this year is not as strong. Bringing you here contrast, the left side of your screen, you're looking out at the National Mall. You can see people have still gathered. I mean, this was a huge point of disappointment, of contention, so to speak, over the past couple of days. So many people have traveled from all across the country, every state, you can imagine. They've come near and far from different countries expressing their, profound disappointment that they could not be out there supporting President-elect Donald Trump as he takes his second term in office. In fact, many of the tickets have now been considered commemorative. This morning, we were seeing people flock to get their commemorative Metro cards, so to speak. Here we have we got the Trumps first, Vice President-elect Vance. We see Barron Trump there on your screen. So the Trump family, Tiffany, we just saw a moment ago. Again, as people are preparing to take their seat. Again, just some more context here. I was talking about the opposition in terms of people boycotting Donald Trump's first inauguration back in 2017. Nearly 100 Democratic members of Congress boycotted that inauguration then. And it's just not that strong this year or explicit. Even people who are not attending, we think of Michelle Obama, former First Lady, has not given an explicit reason for why she's there. Also, I would note it is fascinating we have all of the former living presidents in attendance today, which is notable because Trump and former First Lady Melania Trump, you may recall, skipped Joe Biden's inauguration back in 2021. Of course, when the president left in 2021, former President Trump, it was under some pretty tense circumstances. And so now the tone has shifted. And we were just talking a moment ago about the differences in who's there this year, who's not. And what are your observations in that regard?
Well, Trump was the fourth president to not attend his successor's inauguration. John Adams was the first. John Quincy Adams was the second. Andrew Johnson was the third. And then, more than 100 years later, Trump refused to go, chose not to go to Biden's inauguration. So it's very meaningful because so many of the customs, for example, having the successor come to the White House to have tea and to talk about things, Trump did not invite Biden in 2021. Biden did invite Trump in 2025. So, we've haven't had a lot of civility in American politics in recent years.
Do you get a sense that that is changing, that is starting to shift here?
Yes and no.
Okay.
I get a sense that it's shifting on a global scale. I don't get a sense that it's shifting domestically. And I was hoping it would, but I heard Trump's rally yesterday, and to me that was the old Donald Trump. That was the Trump looking for vengeance. That was the Trump with his enemies list. That was the Trump who was very, very divisive, spewing hatred and malice.
Well, to that point, if I may interrupt you for a second, I wanted to bring in that thought of Donald Trump's first inauguration, where he opened his speech talking about American carnage, really setting the tone for the next 4 years. And so you felt that there were still notes of that from the rally last night.
Well, that was the case throughout much of the campaign. And yesterday's rally, I was surprised and disappointed to hear that was still the tone. I don't know if it's going to be the tone today. For example, if Abraham Lincoln, during the Civil War, with hundreds of thousands of dead Americans, could talk about with malice toward none and charity toward all, and Donald Trump, just the opposite. Maybe we'll see a different Donald Trump. The country is open to it, as you were suggesting.
Absolutely. I want to note right here, you can kind of see in the back, we have Mark Zuckerberg. He's one of the many, we see Jeff Bezos there to the bottom right of your screen. And, three of the world's richest people are in this room as we speak. Elon Musk, Jeff Bezos, Mark Zuckerberg. The tech moguls are all seated together. You're going to kind of see more of a bird's eye view here as we begin to zoom out. But it's notable that they are sitting alongside Trump's family. They're sitting alongside cabinet nominees. Let's go ahead and, we're going to open up this panel so we can have a conversation. Peter Kuznick joining us with American University. So lovely to have you. Dr. Ravi Perry, political science professor with Howard University. So lovely to have you as well. Thank you both for joining us today.
Glad to be here.
Good to be here.
Yeah, I wanted to bring you right into this conversation.
Yes.
Mostly, I just wanted to get your impression of your sense of what you're watching unfold within the Capitol Rotunda, the people you're seeing walk in. I mean, there's so many names, the tech moguls, the cabinet members. What's your sense of this?
Well, I think it's a story about who's not there.
Sure.
You don't see everyday Americans around the Trump family like you often see at, say, the Union addresses, major American moments in history where the Inauguration Committee would insist that we have regular everyday people there. You don't see them here on these screens. You see billionaires, billionaire class. You also don't see Karen Pence. You don't see Michelle Obama. And if you drive around DC, as I just did on my way here, you don't see a lot of people in DC. It might be 10, 20,000 folks here, but it's nowhere near the hundreds of thousands. And it's not also quite as cold as people projected. It's 28 degrees in my car on the way here. So, so I think it's kind of interesting.
Just want to note here, you see the Clintons walking in, taking their seats. As we speak, again, greeting everyone as they walk into the room. I did want to just touch on this real quickly. You know, President Biden, former President Biden, now in his farewell address to the nation, warned that American democracy was sliding into an oligarchy of tech billionaires. And, you know, when you let that sink in and then you see who is here in the crowd, do either of you want to pick up on that or expand on that?
Well, we have been becoming an oligarchy and a plutocracy. And one of the words that was used in the 19th century that's been revived now is the word kakistocracy. That means a government by the worst people. Right. And if you look at Linda McMahon in charge of the Department of Education, I mean, you could go through the streets and try to find somebody less competent, and you might not be able to. I mean, if she's there to destroy the Department of Education, she's the right person for that, but certainly not to help educate our young people. And so it's certainly a problem. And these tech billionaires, in some ways, this reminds me of Andrew Johnson's administration.
Sure.
Because Andrew Johnson was a Southern Democrat from a working class background who hated the Confederate leaders and the rich plantation owners. And he made them come to Washington and grovel before him if they wanted to get their rights back. And in some ways, these guys are going down there and groveling toward Trump.
Well, you think, you know, when you think of yesterday's rally, so we saw, here comes Barack Obama entering into the rotunda again, notably absent his wife Michelle Obama, but he takes his place there with the former presidents and first ladies. I thought back to the rally yesterday, and you know, President-elect J.D. Vance was in the arena. He was there. He was scheduled to give a speech at the Capitol One Arena, and instead we see Elon Musk and his son being featured handily. What was your take on that? What came to mind when you saw that?
Well, I think we talk about unprecedented access. One thing presidents can do is determine who has access to them. And this president has chosen to give people access to him who actually don't fit the MAGA movement demographics, who are typically poor, typically white, typically don't have college degrees, are in between jobs. The Steels have left West Virginia and Appalachia. These are folks who actually need these tech folks to give them jobs, to create educational opportunity for them in middle America, in places like Ohio, where I'm from. But you don't see that. You see instead that Trump is cozying up to the individuals that got him elected. Sure. Elon Musk, of course, putting out $250 million to ensure that the counting of votes in Pennsylvania and the machines, however, went his way. Now, we, of course, still don't know exactly what that $250 million went to, but Donald Trump credits him for that. And I think what you're seeing is Trump is someone who is a transactional guy. And so what he's doing now with these types of high dollar tickets, essentially, because of course he charges for everything, because he makes a profit out of everything. He has all kinds of conflicts of interest. They're trying to buy the DC Line Hotel. They're trying to get back into the Waldorf Astoria. And what we see here is that Elon Musk and them are being serenaded now because they, in fact, are the reason why Donald Trump is being inaugurated today.
I think some of those points are, quite poignant as well. And when you think back to compare and contrast, so back in 2017, Donald Trump was entering the presidency as a political unknown. Essentially, there was a massive women's march. We remember nearly 1 million people protesting the streets of D.C. That was massive. And that was before he had even served a day in office. Again, giving you a live view of the Capitol Rotunda here. And as we had just touched on a moment ago with Dr. Kuznick, President Trump opened his speech with this quote. It was, "This American carnage stops right here. It stops right now." And now here we are in 2025, we're going to see if the tone shifts. We're going to see what executive actions look like on day one. Will there be mass immigration raids? Taking a look at your screen here, and you are seeing Doug Emhoff, Jill Biden, Dr. Jill Biden entering. Okay, so, the ceremony is very close to getting underway. Before we do that, I wanted to go ahead and check in with our Larry Miller. Again, Larry, as you're listening to this, as you're seeing these dignitaries, kind of filter in, we're seeing Barron Trump taking his seat along with the other Trumps as well. Anything notable that you would expand on or wanted to bring to this conversation?
Yeah, I wanted to at least kind of push back on something that we heard from Dr. Perry. Dr. Perry, I respect you so much, and I'm happy that you're joining us today. But I want to look at the sort of demographic, who is a part of this sort of MAGA movement as you've described it, right? I mean, typically it has been, as we've sort of looked at it, it has been young white men without college degrees. But when we look at the number of voters and the sort of makeup of the electorate that put Trump back in office, it was overwhelmingly diverse, with substantial improvements made in just about every key demographic, particularly with those individuals and those members of color. So what we see in this sort of MAGA movement, as you've described it, is that it's becoming increasingly diverse, and that the sort of conflicts of interest that some say exist with this incoming administration do not seem to matter to the people on the ground that are voting for him. People in Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Michigan are not concerned, have not pointed out any issue with the fact that the president-elect is in close consultation with and has close relationships with big tech names in Silicon Valley. Those are not things that they have kind of talked about, or things that have sort of dissuaded them from voting for the president-elect and supporting the president-elect. And so while these things may be a cause for concern when we think about it, at least from an academic perspective, when we think about just from normal policy, but for voters, these things are not anything that they talk about. In fact, that the way in which the president has imported some of these talked about some of these key issues, like immigration, like the economy, the forceful nature and the language that he's used has really resonated with voters all across the country, particularly those in those battleground states. And so I think when we have to consider in all of this is that sort of the thinking inside of the Beltway and inside of Washington is not necessarily something that is shared nationwide, that voters are not sort of hung up on some of these things that traditionally would pose conflicts of interest, that would be red flags, that the voters like the sort of way in which the president-elect talks about important policy issues, and they look forward to seeing what this administration would do over the next 4 years.
All right, Larry, thank you. And to build on Larry's point, immigration is top of mind for so many. What is Donald Trump going to do today in regard to immigration? And I wanted to bring you guys back into this conversation if one of you wanted to dive in on this, because, we've seen this America First foreign policy, so to speak, in his first term. No doubt that's going to carry into this second one. And with his incoming border czar, Tom Homan, do you think they're going to deliver? Do you think he's going to stick to the promises of the mass raids, the mass deportations? Anyone?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, another thing I noticed here is that this room is very white, and America is increasingly growing to be a majority-minority country. And we know that a third of America has always had these kind of racialized elements as part of their American belief system. And what Trump did very well in the past 15 years is really starting with the birtherism lie for Barack Obama, and of course before that with the 1970s racial discrimination in housing, and then villainizing the Central Park Five, insisting that they die even after they in fact were acquitted. He has played on race to get to where he is right now. So it's not shocking to me as a black man to then see all the folks around him, with the exception of one or two people, are all white, mostly male as well, because he has had a problem with women. He has had a problem with people of color, and even though he employs some illegal immigrants and has in Mar-a-Lago and other places throughout his hotels, he has a lot of issues and challenges with Latinos, even though black men and Latinos have voted more for him last time than they even did in 2020. But what we're noticing is that this is kind of the last bastion of kind of villainized white power that you want if you are a MAGA supporter. If you don't believe me, look at how they were booing certain folks from the Capitol Arena, his supporters. This is a time where you should expect in a few hours, if you are an undocumented immigrant in America, particularly with brown skin and coming from the southern border and speaking Spanish, you should expect in a few hours that they're going to be knocking on your door and separating your family.
Well, to that point, I did want to mention, Trump, it is being widely reported that he will be declaring some kind of a national emergency at the border in short order when it comes to immigration, and that could include, directing the military to prioritize not only, arrests, locking down the border, things of that nature, mass raids, what we've talked about. Anything is on the table, so to speak, in this moment.
Things are going to get very ugly in this country.
Right.
If he does what he says he's going to do, they're starting to back off it, though. They were supposed to go day one after the immigrants in Chicago. Now they're saying, well, maybe they're not going to do it so fast. But to round up, who rounded up the most so far was Obama. But to round up the numbers that Trump is talking about would not only be logistically impossible, it would be so costly, so divisive to militarize this country. In order to do so, you were talking about, from a black perspective, what this all means. But clearly, one of the things that's held the Republican Party together in recent years is white supremacy.
That's right.
What else do they believe in overall, except various aspects of white supremacy? And now, if Trump actually acts on this, because Trump talks about 21 million immigrants, illegal immigrants in America, undocumented. The government statistics are more like 11 or 12 million. Either of those is of a scale that you have to incarcerate people. You have to put them in effectively concentration camps. You have to bring the police in, the military in. So he's not going to be able to do that. And if he goes after the ones with criminal records, that would be fairly popular. That he won't get a lot of resistance. But as soon as he goes beyond that, there's going to be more resistance than he wants. And if he wants to make that the feature of his presidency that he's known for, then the other things that he wants to do are not going to succeed.
To your point, the cruelty, I think that is something that has notably been brought up multiple times. Will he move to end birthright citizenship? If he does, what would that look like in terms of separating families? Giving you a look at your screen here again, Donald Trump Jr., Barron Trump there. You can see Elon Musk right behind him as we take a look inside the Capitol Rotunda. It is notable and rare that today is also the Martin Luther King Jr. holiday. And as we just spoke of white supremacy and the tones of it that have permeated the MAGA movement and things of that nature, anything you would expand on not only the rarity but the poignancy of MLK Day also following?
Well, the Republican Party has done a masterful job of lying about who Martin Luther King Jr. was. And they forget conveniently that it was Ronald Reagan that signed the holiday into law. You still have two states, Alabama and Mississippi, that recognize Robert E. Lee Day today, along with Martin Luther King Jr. Day, which is a harkening back to the states' rights, white supremacy, the kinds of people that marched in Charlottesville, the kinds of folks that, of course, fought against the Union. And yet, just like Trump has turned January 6th into a day of love in a lot of people's minds, we have convinced a lot of Southerners and a lot of people who hold on to Confederate states' rights and the racist flag that embodied, that those people were patriots, when that was the exact opposite of patriotism. And those who were on the side of the Union were in fact patriots. And Dr. King, who of course was murdered in Memphis on April 4th of 1968, was 39 years old when he passed. He was, and one thing that we do know from what Donald Trump has said, that he intends to release the MLK and JFK and RFK assassination stories via the CIA. That's going to be really interesting. I think Americans will be very much interested in that. But the myth that Dr. King would somehow likely be a Republican today, or be someone who's always talking about content of character versus color of skin. This is someone who was very much against the military-industrial complex, someone very much against economic apartheid and oppression of people of all kinds. And that is not what Donald Trump represents. His entire life story has really been the exact opposite of the kind of life that Dr. King led.
I did want to note the inauguration ceremony is supposed to get underway right around noon is what we're anticipating. Perhaps it will start a bit earlier. You're getting a look here at the former presidents, former first ladies. You can see Dr. Jill Biden, First Gentleman Doug Emhoff, notably there, the justices of the Supreme Court. You can see the backs of their heads as we do await the swearing-in ceremony for Vice President-elect J.D. Vance and President-elect Donald Trump. Wanted to give you a little perspective here as we take a bird's-eye view of the Capitol Rotunda. This can hold roughly 700 people. Right now, the only people in this room is members of Congress, their spouses, and of course, as we mentioned, VIPs, which we've seen the likes of tech moguls. You know, there are dignities from around the world. We know the Italian Prime Minister is here as well today. And of course, thousands of people who had tickets for this are quite disappointed that they're not viewing this from the National Mall. The Jumbotrons have been removed as well, so there is no ability to view in that regard. We see former First Lady Melania Trump coming in now, soon to be current First Lady, as she enters into the Capitol Rotunda. Of course, her fashion, always something that people make quite a big deal about. The fashion of Inauguration Day, again, we see her as she solemnly walks in wearing a hat into the Capitol Rotunda, dressed in what appears to be almost head to toe black. Yes, go ahead.
Now we have to remember that Trump promised to release those same files during his first administration on the Kennedy and both Kennedys and the King assassination, and he didn't do so. So Trump promises a lot that he doesn't deliver on. But the Martin Luther King, who we celebrate from the I Have a Dream speech, is not the Martin Luther King who Martin Luther King evolved into later in his life. You mentioned that he was so anti-war, post the military-industrial complex. He also fought against nuclear war throughout his life. He and his wife were both out front on that. And his speech at Riverside Church, where he condemns American imperialism around the world and says that the United States is the greatest purveyor of violence in the world today, is not the Martin Luther King who's taught, certainly not the Martin Luther King who Donald Trump would talk about. But there's another side to Donald Trump that I'm hoping will come out. And Donald Trump has criticized Joe Biden for bringing us so close to nuclear war. Donald Trump, who was so anti-China during his first administration, invited Xi Jinping to the inauguration. The Chinese vice president has come instead. Trump reversed himself on TikTok. He said that he wants his first trip overseas to be to China. So who knows which Donald Trump we're going to get, because he's on all sides of all issues.
That's fantastic perspective, both of you. I appreciate the conversation. Let's go ahead and listen into the ceremony.
True to thee, I will be. Oh, America, no weeping, let there be no wounded heart. I will keep you in my keeping till there'll be from your mountains grand, and all through this land you are beautiful to me. Oh, America, you're calling. Oh, I can hear you calling me. You are calling me to pay to thee, to thee. Oh, I will be. And we will be as one. America, you're calling. I will ever answer thee.
All right, you are watching. We are bringing you live to the Capitol Rotunda as we await the swearing in, the inauguration of President-elect Donald Trump as the 47th President of the United States. Of course, some saying making a massive political comeback. He'll be the first felon taking the office as president. He'll be sworn in by Chief Justice John Roberts. Let's go ahead and check in with our Larry Miller, again, also watching this ceremony as it unfolds in the Capitol Rotunda. Larry, give us a sense, one of the major things today is, of course, this is inside because of the frigid, cold temperatures in Washington, D.C. How are you doing? Bring us into that conversation as well. We're seeing Donald Trump here.
Yeah, no doubt, Simone. It is cold here, but Right, you're right. We are watching Donald Trump as he's making his way toward the Capitol Rotunda again, decked out in a purple tie here. We are inside because, as you've talked about, the cold, frigid temperatures today, 29 degrees here with a pretty substantial wind chill as well, which is making things feel even a bit colder. But that hasn't deterred supporters of the president-elect from coming out to support him and his administration for the next 4 years. Now we're looking at Melania Trump smiling there. It will be interesting to see what people have to say about what she is wearing and what it suggests about what even her time in the White House will be over the next 4 years. Again, certainly a departure in color from what we saw when she was at the White House the first time that she arrived back in 2017. And it will be interesting to see sort of where the pundits go when they are looking at the tea leaves of what she wore and what it signifies. But for many, today is an opportunity for the country to come together. For many, today is an opportunity for the country to move forward. And they're going to be looking for signs of hope and optimism from the president-elect when he gives his inaugural speech after he's sworn in just a few moments. But this is a day that people have been preparing for some time. And as you've talked about, Simone, a lot of last-minute changes being made to accommodate the change here of moving this inauguration from outdoors to inside. Some 200,000 people here in Washington expected to participate and to watch this all unfold. But many of them, about 20,000, now having to make their way inside of Capital One Arena to watch the inaugural parade. Let's listen in.
Honorable Robert Duncan. Ladies and gentlemen, the President of the United States, the Honorable Joseph R. Biden, Jr., and Vice President of the United States, the Honorable Kamala Devi Harris. Ladies and gentlemen, escorting the Vice President-elect, the Executive Director for the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, Mr. Michael Wagner, Senate Deputy Sergeant-at-Arms and Doorkeeper, Jason Bell, and House Deputy Sergeant-at-Arms, Mr. Sean Keating. Ladies and gentlemen, the Vice President-elect of the United States, the Honorable J.D. Vance. Ladies and gentlemen, escorting the President-elect, the Staff Director for the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, Elizabeth Farah, House Sergeant-at-Arms, the Honorable William P. McFarland, Senate Sergeant-at-Arms and Doorkeeper, the Honorable Jennifer A. Hemingway, Senate Majority Leader, the Honorable John Thune, and the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, House Democratic Leader, the Honorable Hakeem Jeffries, House Majority Leader, the Honorable Steve Scalise, Speaker of the House of Representatives, the Honorable Mike Johnson, Senate Democratic Leader, the Honorable Charles E. Schumer, Ranking Member of the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, the Honorable Deb Fischer, and Chairwoman of the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, the Honorable Amy Klobuchar. Ladies and gentlemen, the President-elect of the United States, the Honorable Donald John Trump. Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Please welcome the chairwoman of the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, the Honorable Amy Klobuchar.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the 60th presidential inauguration. Today, President-elect Trump and Vice President-elect Vance will take their oaths of office, and we will witness the peaceful transfer of power at the heart of our democracy. For the past year, I've chaired the inaugural ceremony committee, which includes the leadership of Congress from both parties. We thank the committee and Capitol staff and law enforcement who worked so hard over the last year, and especially the last 3 days. You've done a beautiful job, and you have shown grace under pressure. Our theme this year is our enduring democracy. The presence of so many presidents and vice presidents here today is truly a testament to that endurance. We welcome President Biden and Dr. Biden. We welcome Vice President Harris and Doug Emhoff, President Obama, President Clinton and Secretary Clinton, President Bush and Laura Bush, Vice President Pence, Vice President Quayle and Marilyn Quayle. The justices of the United States Supreme Court are with us, all 9 of them I counted, and of course the Trump and Vance families. This ceremony marks what will soon be 250 years of our democracy. It is the moment when leaders elevated by the will of the people promise to be faithful to our Constitution, to cherish and defend it. It is the moment when they become, as we all should be, the guardians of our country. Through war and peace, through adversity and prosperity, we hold this inauguration every 4 years, and today it falls on Martin Luther King Day, a further reminder that we must strive to uphold the values enshrined in our Constitution, the freedoms, the liberties, and, as is inscribed on the entrance of the United States Supreme Court, equal justice under law. But what makes this moment more than a passing ceremony is all who are watching it across the country, the people of this nation, the ordinary people doing extraordinary things. President Kennedy, who at one point worked as a senator in this building and would often walk through this very rotunda, once said, "In a democracy, every citizen, regardless of interest in politics, holds office. Every one of us is in a position of responsibility." With that responsibility of citizenship comes an obligation not to seek out malice, as President Lincoln once reminded us, but to view others with a generosity of spirit despite our differences. With that responsibility of leadership comes an obligation to stand our ground when we must and find common ground when we can. With everything swirling around us, the hot mess of division, it is on all of us, to quote an incredible songwriter who just happened to be born in my state, to ensure that our nation's democracy is our shelter from the storm. There's a reason this ceremony takes place at the Capitol. In other countries, it might be in a presidential palace or a gilded executive office building. Here it is traditionally held at the Capitol, the People's House. It is a fitting reminder of the system of checks and balances that is the very foundation of our government, 3 equal branches of government. That is how, for nearly 250 years, our great American experiment, grounded in the rule of law, has endured. So, as we inaugurate a new president and vice president, let us remember that the power of those in this room comes from the people. the construction workers who build our country, the teachers and healthcare workers who nurture us, the troops defending our freedoms, and yes, the firefighters in Los Angeles putting themselves on the line for us. Our democracy's strength and grit must match theirs. May God bless our nation. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Endurance through the years is the ultimate test. To persevere through time is the truest measure of an idea, an institution, and a nation. Our founders wrote the Constitution so that America could withstand all the twists and turns of time. They wrote it to guide us and to preserve forever our right of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. But as much as the truths and principles enshrined in our Constitution remain the same, our democracy promises the American people the power to change, to chart their own destiny. That's the beauty. That is the importance of democracy. It allows the endurance, the permanence of a nation through change. It allows nations like our United States both to avoid the obstacles and to seize the opportunities God has placed before us, all while staying true to our founding principles. Today is our country's 60th inauguration ceremony. Like all the others before it, it is a celebration of our right to set our uniquely American course. The past several years have been trying at times for many, many Americans, and also for the nations of the free world that we humbly strive to lead. In November, Americans chose again to steer this nation towards greatness, the secure, safe, and prosperous future that our founders envisioned for all of us. And today, we celebrate not only their decision to do so, but also the simple right and wisdom of a free people to make their own choice so that their nation might endure. And now, allow me to welcome Archbishop Timothy Dolan and Reverend Franklin Graham, who will deliver our invocation. Please rise.
Be still and know that I am God, supreme among the nations, supreme on the earth. Let us pray. Remembering General George Washington on his knees at Valley Forge, recalling Abraham Lincoln at his second inaugural, with malice toward none, with charity for all, with firmness in the right as God gives us to see the right. Remembering General George Patton's instructions to his soldiers as they began the Battle of the Bulge 8 decades ago. Pray. Pray when fighting. Pray alone. Pray with others. Pray by night. Pray by day. Observing the birthday of the Reverend Martin Luther King, who warned, without God, our efforts turn to ashes. We, blessed citizens of this one nation under God, humbled by our claim that in God we trust, gather indeed this inauguration day to pray for our President Donald J. Trump, his family, his advisors, his cabinet, his aspirations, his vice president, for the Lord's blessings upon Joseph Biden, for our men and women in uniform, for each other whose hopes are stoked this new year, this inauguration day. We cannot err in relying upon that prayer from the Bible, upon which our president will soon place his hand and oath, as we make our own the supplications of King Solomon for wisdom as he began his governance. God of our fathers, in your wisdom you set man to govern your creatures, to govern in holiness and justice, to render justice with integrity. Give our leader wisdom, for he is your servant, aware of his own weakness and brevity of life. If wisdom which comes not from you be not with him, he shall be held in no esteem. Send wisdom from heavens, that she may be with him, that he may know your designs. Please, God, bless America. Please, mend her every flaw. You are the God in whom we trust, who lives and reigns forever and ever. Amen.
Mr. President, the last 4 years, there are times I'm sure you thought it was pretty dark. But look what God has done. We praise him and give him glory. Let us pray. Our Father and our God, thou hast said, blessed is the nation whose God is the Lord. As the prophet Daniel prayed, blessed be the name of God forever and ever. For wisdom and might are his. He changes the times and the seasons. He removes kings. He raises up kings. He gives wisdom to the wise and knowledge to those who have understanding. Our Father, today, as President Donald J. Trump takes the oath of office once again, we come to say thank you, O Lord our God. Father, when Donald Trump's enemies thought he was down and out, you and you alone saved his life and raised him up with strength and power by your mighty hand. We pray for President Trump, that you'll watch over, protect, guide, direct him. Give him your wisdom from your throne on high. We ask that you would bless him and that our nation would be blessed through him. We also ask that you would bless and protect Melania as First Lady. We thank you for the beauty, the warmth, and grace that she shows not only to this nation, but to the whole world. We thank you for Vice President-elect J.D. Vance and his wife Usha and their young family. May he be a strength to President Trump, to stand beside him, to hold up his arms like Aaron held up the arms of Moses in the midst of battle. The prophet Samuel reminded the people, it was you that brought them up from the land of Egypt. And he said, now stand still, that I may reason with you before the Lord. So, Father, we take this moment to stand still, to remember the great things that you have done for this nation. Thank you for the protection, the bounty, the freedoms that we so enjoy. We remember to keep our eyes fixed on you, and may our hearts be inclined to your voice. We know that America can never be great again if we turn our backs on you. We ask for your help, and we pray all of this in the name of the King of Kings, the Lord of Lords, your Son, my Savior, and our Redeemer, Jesus Christ. Amen.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Associate Justice Kavanaugh to administer the Vice Presidential Oath of Office.
Please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I, James David Vance, do solemnly swear.
I, James David Vance, do solemnly swear
that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States
that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States
against all enemies, foreign and domestic.
Against all enemies, foreign and domestic.
That I will bear true faith.
That I will bear true faith.
And allegiance to the same.
And allegiance to the same.
That I take this obligation freely.
That I take this obligation freely.
Without any mental reservation.
Without any mental reservation.
Or purpose of evasion.
Or purpose of evasion.
And that I will well and faithfully discharge.
And that I will well and faithfully discharge.
The duties of the office.
The duties of the office.
On which I am about to enter.
On which I am about to enter.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations, Mr. Vice President.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Chief Justice Roberts to administer the presidential oath of office.
Please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I, Donald John Trump, do solemnly swear.
I, Donald John Trump, do solemnly swear.
That I will faithfully execute.
That I will faithfully execute.
The office of President of the United States.
The office of President of the United States.
And will, to the best of my ability.
And will, to the best of my ability.
Preserve, protect, and defend.
Preserve, protect, and defend.
The Constitution of the United States.
The Constitution of the United States.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations, Mr. President.
I could read his righteous sentence in the dim and flaring lamps. His day is marching on. Glory, glory, hallelujah. Glory, glory, hallelujah. Glory, glory, hallelujah. His truth is marching on. Christ was born across the sea, with our glory in his bosom that transfigures you and me. As he died to make men holy, let us die to make men free while God is marching on. Glory, glory, hallelujah. Glory, glory, hallelujah. Glory, glory, hallelujah. His truth is marching on. Glory, glory, hallelujah. Glory, glory, hallelujah. Glory, glory, hallelujah. His truth is marching
It is my honor and pleasure to introduce to you the 45th and the 47th President of the United States of America, Donald J. Trump.
Thank you very much, everybody. Well, thank you very, very much. Vice President Vance, Speaker Johnson, Senator Thune, Chief Justice Roberts, Justices of the United States Supreme Court, President Clinton, President Bush, President Obama, President Biden, Vice President Harris, and my fellow citizens. The golden age of America begins right now. From this day forward, our country will flourish and be respected again all over the world. We will be the envy of every nation, and we will not allow ourselves to be taken advantage of any longer. During every single day of the Trump administration, I will very simply put America first. Our sovereignty will be reclaimed. Our safety will be restored. The scales of justice will be rebalanced. The vicious, violent, and unfair weaponization of the Justice Department and our government will end. And our top priority will be to create a nation that is proud, prosperous, and free. America will soon be greater, stronger, and far more exceptional than ever before. I return to the presidency confident and optimistic that we are at the start of a thrilling new era of national success. A tide of change is sweeping the country. Sunlight is pouring over the entire world, and America has the chance to seize this opportunity like never before. But first, we must be honest about the challenges we face. While they are plentiful, they will be annihilated by this great momentum that the world is now witnessing in the United States of America. As we gather today, our government confronts a crisis of trust. For many years, a radical and corrupt establishment has extracted power and wealth from our citizens while the pillars of our society lay broken and seemingly in complete disrepair. We now have a government that cannot manage even a simple crisis at home, while at the same time stumbling into a continuing catalog of catastrophic events abroad. It fails to protect our magnificent, law-abiding American citizens, but provides sanctuary and protection for dangerous criminals, many from prisons and mental institutions that have illegally entered our country from all over the world. We have a government that has given unlimited funding to the defense of foreign borders, but refuses to defend American borders or, more importantly, its own people. Our country can no longer deliver basic services in times of emergency, as recently shown by the wonderful people of North Carolina, been treated so badly. And other states who are still suffering from a hurricane that took place many months ago. Or more recently, Los Angeles, where we are watching fires still tragically burn from weeks ago without even a token of defense. They're raging through the houses and communities, even affecting some of the wealthiest and most powerful individuals in our country, some of whom are sitting here right now. They don't have a home any longer. That's interesting. But we can't let this happen. Everyone is unable to do anything about it. That's going to change. We have a public health system that does not deliver in times of disaster, yet more money is spent on it than any country anywhere in the world. And we have an education system that teaches our children to be ashamed of themselves in many cases, to hate our country despite the love that we try so desperately to provide to them. All of this will change starting today, and it will change very quickly. My recent election is a mandate to completely and totally reverse a horrible betrayal and all of these many betrayals that have taken place, and to give the people back their faith, their wealth, their democracy, and indeed their freedom. From this moment on, America's decline is over. Our liberties and our nation's glorious destiny will no longer be denied, and we will immediately restore the integrity, competency, and loyalty of America's government. Over the past 8 years, I have been tested and challenged more than any president in our 250-year history, and I've learned a lot along the way. The journey to reclaim our republic has not been an easy one, that I can tell you. Those who wish to stop our cause have tried to take my freedom and indeed to take my life. Just a few months ago in a beautiful Pennsylvania field, an assassin's bullet ripped through my ear. But I felt then, and believe even more so now, that my life was saved for a reason. I was saved by God to make America great again. Thank you. Thank you very much. That is why each day under our administration of American patriots, we will be working to meet every crisis with dignity and power and strength. We will move with purpose and speed to bring back hope, prosperity, safety, and peace for citizens of every race, religion, color, and creed. For American citizens, January 20th, 2025 is Liberation Day. It is my hope that our recent presidential election will be remembered as the greatest and most consequential election in the history of our country. As our victory showed, the entire nation is rapidly unifying behind our agenda with dramatic increases in support from virtually every element of our society, young and old, men and women, African Americans, Hispanic Americans, Asian Americans, urban, suburban, rural, and very importantly, we had a powerful win in all 7 swing states, and the popular vote, we won by millions of people. To the Black and Hispanic communities, I want to thank you for the tremendous outpouring of love and trust that you have shown me with your vote. We set records, and I will not forget it. I've heard your voices in the campaign, and I look forward to working with you in the years to come. Today is Martin Luther King Day, and his honor, this will be a great honor, but in his honor we will strive together to make his dream a reality. We will make his dream come true. Thank you. Thank you. National unity is now returning to America, and confidence and pride is soaring like never before. In everything we do, my administration will be inspired by a strong pursuit of excellence and unrelenting success. We will not forget our country. We will not forget our Constitution, and we will not forget our God. Can't do that. Today I will sign a series of historic executive orders. With these actions, we will begin the complete restoration of America and the revolution of common sense. It's all about common sense. First, I will declare a national emergency at our southern border. All illegal entry will immediately be halted, and we will begin the process of returning millions and millions of criminal aliens back to the places from which they came. We will reinstate my Remain in Mexico policy. I will end the practice of catch and release. And I will send troops to the southern border to repel the disastrous invasion of our country. Under the orders I signed today, we will also be designating the cartels as foreign terrorist organizations. And by invoking the Alien Enemies Act of 1798, I will direct our government to use the full and immense power of federal and state law enforcement to eliminate the presence of all foreign gangs and criminal networks, bringing devastating crime to U.S. soil, including our cities and inner cities. As Commander-in-Chief, I have no higher responsibility than to defend our country from threats and invasions, and that is exactly what I am going to do. We will do it at a level that nobody's ever seen before. Next, I will direct all members of my cabinet to marshal the vast powers at their disposal to defeat what was record inflation and rapidly bring down costs and prices. The inflation crisis was caused by massive overspending and escalating energy prices, and that is why today I will also declare a national energy emergency. We will drill, baby, drill. America will be a manufacturing nation once again, and we have something that no other manufacturing nation will ever have, the largest amount of oil and gas of any country on earth, and we are going to use it. Let me use it. We will bring prices down, fill our strategic reserves up again, right to the top, and export American energy all over the world. We will be a rich nation again, and it is that liquid gold under our feet that will help to do it. With my actions today, we will end the Green New Deal, and we will revoke the electric vehicle mandate, saving our auto industry and keeping my sacred pledge to our great American auto workers. In other words, you'll be able to buy the car of your choice. We will build automobiles in America again at a rate that nobody could have dreamt possible just a few years ago. And thank you to the auto workers of our nation for your inspiring vote of confidence. We did tremendously with their vote. I will immediately begin the overhaul of our trade system to protect American workers and families. Instead of taxing our citizens to enrich other countries, we will tariff and tax foreign countries to enrich our citizens. For this purpose, we are establishing the External Revenue Service to collect all tariffs, duties, and revenues. It will be massive, amounts of money pouring into our treasury, coming from foreign sources. The American dream will soon be back and thriving like never before. To restore competence and effectiveness to our federal government, my administration will establish the brand new Department of Government Efficiency. After years and years of illegal and unconstitutional federal efforts to restrict free expression, I will also sign an executive order to immediately stop all government censorship and bring back free speech to America. Never again will the immense power of the state be weaponized to persecute political opponents, something I know something about. We will not allow that to happen. It will not happen again. Under my leadership, we will restore fair, equal, and impartial justice under the constitutional rule of law. And we are going to bring law and order back to our cities. This week, I will also end the government policy of trying to socially engineer race and gender into every aspect of public and private life. We will forge a society that is colorblind and merit-based. As of today, it will henceforth be the official policy of the United States government that there are only two genders, male and female. This week, I will reinstate any service members who were unjustly expelled from our military for objecting to the COVID vaccine mandate with full back pay. And I will sign an order to stop our warriors from being subjected to radical political theories and social experiments while on duty. It's going to end immediately. Our armed forces will be freed to focus on their sole mission, defeating America's enemies. Like in 2017, we will again build the strongest military the world has ever seen. We will measure our success not only by the battles we win, but also by the wars that we end, and perhaps most importantly, the wars we never get into. My proudest legacy will be that of a peacemaker and unifier. That's what I want to be, a peacemaker and a unifier. I'm pleased to say that as of yesterday, one day before I assumed office, the hostages in the Middle East are coming back home to their families. Thank you. America will reclaim its rightful place as the greatest, most powerful, most respected nation on earth, inspiring the awe and admiration of the entire world. A short time from now, we are going to be changing the name of the Gulf of Mexico to the Gulf of America, and we will restore the name of a great president, William McKinley, to Mount McKinley, where it should be and where it belongs. President McKinley made our country very rich through tariffs and through talent. He was a natural businessman and gave Teddy Roosevelt the money for many of the great things he did, including the Panama Canal, which has foolishly been given to the country of Panama after the United States. The United States, I mean, think of this, spent more money than ever spent on a project before and lost 38,000 lives in the building of the Panama Canal. We have been treated very badly from this foolish gift that should have never been made, and Panama's promise to us has been broken. The purpose of our deal and the spirit of our treaty has been totally violated. American ships are being severely overcharged and not treated fairly in any way, shape, or form, and that includes the United States Navy. And above all, China is operating the Panama Canal, and we didn't give it to China, we gave it to Panama, and we're taking it back. Above all, my message to Americans today is that it is time for us to once again act with courage, vigor, and the vitality of history's greatest civilization. So as we liberate our nation, we will lead it to new heights of victory and success. We will not be deterred. Together we will end the chronic disease epidemic and keep our children safe, healthy, and disease-free. The United States will once again consider itself a growing nation, one that increases our wealth, expands our territory, builds our cities, raises our expectations, and carries our flag into new and beautiful horizons. And we will pursue our manifest destiny into the stars, launching American astronauts to plant the stars and stripes on the planet Mars. Ambition is the lifeblood of a great nation, and right now our nation is more ambitious than any other. There's no nation like our nation. Americans are explorers, builders, innovators, entrepreneurs, and pioneers. The spirit of the frontier is written into our hearts. The call of the next great adventure resounds from within our souls. Our American ancestors turned a small group of colonies on the edge of a vast continent into a mighty republic of the most extraordinary citizens on earth. No one comes close. Americans pushed thousands of miles through a rugged land of untamed wilderness. They crossed deserts, scaled mountains, braved untold dangers, won the Wild West, ended slavery, rescued millions from tyranny, lifted billions from poverty, harnessed electricity, split the atom, launched mankind into the heavens, and put the universe of human knowledge into the palm of the human hand. If we work together, there is nothing we cannot do and no dream we cannot achieve. Many people thought it was impossible for me to stage such a historic political comeback. But as you see today, here I am. The American people have spoken. I stand before you now as proof that you should never believe that something is impossible to do. In America, the impossible is what we do best. From New York to Los Angeles, from Philadelphia to Phoenix, from Chicago to Miami, from Houston to right here in Washington, D.C., our country was forged and built by the generations of patriots who gave everything they had for our rights and for our freedom. They were farmers and soldiers, cowboys and factory workers, steel workers and coal miners, police officers and pioneers who pushed onward, marched forward, and let no obstacle defeat their spirit or their pride. Together they laid down the railroads, raised up the skyscrapers, built great highways, won 2 world wars, defeated fascism and communism, and triumphed over every single challenge that they faced. After all we have been through together, we stand on the verge of the 4 greatest years in American history. With your help, we will restore America, promise, and we will rebuild the nation that we love, and we love it so much. We are one people, one family, and one glorious nation under God. So to every parent who dreams for their child, and every child who dreams for their future, I am with you, I will fight for you, and I will win for you. We are going to win like never before. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. In recent years, our nation has suffered greatly, but we are going to bring it back and make it great again, greater than ever before. We will be a nation like no other, full of compassion, courage, and exceptionalism. Our power will stop all wars and bring a new spirit of unity to a world that has been angry, violent, and totally unpredictable. America will be respected again and admired again, including by people of religion, faith, and goodwill. We will be prosperous. We will be proud. We will be strong, and we will win like never before. We will not be conquered. We will not be intimidated. We will not be broken, and we will not fail. From this day on, the United States of America will be a free, sovereign, and independent nation. We will stand bravely. We will live proudly. We will dream boldly, and nothing will stand in our way because we are Americans. The future is ours, and our golden age has just begun. Thank you. God bless America. Thank you all. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, performing America the Beautiful, please welcome the Armed Forces Chorus and Carrie Underwood.
All right, getting a bit of an awkward pause here as we await America the Beautiful by Carrie Underwood. You can see her standing by. They're trying to figure out some kind of an audio issue, but we are watching live the inauguration of Donald Trump.
Oh, beautiful for spacious skies, for amber waves of grain, for purple mountain majesties above the fruited plain. America, God shed his grace on thee and crown thy good with brotherhood from sea to shining sea.
Ladies and gentlemen, Senator Fisher will now introduce the benediction clergy.
I now call on Rabbi Ari Berman, Pastor Lorenzo Sewell, and Reverend Frank Mund to provide prayers of benediction.
Let us pray. Almighty God, your prophet Jeremiah walked the streets of Jerusalem and blessed its inhabitants with the Hebrew words, Baruch HaGever Asher Yiftach BaHashem. Blessed is the one who trusts in God. Thousands of years later, this great nation, which adopted these words as its motto, "In God we trust," stands at a moment of historic opportunity. Americans are searching for meaning. Our merciful Father, help us rise to meet this moment. Bless President Donald J. Trump and Vice President J.D. Vance with the strength and courage to choose the right and the good. Unite us around our foundational biblical values of life and liberty, of service and sacrifice, and especially of faith and morality, which George Washington called the indispensable supports of American prosperity. Guide our schools and college campuses, which have been experiencing such unrest, to inspire the next generation to pair progress with purpose, knowledge with wisdom, and truth with virtue. Hear the cry of the hostages, both American and Israeli, whose pain our president so acutely feels. We are so thankful for the 3 young women who yesterday returned home, and pray that the next 4 years brings peace to Israel and throughout the Middle East. Almighty God, grant all Americans the opportunity to realize our shared dream of a life filled with peace and plenty, health and happiness, compassion and contribution. Stir within us the confidence to rise to this moment. For while we trust in God, God's trust is in us, the American people. America is called to greatness, to be a beacon of light and a mover of history. May our nation merit the fulfillment of Jeremiah's blessing, that like a tree planted by water, we shall not cease to bear fruit. May all of humanity experience your love and your blessing. May it be thy will, and let us say, Amen.
Let us pray for our 47th president. Heavenly Father, we're so grateful that you gave our 45th and now our 47th president a millimeter miracle. We are grateful that you are the one that have called him for such a time as this, that America would begin to dream again. We pray that we would fulfill the true meaning of our creed, that we hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal. We pray that you use our president, that we will live in a nation where we will not be judged by the color of our skin, but by the content of our character. Heavenly Father, in the name of Jesus, we are so grateful today that you will use our 47th president so we would sing with new meaning, my country, 'tis of thee. Sweet land of liberty, of thee I sing. Land where my fathers died, land of the pilgrim's pride, from every mountainside. Let freedom ring, and because America is called to be a great nation, we believe that you will make this come true. So let freedom ring. From the prodigious hilltops of New Hampshire, let freedom ring. Or from the mighty mountains of New York, let freedom ring. From the heightening Alleghenies of Pennsylvania, let freedom ring. From the snow-capped Rockies of Colorado, let freedom ring. From the curvaceous hilltops of California, but God, we're asking you not only that, let freedom ring from Stone Mountain, Georgia. Let freedom ring from Lookout Mountain of Tennessee. Let freedom ring from every hill and every molehill in Mississippi, from every state, every city, every village, and every hamlet. And when we let freedom ring, we will be able to speed up that day where all of your children, black men and white men, Protestant and Catholic, Jew and Gentile, will be able to sing in the meaning of that old Negro spiritual, free at last, free at last. Thank you, God Almighty. We are free at last. If you believe where the Spirit of the Lord is, there is liberty. Come on, put your hands together and give your great God great glory.
Almighty and eternal God, we gather here today in reverence, joined in our shared hopes and dreams for our beloved nation. In this sacred moment of the inauguration of President Donald J. Trump and Vice President J.D. Vance, we turn our hearts to you, seeking your divine assistance and abundant blessings upon this pivotal moment in history. We come before you with profound gratitude for the many gifts you have bestowed upon our land. Thank you for the freedoms we cherish, for the strength of our communities, and for the resilience of our spirit. As our President and Vice President embrace their newly appointed roles, we humbly implore that your everlasting love and wisdom will envelop them. Grant them the clarity of mind to navigate the challenges that lie ahead, and the compassion to serve all citizens with fairness and integrity. May their hearts be filled with a giving spirit and sincere understanding for those whom they represent. May they be beacons of hope in times of uncertainty and prophetic voices in defending the dignity of all created life. We pray for a spirit of collaboration to flourish in our government and across our nation, fostering an environment where dialogue and heartfelt listening will prevail over division or discord. May each decision made by our President and Vice President reflect the values of justice and peace. As we embark on this new chapter, we also seek your comfort, O God, for those who feel lost or disheartened. In this time of transition, may your light shine upon them, reaffirming their belief in a brighter tomorrow. May we all strive to lift one another, supporting our fellow citizens with kindness and empathy, recognizing that together we can overcome any adversity. Grant us the strength to endure, the courage to face our fears, and the clarity to see the light that remains, even when clouds of uncertainty may gather. Inspire our new leaders to be champions for the vulnerable and advocates for those whose voices are often silenced. May they pursue policies that promote the well-being of all, seeking to build bridges that will foster unity and belonging. As we stand witness to this inauguration, we hold fast to our faith in the goodness of each of us and the possibility of change. We trust that with your guidance, O God, our nation can move forward to a future filled with promise, prosperity, and understanding. And finally, we lift our hearts in gratitude for the beloved parents of President Trump. Without Mary and Fred Trump, this day would never be the miracle that has just begun. From their place in heaven, may they shield their son from all harm by their loving protection, and give him the strength to guide our nation along the path that will make America great again. Let us go forth now with these words of President Trump's emblazoned on our hearts. As long as we have pride in our beliefs, courage in our convictions, and faith in our God, then we will not fail. We stand tall, we stand proud, because we are Americans, and Americans kneel to God, and to God alone. Amen.
Ladies and gentlemen, please remain standing for our national anthem.
Can you say, o'er the dawn's early light, what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose was triumphs and bright stars through the perilous fight of the Give
Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, please remain at your seats while the President and official party depart the platform.
I'm Larry Miller here in Washington, D.C., and we have been listening to now President Trump and also listening to the inaugural address. As many of us expected, and as we talked about in our coverage here, that this inaugural address, much different, starkly different from the first inaugural address that Trump gave back in 2017, but still very much squarely focused on the issue: immigration, government services, healthcare, even education. Even during his speech, the president is saying that we have a country that teaches us to hate ourselves. He says that America's decline is over and that January the 20th is Liberation Day. When we think about the president reaching out to different factions of the demographic that has certainly supported him and did so in those pivotal key battleground states, he spoke specifically to African Americans and Hispanics, where he saw substantial gains with this particular group, saying that we set records, we will not forget. The president also talking a lot as well about the Panama Canal, making several pretty interesting statements about what he says is a sort of Chinese control of the Panama Canal, and specifically what that means for the United States and for America's interests. He says that China operates the Panama Canal. To be clear, a little fact checking here, the Panama Canal is owned and operated by the Panamanian government and is managed by the Panama Canal Authority. It has been for the last 25 years. The president, however, saying that China owns the Panama Canal, but what he's really referring to is the fact that there is a Chinese company based in Hong Kong that operates 2 of the 5 ports surrounding the Panama Canal. But the president of Panama making it very clear in comments that he made just over the last couple of days that the Panama Canal is owned and operated by the Panamanian government. We've been checking Twitter to see whether or not Panama's president has any remarks given what we've just heard in the president's inaugural address, but we've yet to get any sort of statements just yet, but we'll continue to check, and if anything comes up during this broadcast, we'll be sure to bring it to you. The president also making clear that his administration will move forward quickly and decisively to tackle a lot of those key issues that they talked about on the campaign trail. Reports suggest that more than 200 executive actions will be signed as the president leaves and gets ready for lunch and then continues on for the inaugural parade that will take place later on this afternoon. Among them, he'll be dealing with and signing executive actions regarding immigration, saying that there is a sort of national emergency at the southern border, and saying as well that they will be returning undocumented persons back to their countries of origin, and they will also be signing executive action to sort of remove the Remain in Mexico policy, or to reestablish, I should say, the Remain in Mexico policy, and to end the policy of catch and release. The president also saying in his inaugural address that they'll be sending troops to the southern border as well to help with the ongoing emergency there. Again, immigration has been a key issue for this administration, and it is certainly something that they will continue to focus on in the coming days. With that, we want to continue with our coverage, and our anchors, Leslie, Lorenzo, and Simone, who are joining us right now in the studio. Our coverage continues of President Trump's second inauguration, and it begins right now.
Right now, Donald Trump takes the oath of office, marking his historic return to the White House as the 47th President of the United States.
So help me God. Congratulations, Mr. President.
We set out to hear voices from across America, Washington, D.C. to Washington State.
Buffalo, New York to Dallas, Texas.
We have to get the immigration issues in our country under control.
I'm looking forward to the next 4 years and what this administration can accomplish.
And battlegrounds of Pennsylvania and Georgia, their hopes and concerns for the next 4 years.
Well, I'm hoping he doesn't do the rhetoric that he did in the first few years he was in office. I'm hoping this time he brings everybody together.
You cannot say that you care about people, but then take away their ability to access health care.
We are live with the impact,
The issues,
the campaign promises,
and the orders that could be signed any moment.
This is Trump's return, Inauguration Day in America. And good afternoon, and thank you to those of you streaming with us here in the D.C. region, and welcome to all of you joining us from across the country. I'm Lorenzo Hall.
I'm Leslie Foster.
And I'm Simone D'Alba. Just about an hour ago, Donald Trump was inaugurated for a second time, becoming the 47th president of the United States.
Yeah, the historic swearing in took place inside the Capitol Rotunda due to the bitter cold here in the D.C. area, the fourth coldest inauguration day in history.
Yeah, you can certainly feel it. It is the first time since Ronald Reagan's second inauguration in 1985 that oath has been administered indoors.
I, Donald John Trump, do solemnly swear.
I, Donald John Trump, do solemnly swear.
That I will faithfully execute.
That I will faithfully execute.
The office of President of the United States.
The office of President of the United States.
And will, to the best of my ability.
And will, to the best of my ability.
Preserve, protect, and defend.
Preserve, protect, and defend.
The Constitution of the United States.
The Constitution of the United States.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations, Mr. President.
Just 35 words, that oath. And in the spirit of today's inauguration, our Sean Martinelli asked people to take their own oath.
All right, so we should clarify, not an oath to defend the Constitution, but instead to help preserve our humanity by doing something good.
That's right. Stories like this of inspiration and impact, well, they really matter to us here at WUSA 9, especially as we navigate a new chapter in our country's history. Sean takes us now outside the Capitol to get to the heart of it.
There would be no inauguration day without an oath.
I, Donald John Trump, do solemnly swear.
35 words.
That I will faithfully execute the office of President of the United States.
The same pledge uttered by every president.
And will, to the best of my ability,
preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the United States.
So help me God. But anyone can raise their hand and make a promise, which is why.
How you doing?
We asked people to take their own oath.
Do you want to be part of a story we're working on?
An oath.
Yes.
Okay.
To do good.
I solemnly swear that I will become the best mother I can because I'm giving birth in 3 months. It's my first baby, so I'm so excited and happy, and it will change my life.
I solemnly swear to try and do more for my community. If everyone just picked up the trash as they're walking down the street and threw it away, you can better your life and get out and be active.
I solemnly swear to be a great psychologist this year and forever. I think for all that people who suffer.
Our oath takers came from across America and around the world.
I solemnly swear to be kind to myself so that I can be kind to the people around me.
I solemnly swear to help the homeless. Homeless people need more help and support.
I solemnly swear to be kinder and more patient with my parents. We spend so much time together. He can get really annoying, but I do love him, so we should really get along more.
She's a fantastic daughter.
The cause of moving our society forward goes beyond one president. It begins with simple acts.
I solemnly swear to be a better listener, especially to my children. A lot of the polarization in our country comes from people not necessarily listening to each other or hearing each other and understanding each other. And I think if you take the time to hear where someone is coming from and why they believe a certain thing, it might make you understand why they want things a certain way.
I solemnly swear to tell my friends I love them more. You know, you love your mom and your close friends, but like actually telling them that can really make a difference. I think there's a lot of strife right now and a lot of worry and fear about what's to come. And I think we're gonna make it through it, but I think the best way we can do that is together.
Together. Beginning today, when the president took his oath and the people took theirs. At the Capitol, Sean Martinelli, WUSA 9.
I love that there because it puts it back on all of us as well to do your part.
What are you going to do
Yeah.
to make life better for people around you? You don't need a president to do that immediate thing. How are we all going to be invested in making our country better?
Like you said, it puts the power right back in your own hands, in your own neighborhood, and within your own community. And we like that energy too, I think.
We do.
I'm going to be more patient this year.
That's your oath?
That's
You're
my
going to be
oath.
more patient?
Yeah. Okay, I like that. I'll go with flexible.
You're going to go with flexible?
Yes.
Okay.
I don't know.
You know what? I'm going to come back to mine.
You got time to think about it.
Because we see now outgoing President Biden and outgoing First Lady Jill Biden sort of in the sandwich of President Trump and Vice President Vance, all sort of departing, getting ready for that next phase, the Trump administration for the leading part, and the Bidens for really saying goodbye after a 50-year career plus of service to our nation.
I remember,
Go ahead, please. Go
You know,
ahead.
listening to other presidents, this moment it usually is so emotional for them because, you know, you're wrapping up your time in office. You spend so much time just working and wrapping up all the work, the demands of the job. But once you board this chopper here, you do a quick tour around D.C., you see the White House one more time from above, and that's it. Go back to Joint Base Andrews and you're off.
And you're off.
It is hard to understate the power of this moment, especially when you look to the bottom right of your screen and you see current President Donald Trump, current First Lady Melania standing there in the hat alongside the Bidens. Of course, Dr. Jill. Joe, it was just a moment ago we saw them in the Capitol Rotunda. We see Vice President-elect J.D. Vance and Usha, his wife, there as well. It was tense in that Capitol Rotunda as they were just talking about President Trump and his agenda moving forward. And now we see them doing politics, diplomacy, shaking hands, the pomp, the circumstance, the tradition of this moment, all being upheld in this peaceful transfer of power.
Yeah, what we see here in this moment is what happens in America. One person wins, one person loses, and the country moves forward. And this is prescribed and has been prescribed for many, many years in this nation. We see them cordially greeting each other as the Bidens prepare to leave and as our vice president and second gentleman outgoing, prepare to leave and figure out what's next. There is some uncertainty on both parts, right, about what they will all do, but they all get a chance to write this next chapter in the way that they want. And it's been a very busy day, can we say, leading up to this moment. I mean, let us not forget that the outgoing president pardoned members of his family just minutes before President Trump took the oath of office. Pardoned family members because he thought, given the climate of the time, that they might be targeted by the next president and his administration.
Which is interesting because usually when you get these presidential pardons, it's usually people have committed some nefarious act. But this says very little about, it doesn't say anything about the people who are getting these pardons. They have not done anything wrong.
Right, they are preemptive.
Right, well, and to that point, Zoe, you know, you think of Dr. Anthony Fauci, who was also issued a pardon this morning by former President Joe Biden, also the January 6th committee. Again, President Biden trying to preserve some legacy, preserve the people that he cares about. Hunter Biden, of course, pardoned just a few months ago as well. And yes, earlier, Leslie, to your point, earlier in the day, we know that the Trumps were welcomed to the White House by the Bidens. They had, you know, they had tea together in a show of unity. Again, this peaceful transfer of power. It's so much ceremony, so much tradition, but that's the point.
And it's also a message to the world as well. It's not just us here watching in the United States, but let us point out as well, we have not seen this moment right here in terms of the tradition since the Obamas left office.
That is correct, because at the time, outgoing President Trump and outgoing First Lady Melania Trump did not attend the inauguration, were not there for these moments. And so it has been a departure from protocol. And now, as we can see, the Bidens moving closer to taking their next steps toward what destiny awaits them.
I would love to be a fly on the wall and hear what they're telling each other right now.
Well, and Leslie, you mentioned earlier, when you think of the magnitude of this moment, how bitter this campaign has been, the campaign trail on both sides, and to see the civility here. And also, as President Biden departs, 50 years in office as a public servant in some capacity, what he has given to the United States, you know, his legacy is something no doubt he's grappling with today as we watch that. He was supposed to be a transitional president out of Donald Trump, and yet here we are with Trump back for a second presidency.
There's been sort of that drama as well behind the scenes, because we know that initially President Biden said he would run, he would serve just one term, but we know that he wanted to run again, he wanted to serve again, obviously dropping out of the race, the presidential race last summer. And he assumed that, you know, he was confident moving forward, saying that he could win again.
To be clear, this is not the ending that President Biden wanted.
Right.
And so historians in history will punctuate his time in office with the passage of time. But it had to be, even though this was the day that this had to happen, quite an emotional day for him, given the fact that he spent most of his life in public service to the nation. And so, as we see here, this peaceful transition moves on. President Biden and First Lady Dr. Jill Biden are preparing to take off now to go to Air Force.
Should be Joint Base Andrews.
Joint Base Andrews. Sorry, I had a little.
And then they're heading back home. They're heading to California from here.
That's right.
From Joint Base Andrews.
That's right. And the Trumps will go back and get into the next level of their sort of inaugural things. There's a luncheon that will take place that we know about. There are other things that will happen with family. And then, of course, they will head to the modified parade gathering at Capitol One Arena that we're all still trying to figure out what that is going to be. And we don't actually know fully yet how that's going to manifest, so we'll be watching it together.
But things have been different this time around. We had the rally, the victory rally last night, which we have not seen before.
Right.
In terms of a president before they addressed the crowd there for the inaugural address. But you can see the chopper getting ready to take off as the Bidens bid adieu to Washington.
I do want to note, Zoe, you were talking about the rally yesterday at the Cap One Arena. It was packed, and on top of it, J.D. Vance was there. He was in attendance. He was scheduled to speak, and instead of him taking the stage, among others who took the stage, say the Village People were performing, we saw Elon Musk notably featured on the stage there. And so, you know, today we know this is where the inauguration pomp and circumstance, the parade, so to speak, is going to happen. People have been waiting in line. 3 a.m. was one person I heard talking about being out there in the frigid D.C. cold, waiting to see Donald Trump.
They just want to be part of it. And even the people who couldn't get in, you hear from them, they talk about security as well. We know there was that assassination attempt over the summer. So this is their guy. They want him to be protected. If that means they don't get to see him in person, it sounds like a lot of them are okay with that, but they just want to be here in D.C. amongst other Trump supporters and celebrate this moment.
They want to be here so they could see whatever they could see, right? However they could see it, just to be here in this space to absorb history up close and personal. Again, we are waiting for the Bidens to head off to Joint Base Andrews. I guess it's going to take a moment. We know that President Biden left a note for President Trump. And so none of us will ever really know about that unless it comes out at some point. But we know that part of the tradition continued today as well.
He was asked what the note said, but he said that's between him and Trump. So perhaps Trump will release it a little later on.
That's tradition, right?
Yeah, we're keeping with tradition here, and the Bidens have made it a point to keep up with that as well.
I will be clear, you know, we are awaiting to hear from, you know, now former President Biden when he gets to Andrews later today. He's going to make a speech, we do believe. And of course, we just heard him address the nation about a day ago where he was warning about the threat of an oligarchy with these, you know, tech billionaires now being so firmly in the fold. And here we go, wheels up.
Wheels up, and they are headed off.
I wonder when they feel the weight of the job lifted. You know, when do you, is it at the moment?
Is it this moment?
Yeah, is it like when you're like, I'm done, I cannot do anything because I'm in a chopper. But it's such a tough and demanding job. Just think 4 years. He took office like during the pandemic.
Right.
You're talking about inflation as well. You have the Ukraine-Russia war, Israel-Hamas. There's just so much that you're responsible for and that you have to respond to, and the unknowns as well.
And let us not forget that the pomp and circumstance today took place in the Rotunda, where all of the events of January 6th unfolded, right? And we came this close to almost having this huge fissure in our democracy. And so here we are back again in the same place with the person who is alleged to have essentially goaded this on, coming back to power on the day that we celebrate one of our nation's most illustrious freedom fighters, right? In the place, right, that was built by enslaved hands. All of this happening. And so it's not lost on me and a lot of people that this is all happening on this day in that space.
I think the energy around DC too and around the nation is trying to absorb exactly what you're saying, Leslie, which is the magnitude of all of this and how to process through it. Now having Donald Trump be not only our 45th but our 47th president and coming into office under much different terms, under much different energy, even though he is a convicted felon.
And talking about pardoning essentially all of the people that he calls hostages, what we know were people who were rioters on that day.
And I thought still some of the same issues from the first speech he gave back in 2017. You know, some of those same issues are at play this many years later.
Well, thousands of Donald Trump supporters have been packing the Capital One Arena to watch him take the oath of office.
Yeah, so about 2 hours from now, the newly inaugurated president, he's going to return to the arena for a scaled-down indoor presidential parade, if you will.
As that goes, right? Our Matt Gregory joins us live from inside the Capital One Arena, where people lined up before sunrise, spent the night in the cold to get this seat, this front row seat to history. So Matt, give us a feel of what's going on inside. And I know we'd love to hear how people were reacting as they were watching the president take the oath and all of the pomp and circumstance there.
So let's talk about sort of the atmosphere here, right? It's very festive. I mean, it's very fitting, right, for the Capital One Arena, a place where we see sporting events all the time, people cheering and booing for teams, and you saw a lot of that today. Interestingly enough, the booing sort of changed over when President Biden was seen, or now former President Biden was seen on the big screen, was seen turned into cheers as he was leaving. So as soon as President Trump took the oath of office, those boos turned to cheers where they would see Biden as said goodbye, is how they were kind of framing it here. Many supporters here, and you can hear the music piping in right now. We're going to give you a taste of sort of what's happening right now, because this is a scaled down parade that we're not really sure what to expect a lot of, but you can see right here we have a military band playing drums in the front. They've just started to play as I was speaking, and we expect to see other bands and pipe and drum orchestras and so on performing for the crowd here as they would have done along the parade route, but obviously scaled down. Maybe only about 20 to 30 acts are supposed to come through musically, but we're not quite sure. You see that's sort of the announcement, almost like a fanfare welcome. Now, if you can pop up, Tom, and show them, ask my photographer to move up, there's a desk just above that right there. You can see it. And now on the desk, you can see there's a presidential seal. There wasn't 2 hours ago. If you heard President Trump talking about all of those executive orders he plans to fulfill, we sort of are led to believe he will do them from right there. That's what we think will happen. He will give a speech. He will do that all with the pomp and circumstance you're hearing right now, and different bands coming through from across the country, marching bands and fife and drum bands. Now, I want to also take you to earlier, if we can show you some video of earlier, of sort of everything that was going on during that time. We were, getting all sorts of different clips of people cheering. You could see they would cheer whenever the president or one of his sort of members of his future cabinet came on the screen. The largest cheers, obviously, for Donald Trump. And, to your point, Leslie and Lorenzo, you're saying people were out in the cold all night. They stayed up all night. I can promise you, folks I spoke to not only stayed up all night, they were out before 3 a.m., they were around midnight getting in line, almost 2 a.m. in some capacities, and that was the only way they say they were able to get a seat here at Capital One Arena tonight. Take a listen.
We did come up from Alabama, and it took us 10 and a half hours to get here.
Bedford, Virginia.
Bedford? Oh, you're not far.
No, about 4 hours.
These people outside, how did you get to be inside? Are there tickets? Like, or just get up early?
Well, got up. We didn't go to bed. We got here about 2:30 in the morning.
Did you sleep? Like, what was it like in the last 24 hours?
Just a normal day in paradise for me.
We actually oscillated back and forth whether we should go because of the changing the, I thought, well, how much fun is it going to be if we can't actually be on the grounds? Because we did finally get tickets to the grandstand, and then, that went away. and then we thought, well, we're going to go anyway. But this is great. We're really enjoying the Megatron and the people and everything. This is much nicer than I thought it was going to turn out to be.
I come to see the GOAT himself, so he's the one we come for.
What do you think that desk is for over there?
The deck?
The desk. Do you see the desk on the stage?
Oh, I hadn't seen it until you just pointed it out. Oh, executive orders.
So that was the conclusion. She had come to just about everybody we talked to. I want to point out that gentleman there wearing the American flag suit. I asked him where he got it. He said he got it from Shine, a Chinese company, and then quickly said, I guess we won't be having a lot of that coming up soon. So just a little bit of irony in that entire exchange right there. You can see, though, like I was pointing out earlier, the band has kind of moved off. That's one of them. We were wondering sort of the whole time, because there's not been a whole lot of logistics been given out here as to how this would work. What's a parade indoors look like? But we're getting to see they seem to be coming to the front of the stage, playing and moving on, and everyone's clapping, waiting for that moment when President Trump takes the stage here and apparently might sign executive orders just over my shoulder. Inside Capital One, Matt Gregory, back to you guys back in the studio.
Yeah, so Matt, hey, let's talk about seating really quickly. Who gets what, who goes where? Obviously, there's a big difference between being on the floor there at Capital One Arena and those who may be in the 400 section. How were folks
I
seated?
cannot hear you. One of the producers is holding a finger on the button that kind of goes into my ear.
Can you hear us now, Matt?
I can hear you now.
Okay, yeah, we were asking how seating. No, it's okay. We're asking how seating works out there in the arena. Obviously, you have some folks there in front of the stage. They're on the floor. Are those VIP folks, or were they just in line early?
So I think VIPs were almost at random, but they had sort of tickets. Like the woman I spoke to did say, "Oh, we had tickets," wink, wink, and she kind of like she made sort of the air quotes while she said it. But they just had to get in line. They got to come. This were first come, first serve. The others, they all have volunteer. We have our press passes, they're volunteer passes, and they're sort of able to get those seats. They're able to, find their way over there. Everyone's being checked as they come in sort of the egress and entrance points here at the bowl level, if you will.
Okay, and really quickly, Matt, do we know what they're going to be doing in the meantime? We see President Trump there at this congressional luncheon right now, so it's going to be a while before this indoor parade gets underway.
Having stood outside for about 5 minutes to wave goodbye.
Well, it looks like right now J.D. Vance is speaking, the Vice President. We can actually show you right now. He's over here speaking as over our shoulder. And so I think that's what's happening. They're wrapping up some little speeches here and there, and then they will slowly make their way over here. We'll be here the whole time, so check back with us and we'll be able to show you exactly what's happening as the president and his family make their way into Capitol One.
That's good to know. All right, Matt, thanks. I think we're going to listen in to President Trump speaking at this luncheon.
I went outside and we were freezing. You would have been very unhappy. The sun was very deceptive, I will tell you. It is cold out. And I'm sort of saying, that was so beautiful today. Maybe they should do it there every 4 years. Does that make sense? I don't know. Because, the outdoor thing is really good, but it gets a little cold around this time of the year, as some people have noticed. And a lot of times they suffer through it. There was no suffering in that room. It was 72 degrees. It was perfect with the best acoustics I think I've ever heard in a room. This is not so bad either. But I just want to say, you're a younger, far more beautiful audience that I just spoke to. And I want to keep it off the record. I want to keep that off the record because I don't want to have all those big shots up there. I don't want to think you're more powerful than them, you look better than them, and I love you. Now, we just had a great time. We just had a great day. This was amazing. When you think we took a journey, I mentioned in the speech, a lot of people said that was not a journey that was possible, and it was indeed possible. I didn't really know too much about what they were saying when they said that, but a lot of people felt it. And we hooked up with J.D. very early. I watched J.D. over a period of time. I endorsed him in Ohio. He was a great senator and very, very smart. The only one smarter than him was his wife. That was I would have chosen her, but somehow the line of succession didn't work that way, right? But now she's great and he's great. This is a great, beautiful couple and unbelievable career. I just said to him, you are very upwardly mobile, because he hasn't been doing it that long, but he picked it up so quickly. Remember, the first week was a little bit like the fake news was hitting him really hard. And I said, ooh, this may be tough, but After that, it was smooth sailing for him. He took on everybody. He took on the meanest. I don't want to use the word corrupt because we're into a new system, so let's wait till the corruption begins, because it will. But he took on some pretty mean people, and he handled it well. I want to also congratulate Mike Johnson for the job that he's doing. Steve, we gave him a majority of almost nothing, and then I said, to make it tougher on him, let me take 2 or 3 of the people, right? I said, he'll only have to suffer with that for about 3 months. How are they doing, by the way? Are they? Is that moving along?
Totally unified.
I said, do you mind if I take this one, that one, and a couple of others? He didn't mind. He can handle it. No, he's a man that's liked by everybody. I've never met a man like this. You've got how many is it, 219 or 220 or something? 220. And of the 220, 219 really like him. I noticed he got 1 negative vote once about 2 weeks ago. But I think even 220 like him, if you want to know the truth. And that's very unusual. I know a lot of nice guys in Congress, and they have 35 people that hate him. So if you have 35 people that hate you and you only have 1 or 2 or 3 votes, you'll have 5, I think. But that's going to be like, the good news is when we get to that 5 number, it's going to feel like a massive majority. You could be really nasty to a couple of them at least, So it's going to feel like hitting your head on the wall and stopping. It feels so good to stop. But he's done a fantastic job. And Steve Scalise he's our hero because, I was with him. You talk about being shot. I was with him. He got some bad ones, and his incredible wife, and she really loves him. You never know about that. I've been with other people. They were doing poorly, and the wife is like looking at her watch. She can't get out of the hospital fast enough. How's he doing? Oh, I don't know. He's all right. That woman was a mess. She was crying and crying. No, they're going to take him. They're going to take him. I told Steve when he finally woke up, it was a while, too. The doctor told me it was the most blood they've ever transfused in any patient. They've never done anything like it. And here he is, the picture of strength, right? And he's been a great friend of mine, right? With a family, because of a family. And what a job you did. It worked out pretty much better than we even thought, right? And I did have a couple of things, to say that were extremely controversial. And between J.D. and Melania and anybody else that heard, please, sir, it's such a beautiful, unifying speech. Please, sir, don't say these things. I said, I'm telling you, it's going to play great. They say, you're right. For this group of people, it's going to play great. You're the only ones I hurt by not, but we had some beauties, didn't we, Melania? She said, sir, calls me sir when she's angry. No, I'm only kidding. I better say I'm only kidding, or the press is going to pick that one up loud and clear. No, but she said, no, I think it would be terrible. It's such a nice speech. I think it's, it all depends on your delivery. How was the delivery? Was it good? But she said it's such a beautiful speech. You can't put things in there that you were going to put in. And I was going to talk about the J6 hostages, but you'll be happy because, it's action, not words that count. And you're going to see a lot of action on the J6 hostages. See a lot of action. And I was going to talk about the things that Joe did today with the pardons of people that were very, very guilty of very bad crimes, like the Unselect Committee of Political Thugs, where they literally, what they did is they destroyed and deleted all of the information, all of the hearings, practically not a thing left. They deleted all the information on Nancy Pelosi having turned down the offer of 10,000 soldiers. You wouldn't have needed 10,000. You could have had 500, and it would have stopped. Because we may have had 1 million people that day, the people that were there. You don't see any photographs, but we have a lot of great photos. But you don't see those photographs. They don't put them in. They show the people at the Capitol. But I was talking about that. I was going to talk about that. They said, please don't bring that up right now. You can bring it up tomorrow. I said, how about now in front of I'll bring it up right now. You know, this little time delay is good because we're getting great reviews on the speech. Now watch. They'll take the speech and say, I didn't like it because he left there and he's talked to people. But we're giving you a little more information than we gave upstairs. But no, they pardoned a lot of people. They pardoned, before we even get to today, they pardoned, 33 murderers, absolute murderers, the worst murderers. You know, when you get the death sentence in the United States, you have to be bad because they don't give it much. And he pardoned almost everybody having a death sentence. And if you went through the crimes that were committed, you wouldn't even believe them. The level of violence, the people that were killed, the innocence of people that were killed and children killed by these people. And he pardoned them for whatever reason. He spared them, but they didn't spare the people that they killed. And, you know, who knows what happens in the future. It's one of the worst because a lot of times they let them out early after that. You know, they say you're going to be in for life, but then all of a sudden they get let out for good behavior, and then they go on a rampage. You know, it's one of those little things, right? But I was going to talk about that. But I was really going to talk about the level of, you know, what's going on. Why are we doing this? Why are we trying to help a guy like Millie? Why are we doing Millie? He was pardoned. What he said, terrible what he said. Why are we helping some of the people? Why are we helping Liz Cheney? I mean, Liz Cheney is a disaster. She's a crying lunatic and crying Adam Kinzinger. He's a super crying. I never saw the guy not crying. He's always crying. I looked at him. I remember years ago he was actually on my side. And then one day, you know, when you don't want to kill people in wars, they turn against you. Liz Cheney hated the concept of not going to war with everybody. Let's kill everybody. Let's spend a lot of money on military equipment. You know, where her father works, right? And but what she did was incredible. Think of it. They destroyed and deleted all of that information that went on for almost 2 years against Trump. And the reason they did, because it was all false. Like the person that said, I tried to strangle a Secret Service agent. That's one of the toughest human beings I think I've ever seen. I actually had a friend saying, please don't change that, sir. You are the coolest sucker in history. Remember, she said, I put my hands around his neck because he wouldn't go to the Capitol. Made up fiction. And I was rebuffed. And the guy on the right is a massive weightlifter, probably stronger than me. Do you think he's stronger than me, honey? You know who I'm talking. Possibly stronger than me. Slightly younger than me, like, I won't say how many years because I don't want to talk about that, but a lot of years. But I had a friend that said, why are you disputing that story? That's the coolest story I've ever heard. That I would attack a karate champion, get slightly rebuffed, and then throw my arms around a guy with a neck about this big. Even though there are bars, you know, there are bars, you can't really do that anyway. So I wanted to talk about that. But all of that stuff got deleted. And the reason it got deleted is they were all caught in lies. You know, Secret Service testified, and they said it didn't happen. Actually, the two guys were very embarrassed. They're suffering because their friends are saying, did Trump really do that to you? But they gained a whole new respect for me. But it was just make-believe stuff, and there were a lot of make-believe stories made up. So rather than suffering...
Right now to go to President Biden before he and First Lady Jill Biden depart for California. They're speaking right now at Joint Base Andrews.
Yeah, first speech is post-presidency.
Yeah.
Doug and members of the cabinet, all the staff that's here, from all across all the agencies, and friends, supporters, Jill and I are forever grateful to you. I mean that. We're genuinely grateful. As you heard me say before, no president gets to choose the moment they enter history, but they get to choose the team they enter history with. And we chose the best damn team in the world. You are. No, it's because of you. I mean this sincere from the bottom of my heart. Because of you, we got so much done for all Americans. I look down there, my Secretary of State, Tony Blinken, exceeded only by his wife who worked for me first. But look, I only hope to look back on these years. I hope you look back on them. The same pride I have of all you've done. And I'm proud of is that you did it upholding the core values of honesty, decency, and integrity. I mean, no scandal. I mean, it's incredible what you did. And you represent the best of who we are as Americans. That's not a joke. That's real. Now, while I relied on your ideas and resolve and counsel, we also relied on your families. To all your families, thank you for the sacrifices you made. I mean it. For being part of this journey. Every day, I'm deeply moved by all we all did for this country. I really mean it. History's going to mark down just what you did. You know, but the point I want to make today is to make clear my farewell address, as we all do have we have a lot more to do. We heard the inaugural address today. You know, we got a lot more to do. I know from many years of experience, there are up and downs, but we have to stay with it. My dad taught me the measure of a person, you heard me say this before, is how quickly they get back up when they get knocked down. That's what we have to do right now. And we've always done our best as Americans. We never give up. Never. We're leaving office, but we're not leaving the fight. You're smart, you're skilled, you're passionate. The country needs you again. So all of you can, stay engaged in all the ways you can. Whether it's in public service, the private sector, philanthropy, academia, running for office yourself, or anything else you choose to do. I give you my word, we believe in you. We, Jill and I, our family, believe in you. Just as I've said, how the laws we enacted, our seasons are going to grow and bloom for decades to come. I say that to you as well. I have no doubt you'll make this experience and take in the friendships you made to continue to do amazing things in decades to come. That's why I see a future. All of it leading the way by you all. You know, so take some time to decompress, reconnect with your friends, spend more time with your family, but most of all, take care of yourselves and each other. I mean it. Let me close where I began with my sincere gratitude. And I really mean it from the bottom of my heart. I've been doing this for 50 years with the best group of people. Hard to say. It's been the honor of my life to serve as your president. And I tell you what, the greater honor is being able to serve with all of you. You're incredible. You really are. You really are. Mark my words. History's going to judge what you've done as one of the most significant contributions that's been made by all of America. Look, folks, you know, let me close with that poem you heard me quote before. Seamus Heaney wrote, "Once in a lifetime, the longed-for tidal wave of justice will rise up in hope and mystery rhyme. You made it rhyme louder than it's rhymed in a long time." I really mean it. We're on the cusp of real change, so let's make hope and history rhyme. I love you all. I'm keeping you too long, but thank you. Bottom of our heart, thank you. Can I go up this way?
All right, remarkable. We were just hearing former President Joe Biden with Dr. Jill Biden by his side as he says farewell and thank you. He spoke of gratitude. He said it was the honor of his life to be president. And notably, he said he's leaving office, but he's not leaving the fight, which I think a lot of Democrats are trying to find that energy back within themselves.
Yeah, you listened to President Trump there during his inaugural address, essentially casting doubt on President Biden's, now former President Biden's, time in office as well. So this was his moment to respond to some of those criticisms as well as he gets ready to take off for California here during this special ceremony at Joint Base Andrews, which is just outside of Washington, D.C.
President and First Lady Dr. Jill Biden are headed to California for some personal time. You know, when we think about the job of a president, it is 24/7, 365. There is no off time. There is no downtime. It is relentless. There are challenges at every turn. And I'm thinking about them as they are moving into this next phase of their own journey. They're brand new great-grandparents again. And when they talk to the team that has worked with them so long about reconnecting with family, that's probably something that they too are looking forward to doing. You don't have a whole lot of space or grace for that in the role. The country comes first. And as you said, Simone, President Biden talked about this being the honor of a lifetime, and it's a job that feels like a lifetime is poured into those years, however many you have serving the nation.
Yeah, you can see right here he's saying goodbye to some of his former cabinet officials as well,
Yes.
some of the folks who supported his time in office, his administration.
I mean, so few people can say they've spent 50 years, half a century in service to the United States. And Leslie, you touched on just a moment ago, Zoe, you did as well. They're going to California. This is where they went, Santa Barbara area, after the DNC. This is where they go to really decompress. We know they love Rehoboth Beach as well. And the long-term question here is where are they going to live? Where are they going to do life long-term? After all this is said and done.
This is such a contrast. Remember when he was done as vice president, he took the Amtrak
That's
back
right.
up to Delaware.
I think that's what everybody kind of thought. They're going to just hop on the train and go on back to Delaware.
I guess the former president cannot do that anymore.
No, right.
Totally different protocols.
Right.
What struck me too is I was reading earlier that the tone from the Bidens had been joy, gratitude today, and I'm glad to see that still being the pervasive theme, because when we heard Donald Trump giving his inaugural speech, he called it Liberation Day, and the feeling was an overwhelming, condemnation of the Biden administration and what they had brought forth. And so to see he was kind of making jokes about it, unfazed, he's riding off into the sunset along with Dr. Jill Biden.
Yeah,
so.
unlike the rest of the nation, he had to actually sit there and listen to it from the person who is succeeding him. So that's quite a thing that happens year after year in these transitions when another president comes in and a new administration comes in. But as we see, this is a familiar transition here, the outgoing president and first lady preparing to depart for their next, whatever that is.
Yeah, and they usually board a plane. I'm not sure if it's the same Air Force One plane. It's technically not called that anymore.
Oh,
Since
yes.
He's not president, but Spirit Mission. What is it?
You
A
got
special
Special
air mission?
Air mission.
Yeah.
Yes,
Special
to your
air
point.
mission.
So to be
Yes,
classified
special
as
air
that
mission.
now that he's no longer president.
I think it's just so fascinating too as we watch the Bidens depart. Jill, Dr. Biden rather, has so been known for the strength and the backbone of being, Joe's support in terms of, you think of a first lady and what her duties are and such, and she has been his champion, his fighter, his backbone. Even when recently we've seen some conflict with Nancy Pelosi and whether Joe Biden should step aside so Kamala could step up, and Jill Biden has had his back every step of the way, and it's nice to see them hand in hand here.
And you can tell they're not done. I mean, if he's not okay with ending his presidency this way, you have to think about your legacy from this point as well. So how does that take shape in these months and years ahead?
Well, clearly they are going to be doing more. When I talked with Jill Biden, First Lady Jill Biden, back in December, she said she still got passion projects. She's still got things she wants to do. She's still got energy to do it. The thing I think a lot of people may not recall or remember all the time when we talk about this presidency and the partnership they had is that Dr. Jill Biden was also a teacher, a professor at Northern Virginia Community College, teaching classes, grading papers, trying to mold the next generation of young educators. And so even in her role as First Lady, which we'll talk a lot more about later in our inaugural show, she was the rare First Lady who was working in this role as the First Lady and a teacher and an instructor and doing the work on behalf of the nation, and they're saying goodbye.
Really quickly, I love that he's still wearing the signature
sunglasses,
aviators.
baby.
Yeah, he's like, I have to go out on that note. That's how we've come to see the now former president throughout his time serving.
Look, as the door is getting ready to close on Special Air Mission, and as the Bidens, go off to California to decompress a little bit, something Joe Biden is leaving the office of the presidency with is an overwhelming sense of decency, an overwhelming sense of being a good human. And much like we saw with Jimmy Carter, right? What is the post-presidency going to look like, and will that impact carry forward even more so than the impact of his presidency?
You heard him tell his staffers, his now former staffers, that as well. He said history's going to judge you well in all of your efforts here while we were in office.
Yeah. Stay engaged. I know one thing for sure that they will most definitely be involved in is the cancer moonshot. Losing their son, Beau, was a devastating blow. They have been deeply committed to trying to find funds and research to eradicate cancer, not just around the nation, but around the world. And so I can imagine that that will have some role in their next part of the journey post-presidency.
And they had so much to do while he was in office. Remember, when he took office, he made it a point to mention those efforts when it comes to cancer research. But as he said here as well during his departure speech, you know, you can't determine what happens while you're in office. Clearly, he had to deal with a lot. So.
Another quote he had shared was, the measure of a person has how quickly they get back up after they've been knocked down. And when you think of, you know, Joe Biden's legacy, not only as a president, but as a politician, how often he had experienced that very thing and had to quite literally pick himself up, whether he was facing public doubts as a vice president or, you know, could he lead the Democratic Party as a president? I thought it was really poignant that he shared that before he left.
Yeah.
So again, they're standing by, waiting to take off from there.
They are waiting to take off from there, and so that is what's happening at Joint Base Andrews. And you go back to the Capitol, where the president is still speaking, and after he addresses guests here in Statuary Hall, in Emancipation, I should say, Emancipation Hall, they will head over to Statuary Hall. That is where the luncheon will take place for guests and special designees.
It's interesting because we know that there is a whole arena at the Cap One Arena of people waiting to see President
And they're watching all of these little steps as they're happening too. It's
and
like
that's supposed to start at 3.
I don't know. It's 1:47 here. We'll have to see how it. And somehow, though, as we've watched, they find a way to eclipse all the gaps in the schedule because the president was definitely taking the oath at noon.
Yeah.
And there was some question in the schedule about how they'd make that happen.
I did want to mention here, really quick, you're seeing front and center Texas Governor Greg Abbott, and it is poignant that he is here, given all the announcements about the border, the emergency at the border, the declaration Donald Trump's going to sign, and everything we're going to watch come down with immigration. Governor Abbott has been front and center with leading that charge about border walls, bringing in
the migrants,
busing the migrants, correct. All right.
Yeah, they've been in lockstep in terms of talking about the overarching plan to remake America's immigration policies.
Yes.
And a lot of times we've talked about presidents in their first 100 days, but boy, this administration is sort of taking off in the first hours.
Yeah, he says day one. He's going to try and get it all done while everyone's watching as well.
While everyone's watching. So the president is speaking, and again, once he finishes addressing his guests, they will move on to the next part of their journey, which is an inaugural luncheon, which will take place. There will be speeches there. They will give gifts during that time.
Yeah.
Because this is his first time seeing these folks today, so let's listen into what he has to say.
Good governor in Texas, and I swear I didn't know he was here. I swear to you, it sounds like a setup. I didn't know you would end. Did I get lucky? I said the right thing, because there have been moments when I wasn't so happy with him, you know, but not too many, I can tell you that. So anyway, it's good to see you too, Governor. Great. But I just want to thank everybody. You've been incredible. I recognize so many of you. It's so crazy. But this has been a long journey. This was a journey that started in 2015, probably started 20 years before that. People used to say, you're going to run for president? You're going to run? And I always said, no, I don't want. And then one day I said, let's give it a shot. And what I talked about then was the border, too. I think it probably was the number one issue for me. Back in 2015, 2016, I talked about the border. And now I talked about the border, but this border is much worse. We fixed the border. It was totally fixed. There was nothing to talk about. 2020, by the way, that election was totally rigged, but that's okay. It was a rigged election. You know the only thing good about it? It showed how bad they are, showed how incompetent, and frankly, historically, this is a much bigger event if that would have gone like it should have. The bad thing about it is some bad things happen, like a lot of people in our country that wouldn't be in our country right now. So, you know, that's the bad part. But I will say that it started in 2015, and right from the beginning, we went to the top. The day one, they announced Trump, and Trump went to number one and stayed there for the whole primary. And then we took on Hillary. She didn't look too happy today. We took on Hillary, a very nice person, but we took on Hillary and we defeated Hillary, and then we did much better the second time in 2020. You know, we got millions more votes. We got millions, like 10, 12 million more votes than we did the first time. No president has ever gotten that many more votes. I got like 9 million more than anybody else had ever gotten. And they said we lost. And because of that, I said to Melania, what do you think? And she said, you want to do this again? And had we lost, and had I thought we lost, I wouldn't do it again, because that's like the ultimate poll, right? But I knew how well we did, and this time we made it too big to rig. It was so big. They tried. They tried like hell in the butt. They tried to do it, and around 9:02 they gave up. Last time they did bad things, but this time they just said, you know, I don't know if you saw, Mr. Speaker, in Washington, they had placards. They were all set to march. They thought it'd be closer. A gentleman asked me, a very respected gentleman asked me yesterday, how come the polls were so wrong? They showed you winning, but not in a landslide. I said, because people that are true Trumpers are so angry at the whole polling system and at the writers, the fake news, that they don't want to talk to anybody. So when you call somebody from Trump, who are you voting for? They say, it's none of your business. I'm not telling you. And that was probably 40% of the people they called. So they would discard that one, and they didn't show that. And then when the election happened, you know, the vote came, and it was much different, much higher than we're going to win, but they really thought, they couldn't believe, the one man said, I mean, it was so much higher. We won all 7 swing states. We won the popular vote by millions of votes, which is hard for a Republican. I'll tell you who came through. The unions came through. The auto workers were great. The Teamsters were great. The firemen were great. I think almost every union was great. The only one that weren't great, although Sean was great, and the Teamsters, Sean O'Brien, the head of the Teamsters, was fantastic. But generally speaking, the head of the union was against Trump, but the union would be with us for like 85%. Look what we did with the auto workers in Michigan. Look what we did with the Teamsters. The Teamsters were unbelievable. They were a solid Democrat vote, and they voted for Trump. So we had a great experience. This has been, now we have to go to work and get it done, because we have to do something that's going to be great. We're going to turn our country around, and we're going to turn it around fast. And I think this was a better speech than the one I made upstairs, okay? I think this was better, JD. I think this was much better, and I got to see my friend. So, Governor, take care of yourself. You call me, we'll start working. You know what that means with him. He's going to be calling me tomorrow morning at about 6. And I said, how about next week? You call me and we're going to get it started real fast. We'll really help you a lot. You've done a fantastic job protecting something which it's not supposed to be for the states. And amazing job you've done. Thank you very much. And I want to thank everybody. And I have a First Lady who's been incredible. She's been incredible. I shouldn't say this. I'm going to get hell when I say this, but her feet are absolutely aching. You know, those heels. And we thought we were leaving. We were going home. Sir, would you be able to go down and say hello to some of your other fans that are here? I said, oh, I didn't know that. Wow. Did you get to see pretty clearly the picture, I hope? Good. That's good. But because you wouldn't want to make the same speech again, right? But she said, darling, I love you so much, but my feet are killing me. I said, honey, let me just see how far it is. I asked the person. Oh, not that long, maybe 400 or 500 yards. That's 5 football fields. I said, can you make it? She said, we're going to make it no matter what. We're going to make it because we have to go. Right? Right? And then we went out to the helicopter, though, just prior to this, and said goodbye. And it's a
custom, and the wind is blowing like crazy, and with the hat that she's wearing, she almost blew away. We almost lost our... She was being elevated off the ground. She almost blew away. No, so we all appreciate it, because you've been a great First Lady, a beautiful and a great First Lady. And they love our First Lady. You know, JD, whenever I make a speech, I see hundreds of times, we love our First Lady, we love, and they do, and they should. She's great. So I just want to thank you very much. I just want to thank everybody. And I felt that, I said to JD, should we give him the A treatment, the B treatment, the C, the D, or the F? You know what the F is? Hello, everybody. Thank you for being here. Bye-bye. I gave you the A+ treatment. Thank you. Thank you all. Thank you, Governor. Thank you all very much. Appreciate it.
Well, that was President Trump in his first speech after his inaugural address, post-oath. Seems to rather enjoy the speech he gave, as he says, to the guests who were watching in the overflow, many of them standing and waiting for the opportunity to see him in person. And he came down to greet many of them. Spoke for a good while.
Yeah, he mentioned Governor Abbott. You were talking about that before, Texas. He wanted him to have a front row seat in the Rotunda. That did not happen. We know Virginia Governor Glenn Youngkin was in there as well. A number of other officials.
Well, look, much different tone as he takes office this second time around, right? He's taking office with a unified government. And for perspective, more context here, the last 30 Congresses, of them, 20 of them have been under a divided government. So it is to his absolute advantage that he is coming in. Also, all of his legal cases are behind him. The world's billionaires, corporate elite, many of them still in that room that we're watching, they're all behind him. And of course, the Republican Party firmly in his control. This is Donald Trump's GOP, and that is the tone of that entire room as he comfortably gave a very robust speech.
Yeah, and he's not done. He's going to have lunch with them right now. So the deal making, if you will continue here from Emancipation Hall to Statuary Hall in the Capitol there.
And you mentioned those tech titans. They had a primary seat in the Rotunda for sure. That says a lot about what's going to be happening in the weeks, days, and months to come.
Yeah, so a lot of folks still watching this, including people across the D.C. region, gathering to watch these events. That includes our neighbors in Prince William County, Virginia.
Now, it's a county that President Trump lost in the 2024 election, but in a state that is looking more and more like a battleground with each election.
That's right. Neighbors there are gathered at Giuseppe's Italian restaurant in Haymarket, and Alexis Wainwright is watching today's festivities with them. Alexis, how's it been? Bring us into the room with you.
Yeah, it's been an exciting time here. I can tell you we've heard a lot of applause throughout the swearing-in ceremony. Also, after Trump finished his first speech, a lot of people here are excited and rooting him on. I actually have a special guest here with me. I have Carol Fox, the president of the Bull Run Republican Women's Club. We want to talk to you. I know this is a sold-out watch party. What did this moment mean, and how has it felt to come together to watch this?
Well, it was a very important moment for us to celebrate the election of the president that we worked hard to get elected this past year. And we were very excited to see him be inaugurated. And that's why we wanted to bring the people together, have a place to come to meet and and celebrate with each other. And it was a really fun time to be able to cheer and be happy to see our president go through the nomination, the swearing-in process.
And one thing we have been talking about is the atmosphere here. I know there was a dance party moment. Just talk about that and what made you guys decide to add that to this event.
Well, I just thought it would be fun that everybody, after we'd sat and watched for a long time and been quiet and everything, is always good. I'm an ex-teacher. It's always good to get your pupils up and get them moving, which is what the dance party did, and got people excited, and they were happy to dance and listen to the music and sing the song that they all knew. So it was very good.
And I know some people have already left because they have things to do, but I know this was sold out. Can you give us a rough estimate of how many people were here today?
Yes, we had 100 tickets, and we had 100 and more people, a couple other people beyond that bought the tickets and have come today. We're going to be using our ticket, the proceeds from this today, to fund our scholarship program that we offered to a young woman a lady who's graduating from Prince William County schools or any of the schools in the area, Fauquier County, private and public schools, going to college. We send it out to the different guidance counselors. They just have to fill out the information and write the essay, and then we come together and judge them and award the scholarship. And I'm happy to say that because of this event today, we're going to be able to offer a $1,000 scholarship to a graduating senior, and hopefully we can also add a $500 scholarship because we had so many people here today.
Well, thank you so much, Carol. I really appreciate it. So again, this is Carol Fox with the Bull Run Republican Women's Club here in Haymarket. So again, a lot of excitement here, a lot of applause for Trump and the administration after they were sworn in. I can tell you that a lot of people were here. We just heard from Carol, who mentioned over 100 people, a sold out event. So a lot of people just really excited and kind of trying to take in this historical moment. Of course, we'll continue to sit here and talk with more people, but we'll send it back to you guys for now.
Okay, Alexis, thank you. And you know, President Trump has promised repeatedly to begin the largest deportation operation in American history on his first day of returning to office today.
And in fact, immigration and customs enforcement officials are planning a major enforcement operation targeting immigrants as soon as tomorrow.
Trump's border czar, Tom Homan, says he's ready for the task at hand, finding and detaining millions of undocumented immigrants.
On my first day back in the Oval Office, I will sign a historic slate of executive orders to close our border to illegal aliens and stop the invasion of our country. And on that same day, we will begin the largest deportation operation in American history.
So we thought maybe if we prosecute people, they'll stop coming.
Tom Homan is the incoming border czar. He says the Trump administration will concentrate on public safety threats and national security threats in its plan for mass deportation starting on day one.
We would love to work in local jails, but sanctuary cities won't allow us into those jails. It's much easier to arrest a public safety threat and the safety and security of public jail than out in the street.
The administration detailing plans to build tent structures to hold thousands of migrants at any given time.
We need at least 100,000 beds, but I'm not going to put a limit on it. I'm telling the minimum we need 100,000 beds because we got a big population to look for.
The operation would detain families and give undocumented parents the choice of leaving children born in the United States behind or being deported with them. Homan told the Washington Post and NBC that he plans to bring back raids on businesses where immigrants may be working.
I'm not going to forecast what we're doing and where we're doing it, but you can count on worksite enforcement coming back.
And vowing to close Panama's Darien Gap, a dangerous but critical artery for those migrating to the U.S.
It needs to happen. We'll save thousands of lives.
The mass deportation plan will cost roughly 10 times ICE's annual budget.
$86 billion is a start. We need at least that to do this operation. We got to buy beds. We got to have we got to do removal flights and ground transportation and medical care.
Simone D'Alba, WUSA 9. Now, if Tom Homan sounds familiar, you might remember him from the Trump administration's first term. He oversaw the zero-tolerance policy that separated some 4,000 children from their parents. Well, this time, he says the new enforcement plan will focus on deporting families together. But since the government cannot remove children who are U.S. citizens, it essentially would be left up to the parents to make the decision of whether or not to separate. And Leslie Zoe, this is something that we are going to be actively navigating. Now that we know President Trump has declared a national emergency at the southern border, we saw this coming, we were warned. It's going to be, now we watch how they execute it. Right. Is cruelty going to be a theme here? We've seen that in the past, again, with the separations, the zero tolerance policies. Will that be incorporated this time around? Because I think backlash would be strong if cruelty does remain a theme moving forward.
What Congress has to say about it as well,
Right.
what role they play the Supreme Court moving forward. So like you said, he's making all these points today, but we'll see how this all plays out.
Yeah, he's said a lot of things about his plans to try and remake immigration policy starting today. Some executive orders he may be signing at his parade at some point today. So we'll be talking more about that for sure.
All right, certainly. Of course, it's no secret that immigration is a top priority for President Trump, especially in his second term.
As we've been saying here, he has vowed to make radical changes to immigration policy and promises to deport millions of immigrants across the nation.
Jake Wittenberg from our sister station in Seattle spoke to Washington State's new Attorney General about the potential impacts there.
From my perspective, the second Trump administration presents some unique challenges for us. There's been a lot of work that's been happening over the last year by this office to look through all of the things that President Trump was saying on the campaign trail.
That also includes what's being said in the 900-page right-wing wish list called Project 2025. In it, conservatives call for the overhaul of immigration policy.
There are things within that document that give me great concern. Things like ending birthright citizenship, which has been part of our constitutional principle for generations now, never once challenged. The idea that you would simply no longer follow this bedrock constitutional principle is very concerning to me.
Then there's the concern over mass deportations, a promise Trump already appears to pursue. The Migration Policy Institute estimates there are 250,000 Washingtonians who don't have legal status in the U.S. Most are from Mexico, and migrant workers are the backbone of the state's agricultural industry.
What I am concerned about, of course, is that we are treating people fairly under the law, whether they are citizens or not. If you are undocumented and living in Washington, you still have legal rights.
Under U.S. immigration law, local police can be deputized to enforce federal laws and assist with any deportation.
We've seen this movie before, and he's talking about doing this now.
But John Urquhart, the former sheriff of King County, believes there is little to no chance that any Washington sheriff or police chief would allow local resources to assist with mass deportations.
The local police job is really very simple. Reduce crime and the fear of crime. People to report crime. We need people to be good witnesses, to report evidence, all those kinds of things. If we don't have that, we can't solve crimes. And if people are afraid to come to us because they think we are going to turn them over to ICE, then we're not going to be able to solve the crimes that we need to solve to keep the community safe. It's really just as simple as that.
The new Attorney General says now is a wait-and-see moment for the state of Washington.
It is not the state government's job to enforce immigration laws. That is a federal priority and a federal responsibility, but we need to be very mindful about how they go doing that.
Yeah, now that was Jake Wittenberg reporting, and we know while Trump's borders are, Tom Homan denies plans for worksite raids in the D.C. region in the coming days. There's a bit of uncertainty with undocumented immigrants wondering if their days here in the United States are perhaps numbered.
Yeah, Rafael Sanchez Cruz is taking a closer look at this issue.
Jose Rafael says he has noticed a recent shift among the Latino community in Alexandria, Virginia's Chirilagua neighborhood. He says fear has taken hold, with many avoiding even walking in the streets amid President Trump's threats of mass deportations. I don't have that fear because I don't have a criminal record, and Trump said he was going to focus on criminals. But Trump's border czar Tom Homan has said collateral arrests could happen, meaning undocumented immigrants without criminal charges could also be detained during ICE sweeps.
You have to see what President Trump proposes. He often talks about things and doesn't do them.
Virginia Senator Tim Kaine says for now, Trump's deportation proposal is riddled with logistical issues.
How do you create the detention space? How do you pay for the deportation itself? There's no details connected with any of this.
It's that lack of clarity that has undocumented immigrants like Ingrid living in fear.
Terror me pasa por la mente.
Terror. It passes through my mind, my body, everywhere, because sincerely, we don't know what's going to happen. But Ingrid says she has an idea of what could happen. In February of 2017, at least 683 immigrants were detained by ICE in the DMV region, a move many saw as the first wave of the Trump administration's detentions. They said they were going to get people with a criminal record, but unfortunately, there were people that didn't have a record and were still taken. ICE insists they were targeting people with criminal charges.
I stood with our communities against those kinds of behaviors in 2017, and I'm going to do it again.
Back then, Kaine sent this letter to ICE after 6 Latino men were reportedly detained outside of Alexandria's Rising Hope Mission Church.
Part of what President Trump is threatening is to deport people who have overstayed their welcome or committed crimes, going after folks who've already been adjudicated. I understand.
The Migration Policy Institute estimates that nearly 500,000 undocumented immigrants live in D.C., Maryland, and Virginia.
We are activating defenders networks so that in the event of a raid, targeted action, whatever it might be, if ICE is present somewhere, we know about it.
Ama Frimpong is the legal director for CASA, the largest immigration advocacy group in the DMV region. She says they're prepared to provide targeted resources to immigrant communities, like Know Your Rights workshops.
They have these rights regardless of their immigration status, right? And the first one being you have the right to remain silent.
They also emphasize,
Do not let ICE inside your home if they do not have a warrant signed by a judge.
We will begin the largest deportation operation in American history.
I know people that are thinking of only going to work and then going home. I think that's like being in jail and not living a full life in a country that really has received us with love.
All right, let's go ahead and bring in our Rafael Sanchez Cruz to discuss Trump's immigration policies. And Rafa, give us an idea here. What specific logistical challenges are really preventing Trump's deportation plan from really being fully detailed or even implemented?
Yeah, Simone, advocacy groups tell me that without a doubt, they expect to take these battles to the court system as we did during the first administration. But also, there's other barriers to put in place Trump's deportation plan. Money. Deporting almost 11 million undocumented people here in the United States would cost $315 billion. I was talking to Senator Kaine just last week, who was telling me that he expects the Trump administration to come to Congress to ask for more funding, but he says this is where they're in control to limit how much money they're really giving the administration to go forward with these plans. And now we heard Homan talk about in your piece, that he needed more beds. So to keep a bed at an immigration detention center running, it costs $57,000 a year. And he's talking about wanting $100,000. We're talking about a lot of money.
Yeah, Rafa. So we heard about CASA there in your last piece. So how does CASA's Defenders Network operate during some of these ICE raids we have seen in the past?
Yeah, Lorenzo. So it's interesting. They send some of their volunteers and some of their members to actually go to these locations where the ICE, sweeps or raids might have happened. And it's important to know this because, look, the immigrant community in our area is on high alert, right? So right now, the presence of any agent, whether it be local or federal police officer, is alarming to them. And there's been situations where the sheriff's office in Prince George's County arrives to apartment buildings in Langley Park, and they're executing, an eviction, but the community there, because they are on high alert, they think it's immigration. And then we have people not going to work. We have children not going to school. So they do a full investigation. And then once they determine if ICE was really there, then they will provide resources. What do you need? Do you need an immigration lawyer? What can we do to help perhaps a child that's been left behind because their parent is in custody? They work, it's providing all of the resources that come about after someone is detained by ICE.
Hey, Rafa, you and I talked before we came on here, and I spoke with a local mayor about their concerns about their migrant population and wanting there not to be a target on the back of the community. How are these jurisdictions managing getting the information to the people that need it while protecting them at the same time?
Yeah, Leslie, and I think that's the biggest difference that I've seen now compared to the first Trump administration. I think, years back we saw people being very vocal. This time people are kind of holding that information to themselves, and they're saying they're targeting those communities. They know where these immigrants live, they know what resources they need, but perhaps they're not being as vocal about it. And why? I mean, in Virginia, for example, we're seeing legislation that's been put in place by Governor Glenn Youngkin to essentially cut state funding for jurisdictions that are considered sanctuary. Now, if you go, it's depending what list you look at, there's different jurisdictions that are there. Alexandria, Arlington County that are considered sanctuary, but then themselves are saying, look, we're doing everything that we can and that we have to do by law to, provide information to federal immigration authorities. They're not really themselves seeing themselves as sanctuary places, but they're saying we welcome our immigrant community. So we're definitely seeing this, holding their cards close, not really going forward with that information, and they're calling it targeted resources. If someone comes to them, they will help them. If they know where these immigrant communities are, they will take those resources to them, but they're not out there publicizing because of this fear that, quote, sanctuary jurisdictions might become a target by state and by the federal government.
Okay, well, to that point, let's talk a little bit about any updates in regard to whether ICE has started collateral arrest, and can you kind of expand on that?
And so this is always a constant issue, because collateral arrests are those people that are undocumented who might be caught up during an ICE sweep and would also be taken into custody. Now, ICE insists that they execute these kinds of operations focused on people that have some kind of criminal record or criminal background. However, anecdotally, we've heard cases and I've met people who have been caught up and that are also taken into custody by ICE. I remember particularly a couple years back, a woman in Maryland who said she opened the door and she did not have a criminal record, but because she's undocumented in this country, she was also, her immigration case to get her deported was started. So there's not new information regarding how they're going about this, but of course, this is what the heightened concern that we have. The idea that you could be at the wrong place at the wrong time and you yourself could be caught up in a deportation case.
Yeah, I'm thinking of the woman that you spoke with in your piece, Rafa, who says it feels like prison. You're just going from work to school and home, and that's it. So how are they balancing the work and family responsibilities right now?
I mean, I think that they're waiting to know what this immigration plan looks like, but it's not rare to get this response, though. I mean, I've talked to people who completely change the way that they operate when there is this heightened fear. Ingrid has been here for 25 years. There are periods where, she limits the time that she's out. She is, takes phone calls from people, and they're all communicating among each other and saying, hey, we saw this happening in this neighborhood. Just stay away for a while, just in case it was ICE that was there doing some kind of ICE raid or an ICE sweep. So they change it all together, and this really does also have a huge implication on our students, perhaps that were born here in the U.S. The idea that your parent could be taken while you are in school or when they're dropping you off, it does create a huge burden for our school systems nationwide. I know regionally, they're having these conversations with administrators and with counselors saying, if this were to happen, one, you need to communicate it, but two, what resources can we provide to these students who perhaps are immigrants or whose parents are immigrants, and how do we deal with this heightened stress that now that they have to deal with? It's not about getting that A, it's about, is my family going to be together by the end of when class ends? And that's really hard when you're dealing with young children.
Boy, it can be both traumatizing and paralyzing. So what steps can community members, wherever they are, take to support immigrant neighbors during this time?
Leslie, I was hearing a lot just about the communication of, being there in support and just having that conversation of, perhaps if you are scared and your neighbor is maybe vulnerable, doing that outreach, but also just having this network of, if something were to happen, how can I support this family? How can I support a kid whose parents might not be here at the end of the day? And that's really a conversation that needs to be had, and there are plans in place. And I know, briefly you're gonna talk about this further on, but there are people that have full legal plans in place right now in case something were to happen. And this is a time where you kind of get together and support, and I think it's a definitely a conversation to be had, with people that are vulnerable and those that are scared, and just even honestly on a human level, just validating those feelings and saying, hey, I'm here for you.
Rafa, thank you for that. We see President Trump sitting down. It looks like he's going to be signing some of his first executive action, some that we may even be talking about. Did he do that already?
He's already done, yeah.
He's already done that, okay. So we're not sure what he signed, but it is possible that he signed some of the very executive actions that he is hoping to do to remake America's immigration policy.
Yeah, we want to continue this conversation now about immigration. We have attorney Kelly Escobar Ortega with the Jamie Barron Immigration Law Group here with us. Thank you for being here with us. We know you're an expert on family-based immigration matters. And first, we want to talk about the impact of the Trump administration, some of these executive actions we may see coming down the line. We know he ended the use of a border app called CB1 that has allowed nearly 1 million people to legally enter the U.S. with eligibility to work. That's already done. What sort of impact is it having?
Well, what we can expect to see is an immediate and aggressive approach to undo any of Biden's immigration policies, whether they were domestic or even at the border. The ceasing of the CBP1 app is an aggressive move because it basically limits the people that are coming in an orderly fashion into the United States, which is going to drive up the number of people trying to enter illegally. So this is an immediate impact that we're going to see, even though he mentioned in his inauguration address that he plans to reenact the MPP, or the Remain in Mexico program. Right. However, that has to be done in consultation with the government of Mexico to keep people on the other side of the border. So what we're seeing practically is, as Rafa stated, a lot of fear and a lot of anxiety in the immigrant community, a lot of people preparing for the worst, for work raids, for children not being with their parents after school. but it's information that really will provide that support and the answers to those families who could be impacted by these separations.
And one of the things that you are concerned about is that some of these changes could overwhelm courts that are already backlogged with issues.
Absolutely. There are about 3.5 million cases right now pending in the immigration courts in the United States. The courts, are notoriously understaffed. I have a particular case that that's been active since 2014, supposed to go to trial on December 27th. The morning of, there was a scheduling issue, and they pushed us until March of 2026.
So what do you do in that case? And you're even more vulnerable between the time you were supposed to appear in court and that extension.
Absolutely, because with the changes in the Trump administration, even through asylum law and policies that the Attorney General can refer to himself to actively change immigration law precedent, people who are before the courts become much more vulnerable when they're in immigration proceedings during an administration like Trump's. So unfortunately, with them even talking about collateral arrest, people being put through due process, which requires you to go to court, that's just going to increment the number of cases that are in the immigration courts and overwhelm them to the degrees that cases are just going to be even more slower, which unfortunately does not reach the goal that the Trump administration is trying to achieve, that is deport as many people as possible. It's just not feasible.
I think of our southern border states. I used to live and work in Texas, reporting there as a journalist, and President Donald Trump declared a national emergency at the southern border. And so you think of Arizona, you think of Texas, and what's going to come next. And when you think of empowering people who come to you, what advice, immediate advice, can you give them to kind of help with the fear and to help give them some tools for here's what I can do if I'm approached?
Absolutely. One of the very first things that we educate people is what are your rights when you are encountering an ICE agent or even just law enforcement. Most of the time when people encounter ICE agents, it's usually 70 to 75% of immigration arrests happen after a law enforcement arrest. So the most average immigrant in the United States is not out committing crimes. But if they were in a collateral situation at the wrong place at the wrong time, we usually advise them to know to identify at least if there is a judicial warrant that is presented, that is signed by a judge, issued in a state court or a federal district court, that basically gives federal agents the authority, whether they consent or not, to enter the United States. That document can be slipped under the door, pressed against the window. If it's an administrative document that says Department of Homeland Security on it, they can say, I do not consent to you entering my home. They can say, I would like to speak to an attorney. There's a lot of things that we teach and share with the community so that they can best protect themselves and maintain family unity. If there is an unfortunate situation where an arrest does happen, we make ourselves available immediately to help out.
If I can quickly piggyback, I'm just curious how everything you just said is going to get extremely complicated if we end birthright citizenship.
Right. So unfortunately, while that has been a significant talking point, the birthright citizenship ideologically, it's settled in the 14th Amendment of the Constitution. In order to get that done, even if President Trump were to sign an executive order today, basically it would be a directive to, for example, the State Department to not issue or hold on applications for passports for children who are born to individuals maybe without status in the United States. However, in order to change that, they would have to have a 2/3 majority in Congress in both of the House of Representatives and the Senate, and also 3/4 majority of state legislators to pass the change, a new amendment basically eliminating birthright citizenship.
Would the emergency overrule that, though?
Well, so what would happen is if Trump issued that and someone was denied a passport, immediately you would expect the ACLU or different nonprofit organizations to file a lawsuit and possibly let's see that go up the courts. And when it goes up to the Supreme Court, see what the balance says now.
This is not a cut and dry issue. The president may have designs to sort of reimagine this, but in reality, it's far more complicated is what we're hearing you say.
It is. And so the situation that we're coming to in this administration, Trump 2.0, is that we have a Republican-controlled Congress. We have a majority conservative Supreme Court. So a lot of the things that we are going to see are going to go up. Just as in the initial Trump administration, lots of things that he implemented were litigated. We expect more of that this time.
And even without signing saying anything, we know that this fear sort of changes things as well.
Oh, absolutely. Just the things and the vocabulary that he used in the campaign that emboldened people, even just to create fear and that same anxiety in the immigrant community, probably will prevent people from applying for passports in the first place. Probably will limit their actions, which is an unfortunate circumstance, but if something does happen like that, litigation will follow.
Okay. We certainly appreciate your time, your expertise. Thank you so much for joining us.
Absolutely.
All right, so on a different note now, we know that Georgia was one of the key swing states that President Trump lost back in 2020, but he won in 2024.
Yeah, we've got reporters all over the country getting the people's perspective on the new Trump administration.
Zach Merchant from our sister station in Atlanta, Georgia, talked to voters in the Peach State about their top priorities for Trump's second term.
I'm Zach Merchant with 11 Alive News in Atlanta. In 2024, our political team tracked the presidential campaigns all across the battleground state of Georgia. Over the course of months, we spoke with dozens of voters one-on-one about what mattered most to them. These are the issues they told us that most influenced their vote and ultimately the election. And for many, the economy was at the top of their list.
You know, the inflation's real.
When I'm paying $4 or $5 for a bag of potato chips, I'm hopeful that it'll go back down to at least $2 for a bag of potato chips.
You know, just gas prices alone. It's not a short drive to get anywhere here in North Georgia for the most part, so that really chews into their wallet.
Another major issue, reproductive rights.
That's a big one. You cannot say that you care about people, but then take away their ability to access health care. That's a massive one for me.
The rights of women, because I'm being so pro-woman, and LGBTQ people.
Also top of mind for voters, safety.
I think gun laws, I think gun violence in the community is a crisis.
As a music teacher and, as a teacher and a new parent, I think safety is like the biggest thing.
Those issues and many more, like immigration, helped drive the results here in Georgia, a state that Donald Trump flipped from blue to red on his way to his 2024 presidential election. In Atlanta, I'm Zach Merchant.
Okay.
Zach, thank you. Let's go ahead and take you now to Texas.
Yeah, we know Trump easily won the Lone Star State, and in the Houston area, he came within 5 points of flipping the blue Harris County.
Reporter Orko Manna from our Houston station KHOU shares what people there have to say about the next 4 years.
On a rainy day at Memorial Park in Houston, we're bringing out a whiteboard to pose a question. What do you hope to see over the next 4 years?
We're just kind of you write it down, then kind of talk to us about it.
We asked several people to share their thoughts.
Hi there, how you guys doing?
As America transitions to a new presidency.
And actually do some good things for the country.
Bob Lee is the first person to step up. He wants an end to the divisiveness and a return to respect.
Normalcy and values, and respect for the process.
You have just a minute.
Mario Arenda hoping President Trump tackles illegal immigration.
You never know. Sometimes can be criminal. Sometimes you never know. You have to case by case to be able and progress in the future.
What do you hope to see over the next 4 years?
These two men taking a break from their walk to talk to us.
I'm optimistic.
David Childers has worked in the oil business for 45 years and says he wants the government to have his back.
I'm hoping that we'll kind of get back to being more supporting of an industry that helps people.
Charles Moore focusing on the economy, something that impacts us all.
Better future for everybody, hopefully lower taxes for everybody, less expenditures for government.
Inflation top of mind for Isaac Damon.
Bring the prices back down on everything.
Who runs his own tattoo business.
I'm a tattoo artist, and it's kind of a luxury for people to get tattoos, and people don't really have the money for that right now, Just across the board, I feel like a lot of businesses are getting affected by it.
And Pam Carmaine.
Do you mind if we have you participate here?
Sharing an issue close to her heart.
I'm a pediatrician, so anything that benefits children and children's health care in the U.S. and all over the world, anything great for kids.
She also hopes for peace in the Middle East.
And there has to be a way to get the leaders together to find a way to broker a nonviolent peace treaty.
Regardless of what they wrote on this board, everyone we spoke with had one major thing in common. They have hope for the future. In Houston, I'm Orko Manna.
All right, Texas favored Trump in the 2024 election. The split in Texas fashion, overwhelmingly Republican-leaning in rural Texas.
Right, to be expected, and overwhelmingly Democratic in urban areas, so think of places like Dallas.
Yeah, so what's the mood? Voters in North Texas today. Kevin Reese has more for us from Dallas.
On a welcome spring-like day in Dallas's Clyde Warren Park.
There's a lot of things to be both excited and scared about.
A melting pot of inauguration opinion.
I am as happy as you could possibly be.
Is as diverse as the food trucks on the curb.
I resigned to the fact, that's what we have, and we're hoping for the best.
Leonard Bernstein and his wife Jamie.
74.
Hey, check our number, honey.
Waiting for their food truck meal, but not spending much time on worry.
We've done it once before, and we all made it through. It's not my choosing.
Yeah.
Not Leslie Reposado's choosing either.
So I came here when I was 15 years old.
Oh, wow.
And I just turned 30.
A naturalized American citizen with a handsome dog named Leo, but with immigrant relatives who are very concerned.
As an immigrant myself, I just want to make sure that the people that I love and are close to me are okay.
But Dallas data analyst Brian Willen.
I try to see the other side, but, I can't think of anything good the last 4 years.
Is downright giddy.
I'm looking forward to the next 4 years and, and what, this administration can accomplish.
Happy.
Trump voters Marisa and Keith in that happy camp too.
Yeah, it's not Biden. That's what makes me happy. It's somebody other than Joe Biden, let's put it that way.
Donald Trump won 56% of the vote in Texas.
No, I have no fear.
Not Kenya Mompriere's vote, but the stay-at-home mom of 3 is at peace with whatever happens next. Her ancestors, she says, survived much worse.
I don't look at it as doomed. No, the world will continue. And we'll continue to build and be resilient and depend on each other.
2 Dallas tourists from Nottingham, England, gave us this international perspective of Mr. Trump's return.
A little bit crazy.
Yeah, a little bit crazy and a little bit, unusual.
Keith, a Trump voter, begs to differ.
And he seems like a kinder, gentler guy all of a sudden, too. He really does. So he's got a smile on his face. I think it's going to be better this time around.
A melting pot of America waiting and watching to see what this time around actually does bring.
Hopefully be able to find a point where everybody kind of understands each other a little bit better.
In Dallas, I'm Kevin Reese.
Yeah, we know everybody's been kind of following what's happening in this very long day of pomp and circumstance. What we know is that President Trump was supposed to be arriving at Capitol One Arena for his modified parade and party around 3 o'clock, but they are very behind. They have not even started the presidential inaugural luncheon yet. So if you're watching us from Capitol One Arena, it may be a while.
Yeah, you can see the inaugural luncheon there in that bottom right-hand corner of your screen, and you saw the president and first lady arrive, roughly 10 minutes ago?
And President Trump was just signing a bunch of executive orders. We're anticipating about 100, so we'll see if that, continues to take place. But to the luncheon he goes.
All right. Minnesota, by the way, went to Kamala Harris in the election, but only by 137,000 votes.
Yeah, and that deep division is still apparent as that state looks at the start of its own legislative session.
Gordon Severson takes us to the Minnesota Capitol in St. Paul, where voices on all sides shared their thoughts on the road ahead.
In a normal year, the first day of a new session at the Minnesota State Capitol is simple and ceremonial.
Please raise your right hand to the members-elect.
But this is not a normal year.
There is no quorum as required by the Constitution of the state of Minnesota.
The House is not adjourned. You do not have authority over the House of Representatives.
Facing an even tie this session, Democrats and Republicans are arguing over who has control of the Minnesota House.
You don't accomplish anything with division.
Doug Hoyer says he's worried lawmakers won't get anything done this session, and he's also worried about the division in Washington, with President Trump taking office.
I hope that they can come to grips with that kind of division and begin to work together.
Yeah, I'm really concerned about my children's future and what this new administration could do to our planet.
Leanna Goose is worried about the Trump administration taking over and how his policies could affect the environment. She's especially worried about clean water and wild rice, which is a big part of Native American culture in Minnesota.
Wild rice is currently under threat from climate change, pollution, invasive species, and reckless development.
Meanwhile, others at the Capitol are excited.
I'm waiting for that to hit. It will change it all.
Richard Bentley is a Trump supporter who is expecting big changes starting day one.
The border would be the first. Our services, police, how they are to be paid.
Both supporters and critics of Trump here at the Capitol agree the next 4 years are crucial when it comes to protecting our nation's future. The question is, will elected officials set aside their differences to work together?
We're in a critical moment. I'm really hopeful that all of the United States can stand together and work to fix the problems we have created.
In St. Paul, Minnesota, Gordon Severson, KARE 11 News.
So as President Trump begins his second term, people in the state of New York are sharing their hopes, concerns, and priorities for the next 4 years.
That's right. From immigration and inflation to unity and equality, their voices reflect a nation navigating change.
Courtney Courtwright from our station in Buffalo, New York, brings us this story.
I just want unity. I just really want everybody to just really come together.
With a new leader comes change. It also poses an important question. What would you like to see in the next 4 years?
Making sure that government is efficient, growing, that we're able to deliver for the American people, because there's a lot of cynicism out there.
Some people in Western New York are feeling uneasy.
I'm very concerned about how people who don't find themselves in positions of power or are marginalized, how they're going to be affected by this. As a trans woman, I do wonder if what's going to happen to me and my friends.
Others are optimistic.
He's going to put America first. He's going to make sure we secure our border, and he's going to make America strong abroad again.
Immigration is a topic of discussion among leaders. With border counties, Niagara and Erie, it certainly is on the minds of local politicians. President Trump has made comments about quote-unquote mass deportations.
We need to work hand in hand with the administration to solve this crisis. It's been something that's lingered over our country for 100 years. But it has been on steroids these last 4.
We have to get the immigration issues in our country under control and allow new Americans to take root here and to live the American dream like nearly all of our ancestors have gone through.
Some feel the administration should be focusing on other issues.
To spend all that money really worth it. I think we should be trying to do more about the weather and helping people get affordable housing.
When it comes to inflation, leaders on both sides of the aisle seem to agree that something has to be done.
We cannot afford to continue to create a legacy for our children and our grandchildren that they can't afford.
It depends on us working collaboratively to come up with positive bipartisan solutions that are in the best interests of the people.
Reporting in Buffalo, I'm Courtney Courtwright.
The incoming Trump administration has some specific plans to reshape the federal workforce, and the changes could have some implications for the region and for the nation.
Yeah, our Larry Miller is here now to break it down.
The incoming Trump administration wants a leaner, less costly federal workforce. Leading the effort to deliver on the president's plans are Tesla CEO Elon Musk and entrepreneur Vivek Ramaswamy. The two head the Department of Government Efficiency, a proposed presidential advisory commission. Among the things they want to do, cut federal spending by $2 trillion, which Musk said recently will be a missed target. Additionally, they want to shrink the size of the federal workforce and have federal workers return to the office. Data from the Bureau of Labor Statistics shows there are approximately 3 million federal workers nationwide. Of that, more than 300,000 federal workers reside in the Washington, D.C. metro area, which accounts for just 15% of the total federal workforce. The remaining 85% is spread out throughout the country. The incoming administration wants to move 100,000 federal jobs outside of Washington, which could have a substantial impact on the local economy. Jackie Simon is the Director of Politics and Public Policy for the American Federation of Government Employees.
I want to get your thoughts collectively about what you've heard. Does it make sense, and what impact will that have on the federal workforce?
Well, I'll go through those backwards. As far as relocating agency headquarters out of the Washington, D.C. area, I don't think that they'll really end up doing that. I think that the top political appointees in these agencies need a little bit of some staff in Washington so that they can basically answer the questions that the White House has, questions that Congress has. I don't see that really happening. They tried it in Trump's first term with a few different offices out of the Department of Agriculture, and it was a true disaster. Basically, nobody, almost no one, I think less than 5% of the workforce took the opportunity to move to a new location. So they had a tremendous brain drain, loss of institutional knowledge. It ended up costing a lot of money, not saving money. Is really based on a false assumption that the majority of federal employees work in the Washington, D.C. area. Only about 15% of the total federal workforce works in the Washington metropolitan area. The rest are spread all across the country at military bases and depots, veterans hospitals and clinics, Social Security offices, federal prisons. We represent the correctional offices in federal prisons, TSA officers at airports. I mean, federal employees are all across the country doing all kinds of jobs.
The incoming administration has said that there needs to be greater efficiency in the federal government workforce. Is that fair?
Oh, of course, there's always room for improvement in the operation of any organization. It'd be ridiculous to deny that. I just think that the Trump-Ramaswamy approach, which is based, again, on a lot of false ideas about what the federal workforce does, where it is, and how it could be reduced, are ridiculous. And so it's hard to take what they've said so far very seriously. I don't really think that commission and all that rhetoric has anything to do with efficiency. I think it's really sort of a Trojan horse for mass outsourcing and privatization.
One of the other things that were mentioned is the return to office. Some have said that sort of policy change would be problematic because of spacing issues, availability of building space. Could you speak to that for us?
Well, I think that a lot of agencies learned during the pandemic that telework was a tremendous efficiency booster and productivity booster, and it worked well for the employees and it worked well for the agencies. And as a result, they continued telework policies, not as extreme as during the height of the pandemic, but there was a hybrid arrangement in many agencies. Now, remember, of course, that less than half of the federal workforce has jobs that are even appropriate for telework at all. And that is another misconception. I mean, for example, the people I talked about before, the corrections officers in the prisons, the TSA officers, the nurses and doctors in VA hospitals, they don't telework.
How's the morale amongst the federal workforce? Is it low considering the proposed changes that are on the table?
I think federal employees have had a little bit of a breather from being demonized. You know, it kind of comes in waves. And so I think that there has been just this respite, having a president who appreciated the federal workforce and the work that federal employees perform on behalf of the American people. And to suddenly go from being appreciated to being scorned and demonized is not a good feeling.
What's your message to the incoming Trump administration?
Federal employees are not demons, and federal employees contribute virtually nothing to the deficit. Take a look at the numbers, step aside from the rhetoric, and try to get to know what the federal workforce actually does, and maybe you'll start to appreciate us.
Larry Miller, WUSA 9.
All right, let's go ahead and bring Larry Miller in to talk more about the impact to federal workers. Larry, I wanted to mention something you touched on in your story is that 85% of the federal workforce is across the nation. So this is a story that is impacting such a large amount of people, not just in the immediate DC, DMV area. I mean, what's your sense of the fear, the uncertainty that people seem to be experiencing right now as the Department of Government Efficiency gets ready to take hold?
Well, I think the fear and concern is certainly legitimate, right? Because there's just so much on the table. When we've been thinking about and considering these executive actions that will be signed that specifically target the federal workforce, some new information provided to us today by way of CBS News said that at least one of those executive actions will deal specifically with weakening the power of federal employees and unions by stripping workers of the collective bargaining rights. And so that's going to make it a lot more difficult for the union, like the American Federation of Government Employees, to advocate on behalf of its more than 1 million members for specific perks, benefits, even sorts of protections in the workplace. We also know that there will be an executive order that will require at least some federal employees to head back into the office. When you speak to federal employees, they say, listen, the ability to have that level of flexibility was not something that they necessarily just got used to, but it has made their work a lot more efficient, that it is costing the federal government a lot less money, because by having these workers now work at home, they're not having to spend millions of dollars on office buildings. Instead, they're providing these additional perks that are now allowing people to stay in the federal workforce, which is another issue that the federal government certainly has to contend with when you consider the competitiveness of the market. Many federal workers tell me that they can make a lot more money working in the private sector, but having these sort of benefits available to them makes it advantageous for them to stay in federal service. So what impact this will have on the sort of federal structure and the sort of federal employee landscape remains to be seen. But requiring some employees to head back into the office could compel some federal employees to consider working in the private sector and moving on from federal service.
Yeah, that was always the benefit usually with working with the federal government. It was usually an attractive aspect of the government, the stability. But that seems like it's going to be upended with a lot of what we're seeing right now. Hey, Larry, on a different note, we heard the president mention during his inaugural address, he talked about diversity, equity, and inclusion when it comes to the federal government, the workforce, and also the military. What sort of impact is that having when he talks about going to this sort of merit-based system instead?
Well, no doubt there's been a sort of extreme assault on DEI, diversity, equity, and inclusion. One of the things that you heard consistently during the confirmation process for many of Trump's nominees to lead multiple agencies throughout the government is this idea of meritocracy, judging people on the things that they do, not on necessarily who they are, whether they're man, woman, black, or white, but talking specifically about their merits, their ability to do the job, the things that they've accomplished that make them qualified to move up and to progress within federal service. So this is certainly something that has been talked about on all levels of government, but we've also started to see it try to shift in the private sector as well. We've talked about Facebook and their sort of abandoning of DEI measures, other sort of tech companies that have moved forward with the same, because they say that it is not only an distraction, but it is also a part of this sort of ongoing culture war requiring and compelling people to believe in things that they say are just inconsistent from sort of, foundational American values. And so I think for a lot of the federal workforce that this is a bit concerning, because the idea of diversity, equity, inclusion was not about trying to dismiss one group in favor of another, but to provide an equal playing field for all, particularly for those that have been largely disenfranchised and marginalized in federal workforce and workforces all across the country.
You know, we talked about, and you talked about in your story, the brain drain that could come from some of these expectations and changes in remaking the federal workforce. And I know we've seen, and we've been reported on, that there have been some career service members in, say, the State Department who have been asked to resign. And this could potentially impact not just the service, right? Mm-hmm. The State Department, but the services they provide, visas, etc. What are you hearing about how some of these changes could impact people who aren't federal workers? And maybe that's the thing we need to talk about, because some people may be thinking about this going, well, that's just going to impact people who work for the federal government. No, the federal government works for you, and some of the services you need to have happen from these very federal workers.
Oh,
looks like we
did we
lost
lose Larry?
But no, but that's such a good point.
We have fewer people working.
Go ahead, Larry. We can hear you now.
We can hear you now.
Yeah, sorry. Okay, great. Well, to your point, if you have fewer people processing visas, for instance, then we're talking about significant delays for those that are maybe need to travel internationally to address some sort of family emergency and to leave the country on a sort of immediate basis. And so this will definitely have an impact on the distributions of funds potentially, that this will have an impact on government services that people depend on and rely on every single day. So having a smaller government that potentially is more efficient is one thing, but we're not sure necessarily, and it has yet to be proven, whether having fewer people in government federal service is going to increase the efficiency within the government as well, and its ability to respond to the people, the American people, that depend on a well-functioning government.
Larry, I had a quick question for you, because we know that, D.C. Mayor Muriel Bowser enacted the cold weather emergency, and I know you're doing your best to stay warm out there, but bring us into your world. Tell us what you're doing to just you're smiling. That's a good sign.
Yeah, this is a strange smile, but a smile nonetheless. It has been cold out here, but, certainly a big shout out to our partners that have been doing a really good job of making sure that our area is actually heated. So we are in a sort of heated area on the rooftop, but it is freezing. It is cold. My hands are numb. We're doing the best job that we possibly can, given the circumstances today. And all things considered, it makes sense why the inaugural events were moved indoors, because to have people stand out in this sort of weather, these freezing temperatures for an extended period of time, really is a health risk to folks if they are not able to be near a heated area like I am. So it does make probably the most sense that if you can enjoy the day, being able to watch us from the comfort of your home in a warm area is probably best that you do so.
It's a very Arctic 13 degrees where you are, Larry, so we are sending you the warmest thoughts we can muster, sending them all your way. We know from covering these in previous years it gets mighty cold, especially up there on those rooftops. But good job.
He's got the blanket.
He's got a heated blanket.
With Kurt.
Of course the bishop has a heated blanket. Yes.
Yeah, and what I noticed here as well.
I'm ready for another. I'm ready for another 3 hours of coverage, guys. Let's go.
Thanks for letting us know. You got more in you.
Well, funny that you say that.
Good to
We
know.
might have an opportunity
Because
for you.
we're a little behind today, but notice the shot behind Larry as well. Typically, that's where the parade goes by on Inauguration Day, but there are very few people out there in front of the White House because, yes, it is so cold.
It is so cold.
Got to get the Larry Miller heaters out there.
All right, Larry, go inside for a minute, warm up, and then we'll come back to you a little later. All right.
We got to get the blanket service. That was Chief Photographer Kurt.
Right on time, right?
That was really wonderful.
Good job there. Okay. All right, so Donald Trump's election was historic. He is only the second president to win non-consecutive terms after losing the White House. The other, Grover Cleveland.
To reclaim the presidency, President Trump accomplished something that some political pundits didn't expect that he could. He actually expanded his voter base.
Yeah, our chief investigative reporter Eric Flack has more on how he did it. President Donald Trump's supporters celebrated his decisive win on election night at the Dirty Water Bar on H Street in Northeast. The victory driven in part by inroads Trump made with African-American voters.
There's so few places in D.C. where if you support former President Trump that you can just come out and show your face, I think without shame, and that's kind of why I'm here tonight.
Data from the Associated Press showed Trump doubled his share of young black male voters in the 2024 election, the largest of the demographic shifts among Trump voters, with roughly 3 in 10 black men under the age of 45 voting to return Trump to the White House.
I think he talked about some of the issues that, even in particular in D.C., and what D.C. faces in terms of carjackings and crime throughout the city and its proximity to the White House. I think African Americans, like myself, have opened up their eyes.
Robert Simmons is a Trump supporter from D.C.
Of making investments in communities to give people options, African American options, other than committing crimes, trade, vocational training, sort of investments to rebuild infrastructure.
Jobs.
Jobs, yeah, jobs. That's right.
Chances at a better life.
Yes, that's right.
And these are something that you think the Democratic Party hasn't done a good enough job with.
I don't think so. I think there's a lot of band-aid approaches towards this. Building jails and institutions are never the solution. You got to get at this systemic problem of what's happening in this country, and I think people are taking another look at what this incoming administration has to offer.
American University Associate Professor of Government Stephen Taylor downplayed Trump's gains among African Americans. You're sitting here today saying Trump does not appeal to black voters.
When his opponent gets 77% of the black vote, that's not what I would call an appeal. It's probably greater than a 3-to-1 margin. So I don't know that he had an appeal. One thing I will say is that the black community is becoming more ethnically diverse, which means that you're having a large number of people who are not don't have their foundations in the United States. A large number of immigrants or the children of immigrants, and the same things that brought black people into the Democratic Party, which was a civil rights issue, does not resonate with immigrants from Africa or the Caribbean. The continent where Trump enjoys the most popularity is Africa. So I will say that now when we talk about the black vote, it's not a monolithic vote, ethnically speaking, like it has been more so in the past.
Which means black people are going to be more open-minded to, hey, I'm not just going to be a Democrat just because I'm supposed to be a Democrat.
Well, yeah, if they're immigrants or the children of immigrants, that doesn't, the partisanship does not have to resonate with them as it does with those who were born here, who are multi-generational black Americans.
Trump also got slightly more votes among Latinos than in 2020. While Harris won more than half of Hispanic voters, that support was down from the roughly 6 in 10 Hispanic voters that Biden won, according to AP reports. The change in his support among Latinos also driven by men.
As far as why, those things did not offend me. When he said that people had to come here legally, when he said that people had to abide by rule of law.
Joanne Chase is the chair of the Republican Hispanic Assembly of Virginia.
When he said that a lot of the people that are coming across the border were killers and rapists and on and on and on, and people that were bringing drugs, that was true. It did not mean that there were not other individuals coming across the border looking for jobs. But the bottom line is they were doing it illegally. And a commander-in-chief, which is what a president of the United States is, number one responsibility is to protect this country from enemies from abroad and within. And in his speech, he expressed his interest in abiding by his main responsibility, which was to keep this country safe. What you see is what you get. And that's what he said. I'd rather have someone telling me, Joanne, I don't like you, rather than sneaky behind the back, hurting me. I can handle that. I can handle that.
Trump also made gains with women voters. Harris still had the advantage among women, winning 53 to 46, but that margin was narrower than Biden's, according to AP data. Have you always been a Trump supporter?
I have not. He's grown on me.
Lindsay Queen is the Ward 1 chair for the D.C. Republican Party.
I've been able to engage with the community in Ward 1, Northwest D.C. and Columbia Heights, and I find that a lot more of the community is more engaged than they have been in the past. But I think that the Republican Party and President Trump has been able to really bring in those voters who are looking to come home with a good hard work pay that actually is more valuable.
The one thing that did not change in this election cycle, President Trump's core base. Slightly more than 8 in 10 Trump voters in this election were white. That's roughly in line with 4 years earlier.
I hate to racialize the election, but this stuff helps among white voters. When you start saying, making it seem like these people who have gotten too many favors the past 60 years aren't going to get these favors on me, that appeals to them. When you talk about we're going to build that wall, and that appeals to white voters.
Yeah, now President Trump won the popular vote by about 1.5%, or a little more than 2 million votes nationwide.
One of the places President Trump expanded his voter base was Virginia. He flipped the Keystone State after President Biden won it in 2020.
Yeah, we have reporters all over the country talking to people about what they hope to see from the new administration, including in Pennsylvania. Lisa Washington from our sister station in Scranton spoke to voters in Luzerne County about their expectations for the incoming president.
We are in Luzerne County, Pennsylvania. While Pennsylvania is often considered a major swing state, President Trump won this county in 2016, 2020, and again in 2024. We spoke with voters here who have varying opinions about what the president's second term in office will look like. Ron Hall says the first time he ever voted in a presidential election was in 2016 when he voted for Donald Trump. He hopes President Trump's second term will differ from the first time he was in office.
Well, I'm hoping he doesn't do the rhetoric that he did in the first few years he was in office. I'm hoping this time he brings everybody together.
Others in Luzerne County who support President Trump say they'd like to see him work to unite the country and reduce the costs of household items.
It's been hard for the last couple of years, so let's hope everything straightens out.
I think he's got a good 2 years to do what he can, and after that, who knows? You know, when they have midterm elections.
Not everyone who lives in this now red county is optimistic about Trump's return to the White House.
I want to see 4 years go by in a hurry, let's put it that way. If he does everything he says, especially about the tariffs, these grocery stores, people are just going to go nuts with the prices.
From proposed tariffs on imported goods to his cabinet nominees, Claudia Zosch has little confidence in President Trump.
He wants to buy the Gulf of Mexico. Where is he going to get that money? We don't have, they're talking about taking away some of our Social Security. That's part of my income. And, you know, if he does that, I'm at a loss.
To take all the people he said he's going to deport that have been living here and trying to make a better life for themselves, I mean, it doesn't make any sense to me. I really honestly thought that Vice President Harris had a chance, and I was just devastated.
I'm hoping to see some good change for the country. Hoping to see us have financially be better off, and I'd like to see everything be fair in the country.
The voice of voters as a new administration begins. Lisa Washington, Luzerne County, Pennsylvania. This year, the nation will celebrate its 250th anniversary. And at Mount Vernon, the protectors of the first president's home, library, and legacy, they're already preparing. One event, in fact, is happening right now.
Yeah, to help teach us about the gravity of an inauguration, curators are bringing out rarely seen artifacts from the very first inauguration and the first administration.
We're going back in time.
Way back.
We learned that George Washington had strong views about how the nation's president should handle themselves from day one. Here's Scott Broom at Mount Vernon.
All right, everybody, welcome to the museum at Mount Vernon, George Washington's home, the first president, where we learned about the first inauguration. Fascinating stuff, like why it was so important what George Washington chose to wear that day. What is this place?
We're in textile storage at George Washington's Mount Vernon, where we have 450 textiles that belong to George and Martha Washington. I call it the morgue. It is very sterile, it's very clean. We want to protect these objects.
What are you all doing for the inauguration?
We're bringing out the coat that George Washington was inaugurated in. This is it right here in this drawer. It's an incredible piece. You can see the original color is right here.
This was all stitched together really quickly.
It was stitched together, and it was done here at Mount Vernon by an indentured artisan named Kevin Boa. Washington wanted to be sworn in an ordinary business suit. This is not robes like a king would be coronated in. This is an ordinary business suit that you would see on many men in town as they were doing business.
And there was an important second message. Adam explained it was from fabric made in the USA in the infancy of America's textile industry, which at the time was a really big deal, sparking this conversation.
The English dominated the woolen industry from the Middle Ages, and it was a real statement that Americans were taking over some of that business. Textiles were incredibly expensive. They were woven on hand looms.
So he was demonstrating American ingenuity, American industry, and potentially American economic power simply by picking this coat.
Absolutely. Washington really wants to support these American manufacturers. He creates some tariffs early in the presidency. He really works to protect these industries. Washington shows off what he wants to be and how he wants to be perceived as president of the United States.
So this is our recreation of Washington's library.
Wait a minute. Those are George Washington's books?
Yes, they are. Yes, they are.
God.
And that's when Mount Vernon's Special Collections librarian Caroline Sharp showed us some of the documents demonstrating how Washington followed through, all the way to his final statement to the public as president.
Washington's farewell address is him announcing to the public that he will not run for a third term. In all of these things, Washington is formatting the presidency because it is unprecedented. So in Washington's farewell address, he is setting the precedent for a two-term limit. There are a lot of people at the time who wish that Washington would be a lifelong president. Washington is making sure that he sets the example that that is not the case in the United States. We do not want another monarch.
Also among the documents, a presidential pardon with a curious backstory.
Washington only issued 16 pardons during his 8 years as president. So this is actually Washington pardoning a man named David Blair, who was accused of rum smuggling. Potentially, Washington may have pardoned him because he was a fan of Blair's rum.
This is a sash that George Washington wore.
Back in the morgue, we looked at more fabrics.
After George and Martha Washington died, family members got their clothing and chopped it up and gave it to people as gifts, as relics of George and Martha Washington.
The buttons on Washington's inauguration suit are missing for the same reason, but the message this artifact communicates has survived.
He was a man of the people. He wanted to appear to be a man of the people.
So it really matters what a president wears.
It really matters what a president wears.
If you want to see that coat yourself, you can. You can come to the museum here. It will be on display until February 3rd. It hasn't been displayed here at Mount Vernon since 1963. Scott Broom, WUSA 9.
Such thing as fast fashion back in the day.
No.
Wow.
And for them to preserve that, since 1789?
It just,
like,
for Scott to be able to even touch it,
Yeah.
to be that close to it.
Well, and to think of, what he stands for our country, right? What a mammoth he is in terms of politicians and an icon and all of that. It's such a simple piece, right?
Yeah.
Which is it's fascinating.
No bells and whistles.
Yeah.
Right.
That's right.
That's right. Well, as Donald Trump starts his second term in the White House, unlike past presidents who have served back-to-back terms, this term is separated by a 4-year gap in office. The family dynamics will look decidedly different than when they did when he was first elected almost 8 years ago. When it comes to a Trump presidency, the first term was a family affair. But the second term will come with some big changes.
This was, I believe, the greatest political movement of all time.
After the election victory, there was widely held speculation that First Lady Melania would not live at the White House full-time with her husband. But during a recent interview with Fox News, Melania spoke about her upcoming move to D.C.
We started the production in November, and we are shooting right now, so it's a day-to-day life. What I'm doing, what kind of responsibilities I have. People, they don't really know, and they will see it. It's day to day, from transition team to moving to the White House.
CNN reporting in November that she will most likely spend her time between Florida and Trump Tower in Manhattan. As for Trump's sons, none of them will join their father at the White House. Back in 2016, then 10-year-old Barron Trump was the youngest presidential son to reside in the executive mansion since John F. Kennedy Jr.
I like my suitcase. I have to go to school now.
Now 18 years old, Barron will be attending New York University's School of Business.
It's very nice to see you.
Don Jr. lives full-time in Jupiter, Florida, and is trying his hand at becoming a venture capitalist, also launching his podcast.
This is why I wrote the book Trigger.
Okay, guys, it's Don Jr.
And Eric Trump is in charge of the Trump Organization's business holdings, while his wife Laura has stepped back from Senate consideration, but is still potentially pursuing a political career. Meanwhile, Trump's daughter Ivanka and her husband Jared Kushner, familiar faces at the White House, have left D.C. for warmer waters.
Politics is a pretty dark world. Like, there's a lot of darkness, a lot of negativity, and it's just really at odds with what feels good for me as a human being.
Ivanka formally announced her departure from the political scene in 2022. They now reside full-time in Miami. Simone D'Alba, WUSA 9.
Oh, so as you can imagine, Prices for hotel rooms for the inauguration in the D.C. area were pretty competitive.
Okay, competitive, decadent is the word that comes to mind, but none compare to the presidential suites at the iconic Watergate Hotel. In fact, those are going to set you back a whopping $75,000.
Yeah, people just have that sitting in the bank account.
$75,000.
Yeah, imagine what you could do with that. You could get a pretty fantastic thing. Our Randy Ayala got a behind-the-scenes look at what this expensive package includes.
It's called the Head of State Package to commemorate the 60th presidential inauguration here in D.C. The Watergate Hotel is promising a unique and luxurious front row seat to one of the most significant events in the country. But a disclaimer, it comes with a hefty price tag that most cannot afford.
You can't really speak about political intrigue or political history without the Watergate. World famous, certainly well known in Washington, but throughout the world, when people think about political American history, you have to think about the Watergate.
Abe Liao is the managing director at the Watergate. This weekend's VIP package includes a 3-day stay inside the hotel's presidential suite. It's a spacious 2,400 square feet and boasts sweeping views of the Potomac River.
It's something that our hotel offers that nobody else can say they have. It's really thinking through, if someone were to choose Washington, choose the Watergate for inauguration, what would they want to experience?
The package also includes round-trip transportation from New York City to D.C. on a helicopter. And once travelers touch down in D.C., they'll be chauffeured in a bulletproof Maybach.
The helicopter is always synonymous with the president, being chauffeured around in an armored vehicle, having access to limited, rare, vintage things that the greater community maybe doesn't have. All that really speaks to luxury. We said, how can we bring that to a guest that's looking for that presidential experience? So actually it was quite difficult. We had to source the armored Maybach from outside of Washington. Can't necessarily disclose where, but it was definitely a challenge to find it.
But luxury comes with a price tag. The stay costs $75,000. The hotel has 2 presidential suites and both are booked for this weekend. The lucky few guests will also receive a private whiskey tasting and keepsakes like a Watergate crystal and custom wax seal. And they get an up-close and personal tour of the infamous room where the Watergate scandal occurred.
It's the actual room where the break-in occurred originally, so we've memorialized it. There's a lot of great iconography and history in the actual suite itself.
A stay at a historical landmark while we usher in our 47th president. In Northwest, Randy Ayala, WUSA 9.
So a $75,000 experience.
Yeah,
okay.
that little thing, if you've got that hangar. I mean, speaking of hotels, I just read something in Travel Weekly that hotels across the city are at 80% occupancy.
Oh my
so
goodness.
a lot of people coming into this area to see this day.
Well, look, if $75,000 was maybe too cheap for you, there is one at the Fairmont, I do believe, that was listed at $350,000.
No way.
Oh.
So I don't know. Maybe when we hit the lotto someday.
I don't know. Maybe we could just go there and see what it is
There you go.
with our own eyes.
Our own experience.
Yeah, we'll just go and do a little research and development.
Well, a lot of folks are probably spending time at the hotels now because they couldn't go out to see the inauguration. So maybe watching from the room, perhaps?
It's a big boost. All right, so one of the changes that we're going to see in D.C. is going to be with the city's social scene.
Oh, yeah, that's important. So where will the incoming staffers and cabinet members be hanging out in town?
Yeah, that's right. I recently sat down with Washingtonian food editor Jessica Sidman to get the inside scoop. We're taking a look at what the social scene in D.C. is going to look like with the incoming Trump administration. Are there some top-of-mind spots, some hot spots around D.C. that come to mind for you?
As you may know, D.C. is an extremely liberal blue city, so there aren't a lot of places that are very MAGA-friendly necessarily. But there are a couple. One is a sports bar on H Street called Dirty Water. And it's one of the rare bars in DC where the owner has publicly, expressed his support for Donald Trump, and they hosted a debate watch party with the DC Young Republicans, an election night party, and I saw they're also going to be doing a big open bar deal for inauguration weekend. So I imagine that will be a popular place.
my question literally just says, what about the Waldorf, ? Right? Because it was a former Trump hotel. Can you kind of elaborate on that if you think that's going to be a spot?
During the last Trump administration, the old post office building, which was the Trump Hotel, was the place for the president's supporters. You could go any night of the week and find cabinet secretaries and White House officials and Republican members of Congress and everyone else who wanted to be in the president's orbit, or the president himself. That was the only restaurant he ever went to in DC in his 4 years of office, was the steakhouse in his own hotel. Obviously, the Trump Hotel is now gone, and so is its steakhouse. Now it's a Waldorf Astoria. There are some people who think, just out of inertia, that crowd may continue to go to that venue. There's also been chatter that the Trumps are in talks to retake management of the hotel and bring back the Trump Hotel. So that'll be interesting to watch.
When you think of more of the younger crowd, one I wanted to highlight is the Big Board. So this 8th Street Burger Bar is something that you touched on for more of like the younger Republican crowd.
Yes.
So still something to anticipate here?
Yeah, so the Big Board on 8th Street, which is kind of a burger bar, got a lot of attention during the pandemic because they were one of the few places to publicly, flaunt the COVID rules and the mask mandates and the vaccine mandates, and we're just openly defying the mayor's orders on that front. And because of that, it became kind of a right-wing darling, and a lot of high-profile Republicans were going there to show their support. And I know there are some young Republican groups that have done events there and meetups there. So I imagine that that's another place that will be popular, even though, the owner has said that he's apolitical.
Let's talk about Republicans and steakhouses. Mm-hmm. So at first, when we were talking about this, I was like, no, this isn't a thing. It is a thing, apparently, and there's data to kind of support that Republicans love their steakhouses. And do you expect that trend to continue, perhaps, into this new administration?
Yeah, and if you look at campaign finance data, at almost every single steakhouse in DC, Republicans outspend Democrats. And that's particularly true at one particular place, the Capitol Grill in DC, where Republicans outspend Democrats 13-1. And that's kind of, I would say, maybe the most Republican-leaning restaurant in DC at the moment. Obviously, there are a lot of things about steakhouses that align with Republican values, these ideas of tradition and masculinity and, America first, what's more Americana than a steakhouse? And then, the incoming president himself, Donald Trump, is a well-known steak lover, loves his well-done filet.
I mean, it has become a political flashpoint, even down to steakhouses, so to speak.
Yeah, red meat has absolutely become part of the culture wars, and you saw during the election, Donald Trump saying, Kamala Harris is coming for your cows, no more cows. And, I think steak, red meat has become very associated with Republicans.
Yeah. Was there anything interesting when you were doing that article that you think our audience would be interested to know?
I think there's a lot of chatter about where Trump himself might dine out in DC. And I do think there's a good chance that he might not dine out at all in the city. The one place he went in his last administration, again, the steakhouse in his own hotel, he could go there and know that when he walked in the door, he was going to get a standing ovation. I can't think of a lot of places in DC where that's going to be the case now. In addition to all the security concerns now with the assassination attempts, I wouldn't be surprised if he sticks to the White House, but we'll see.
Simone D'Alba, WUSA 9.
So it was really fun just to get a sense of, when you say Republicans and steaks,
yeah.
I don't know, I feel like it's kind of tongue in cheek, but when I was speaking with Jessica, she goes, there's data, and this is
there's
a real,
always data.
Yeah, there's, correct data, but also just to hear that, strongholds like Dirty Water are going to continue to be places where, Republicans, especially in DC, will go. I mean, even the owner has spoken publicly about wanting to just, hey, come on out.
Yeah, we just got word, speaking of Dirty Water, a couple of seconds ago, apparently they're getting some retaliatory, some pushback from folks who know that they've catered to the Republican Party. They've hosted these events.
Sure.
So you have people filing false complaints apparently to the Metropolitan Police Department, the Alcoholic Beverage Control Board in DC, because they're upset about that. So there's always some pushback as well in this town when you talk about who's hosting what party and who frequents what establishment.
Certainly. All right, we're going to expand this conversation on the social scene. We have a very special guest, Miss Lucinda Anderson, joining us today.
Yeah, she calls herself the frugal socialite, and we're gonna talk a little bit more about why she says that. But maybe we should start with the fact that when administrations change, there's a big impact on the social scene. Democrats and Republicans party different.
Yeah.
They do. They dinner different, they
Yes.
shop different.
Yes.
It's a little different, at least it manifests itself differently in this city.
All of what you said is so true. Two of my favorite resorts have a Democratic following and a Republican following. And depending on which side you aim for, you go to one or the other resort. Lots of Washingtonians right now don't really feel that their lives are going to change as much as maybe in former administrations. And I think it's a little bit because there's a real exclusivity feeling right now in the air. I mean, if you look at the dais behind the president, trillions of dollars were standing there. And I don't think the typical Washingtonian sees themselves in that circle. I could be wrong. Maybe I'm in the wrong circle. Maybe that's what it is. But I agree. There are going to be some local haunts. Salamander Hotel has been rumored to be one of the big ones. And that's particularly exciting because it's female owned.
And Black owned.
And there's that. Okay. So in addition to Salamander, of course, all the places on the Hill that people always go. One of the reasons is accessibility. Trump Hotel, which is no longer Trump Hotel, it's Waldorf Astoria, is still a very esteemed brand. Anywhere you go in the world, or New York, when you go to Waldorf, you're going to run into the right people. So if you want your resume to expand, if you want your social media to be crowded with pictures of the right people, these are some of the places you need to show up.
So how do you establish yourself as one of these restaurants or social clubs in the Washington area? Who's to say, okay, this is where members of the GOP hang out, this is where Democrats hang out? How does it happen?
The name of the game in 2025 is basically crafting unique drinks, having the right experience, and to think about Ted Danson and Cheers. Everyone wants to go somewhere where everyone knows your name. Whether it is the pub in Capitol Hill or the place in Tyson's, near the mall where you just bought some fabulous shoes, or you're just trying to get some downtime outside of the city. All of these places are looking to offer a unique experience.
Excuse me, I was just thinking, when you think of politics, sometimes when you think of DC, you think of power. It's all synonymous, right? And a lot of those political dealings are happening in back rooms, or they're often done at restaurants around the city. So if you're thinking, hey, I'm gonna make a power play and I'm gonna be at one of the hottest steakhouses, restaurants, wherever, what are one or two I would go to maybe?
I think we have some classics like Capitol Grill. Capitol Grill is known for the calamari. Okay, that's one of my favorites at least. You're always going to find people there. And the way it's positioned is right across from the theater. And so that's a hot spot. I hear a lot about some up and coming restaurants that are offering cryptocurrency as a form of payment.
Interesting, okay.
There's a Vietnamese place, a pho place, that's offering cryptocurrency along with your traditional Starbucks and other places. And that may kind of fit into the profile of our president because he does love some of our regular chains out there.
Well, especially with Elon Musk and his Dogecoins,
Yeah.
and I wouldn't be shocked if you could get a bowl of pho for a few Dogecoins. That's fascinating.
So part of the allure of being in Washington is to actually see the people in power. And Democrats, in many cases, in the Biden administration and Obama administration, you might find First Lady Michelle Obama at the Target. You might find Dr. Biden at a Soul Cycle class or something like that. Where are people going to go when they want to get a glimpse of the Republicans in power?
Well, golfing is one way to always see people in power, whether it's a business executive or someone in the GOP or a Democrat. I mean, just someone who hangs out in this kind of crowd. Of course, if you can't make it to Palm Beach, we always have great golfing on bases. Andrews Air Force Base has a golf course. That's where Air Force One is. Who knows if you're waiting for your flight and you just, hit a couple of balls really quickly. You also have places like Cafe Milano in Northwest. That's a place that GOP hung out a little bit. Yeah. So there are lots of places that are really clustered around, like I said, Capitol Hill, definitely metro accessible, and places that engage one in the pursuits that people do to relax when you have a few coins behind you.
But it sounds like a lot of that is still taking place outside of Washington. We know this is a typically liberal town. And we just mentioned moments ago that Dirty Water, this establishment on 8th Street that caters to members of the Republican Party, they're getting pushed back now because of who they're favoring and what they're hosting there today, that GOP watch party.
Right.
So this is this is a very delicate balance for these businesses too.
It really is. I think a lot of businesses don't want to be seen as being too friendly to either side because it really is a delicate balance. I think that a lot of businesses are trying to welcome all types of business, yet capitalize on what's going on. If you're a business owner, today is it. There's so many people in Washington. You can't turn away parties. Right. You really want to foster people. And again, any business that's going to provide great service, have something unique, and they're located where people are who are working diligently for the country, they're going to be the ones to profit.
As the frugal socialite,
Yes.
I'm just curious, one of our favorite things to do is get that insider scoop, insider hook.
Yes.
Anything you would leave us with that our viewers should know that you would find particularly poignant or important?
I always encourage everyone to work those apps.
Yes.
There are several apps now where you can make reservations. Resy, OpenTable. OpenTable is particularly great because you get Amazon points, you get dining points. Resy is really geared toward American Express members and things like that. The reason that I say this is because restaurants always favor people who make these reservations. And you can plan ahead. So if you hear that something's going on in town that would cater to the more prominent Washingtonians, book that date at one of the restaurants in the area. Whether you intend to show up or not, you want to have yourself on the schedule. So that's one thing. Another frugal socialite tip is, sign up for everything. You would be surprised what kind of emails you get. And I know you don't want to cluster your email box. Create another email.
Like, I'm going to sign up for
girl.
everything.
Yes.
I feel the energy right here.
Absolutely. And I say that because restaurants want to cater to their loyal clientele. And of course, when there's a new dessert or they're rolling out a new menu, they're going to go to their email list first. And you may be invited just because you're on the list. Who comes to restaurant openings? Important people, writers, food critics. You can rub elbows. You absolutely can.
So you just have to be strategic.
You have to be strategic. You have to put yourself in places where you may not normally be invited. And one of the others that people really don't think about are their credit card websites. You may say, what does that have to do with anything? 2 times I've been hosted at the US Open, not because I'm the frugal socialite, but because I registered my car on the website and they offered me an experience.
An experience.
An
Oh.
experience.
Okay.
Right.
I happened to watch Coco Gauff when she had her tournament. It was just random. We were in the suite. We had great food. We were rubbing elbows with the tennis greats.
Was it $75,000 for the suite?
It was zero.
Oh,
because they were
I like that phrase. Yes.
this part. It
Now
was
we're
zero
talking.
because they were hosting people who buy their brand.
Okay.
That
Wow,
rolling
okay.
reservation. So when I first moved here, I'm new to DC, new-ish, but I remember a friend saying, you have to get those rolling reservations going because one, you make friends easier, and two, to your point, there's a lot of advantages to it. And so I love that. That is such a good pointer.
Yes.
We're ready to hit the social
That
scene.
requires a lot of planning, and I'm thinking
Yes,
as
it
the
does.
procrastinator here.
This is a great opportunity
This
for
is
you.
really good. I'm like, wait, I have to do this in advance? I have to
today.
think that far out where I want to eat in a week, a
Well,
month?
in a week. I love it. You don't necessarily have to do that, but let me also say there's an advantage of being solo. When you show up by yourself,
Wow.
you can always be seated because there's a bar chair for you. There's somewhere for you. Now, you can always show up solo for the moment. Who knows that you're going to run into 5 friends who just happen to meet you there.
There you go.
But once you're there, ordering, spending money, being friendly,
we're going to do this.
They'll make some place for you to
So
sit.
each of your friends needs to make a one-person reservation,
Right.
and then you, oh look, you showed up here too. It all works out.
You're always
really
early, so
does.
you'd be the one to go in advance. We'll
I'd
meet you
save your
there.
seats. I'd save your seats.
We got a plan.
That's being a
All
good
right.
friend.
Yeah.
I try. Listen to Anderson. We call her the frugal socialite. Thank you for being here.
Good friend to us
It was
today.
so good
Yes,
to see you
so good to
again,
see you.
everyone.
Thank
Had our
you.
backs. Thank you so much. It was
Absolutely.
lovely. Thank you. All right, as Donald Trump is sworn into office, questions surround if and when he will act on promises made to pardon people convicted of crimes during the attack on the Capitol January 6th. Chief investigative reporter Eric Flack spoke with one of the people behind bars, expecting a release.
This is Zachary Alam, convicted of traveling from his Centerville, Virginia home during the attack on the Capitol, then assaulting police officers and smashing the same Speaker's lobby window Ashley Babbitt climbed through before she was shot and killed by law enforcement. At his sentencing in November, Alam was unapologetic, claiming his conviction was unjust. He demanded a full pardon.
Zachary. An inmate at the Grayson County Jail.
Alam repeated the ultimatum in a phone interview with WUSA 9 from the Grayson County, Kentucky Detention Center. Do you believe other people who were convicted of January 6 crimes like you are in prison right now expecting pardons from Donald Trump once he takes office?
I'll let you know something right now. Not only are we expecting a pardon, we are demanding a pardon. We are demanding a pardon, okay?
Alam and other January 6 defendants have been emboldened by the second election of the man they stormed the Capitol to protect. President Donald Trump has repeatedly promised to pardon January 6 defendants convicted for their crimes.
Look at what's happened with the J6 hostages. The hostages, that's a horrible thing.
Most recently in a post-election interview with NBC News.
We're looking at it right now, most likely, yeah.
Well,
Those people have suffered long and hard.
The U.S. Constitution gives the president power to grant, quote, reprieves and pardons for offenses against the United States. That means the president can either commute a prison sentence or pardon a person outright for any federal crime. And there is no limitations to that power except if the president is impeached.
I believe that by Donald Trump pardoning me, he's going to be pardoning good men. He's going to be pardoning good men that don't deserve to be here. He's going to be pardoning good men, right, that believed in their heart, right, that they was doing the right thing on January 6th.
Former U.S. Capitol Police Officer Aquilino Gonell has little sympathy.
I spent 25 years as a public servant.
Bloodied and bruised by rioters as he defended the Capitol.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. January 6th was a horrible day where I almost lost my life.
Gonell has testified at dozens of January 6 sentencings.
What message does it send if he does, in fact, pardon these people?
It normalizes the type of behavior. It makes it acceptable. But there are okay with that as long as they're the one doing the attacking.
According to DOJ data released this January on the 4-year anniversary of the attack, almost 1,600 people have been criminally charged. Roughly 600 of those have been charged with felonies for assaulting, resisting, or impeding law enforcement or obstructing those officers during a civil disorder. 180 have been charged with using or carrying a dangerous weapon in the Capitol or on the grounds around the Capitol. More than 150 have been charged with destruction of federal property or theft of federal property. The DOJ says it has decided against moving forward with cases against roughly 400 people whose only charges stemmed from illegally entering the grounds around the U.S. Capitol on January 6th. But defense attorneys like Anthony Sabatini, who's a former conservative state lawmaker in Florida, calls the DOJ's prosecution one of the most politically motivated of all time.
They went completely out of their way to tear this country apart politically. And the only way to correct for that is to wipe this chapter away with pardons. So yeah, we could sit here and debate, whether this guy, the grandma who was standing here with a flag over here, or this guy who threw a water bottle into the crowd had various levels of guilt. That's not what should premise these pardons. The pardon should be based on recompensing for the misbehavior of the DOJ in creating the first mass political partisan prosecution against Americans.
It's almost universally the case that a prosecutor who prosecuted a case doesn't support a pardon.
Former U.S. Attorney for the District of Columbia, Matthew Graves, oversaw prosecution of January 6 defendants until he stepped down from his post January 16th.
It can't be helpful to the people who will be left behind after you leave to see all their work undone.
So there is no such thing as undoing the work of January 6th. There is a robust public record that has been created. Because of the unprecedented, transparent nature of this prosecution, we've made every exhibit in the over 200 cases we've tried publicly available. So there will forever be a record of what happened on January 6th.
But it won't be a slight at all to the men and women of this office who brought those cases to see pardons handed out left and right?
So a pardon is a political act, and if one chooses to pardon anyone involved with January 6th, obviously the prosecutors here didn't think that a pardon or a non-prosecution was warranted. My point only is that there is accountability and there will forever be a record of the events of that day.
Graves says around 1,100 defendants have already had their cases fully adjudicated and received sentences for their criminal activity on January 6th. And 700 of those have completed their jail or prison sentence or were never sentenced to time behind bars to begin with. The DOJ also says any defendants still serving time are at federal facilities because of the severity of their crimes.
How hard do you think it's going to be to draw a distinction between who gets a pardon and who doesn't?
I don't think it's going to be hard at all.
William Shipley has represented at least 90 January 6 defendants with another 45 to 50 clients with cases still pending.
These cases have video evidence. You can dial up the video and see exactly what it was, what the conduct was that the person was involved in. It's not a question of evaluating, the credibility of somebody's story about what somebody else did or didn't do. You have pretty clear documentary evidence of exactly what was done. Now, there are points of view about the events that are involved. Many January 6 defendants convicted of various kinds of offenses saying they were only reacting to things happening around them. They were acting in defense of others. So it does not strike me that a case-by-case analysis would take too very much time or be too difficult for people who knew what they were doing.
And Shipley says he expects President Trump won't just stop with pardons and instruct his Department of Justice to simply shut down all remaining January 6 cases and investigations altogether. The DOJ says 170 January 6 defendants are still awaiting sentencing, while another 300 haven't even gone to trial yet, with new arrests announced just this month.
If the Trump Justice Department wants to bring this entire episode to a close, that doesn't mean, following through and pursuing the cases that have already been filed. It means bringing the episode to a close.
Already, 2 federal judges have ruled in favor of delaying January 6 trials until there's more clarity about President Trump's plans for pardons and additional prosecutions. WUSA 9 digital investigative reporter Jordan Fisher.
Because even though the courts are supposed to shut out what's going on in the outside world, they are very aware of what Donald Trump has suggested he will do.
Right, and the majority of judges have declined to alter their court schedule based on what the president-elect has said he's going to do or what a new attorney general might do. But several judges have struggled with that. They have wanted more assurances than the current U.S. Attorney's Office could provide.
What do you think is going to happen over these next weeks and months?
Yeah, that's a great question. Attorneys are always asking me that. I'm asking attorneys that. We've sought clarity from the U.S. Attorney's Office. They don't seem to know either. Judges would love to know. I think it's a big question that's up in the air, and a lot of it is going to come down to, does President-elect Trump follow through on his promise on day one to issue pardons, and what does that look like? Is that a blanket pardon for everyone involved? Is that a pardon for misdemeanors? Is that a pardon for people who are not charged with violence?
And it's going to happen. It's going to happen.
Northern Virginia's Zachary Alam expects to be among those set free. And what will you do when you are released from prison?
Well, I mean, that's just for me to know and you to find out.
Eric Flack, WUSA 9.
Now, just hours ago, now former President Biden pardoned several members of Congress who sat on the January 6th committee. He also pardoned several officers who testified about the attack on the U.S. Capitol. Those pardons were part of a final wave of clemency actions by Biden. He says they were to protect those that he believed could face retribution from the Trump administration. One of the officers who received a pardon released a statement, and this is former Capitol Police Officer Sergeant Aquilina Gonell, who said, in part, "I was just doing my job, fulfilling my oath to defend this country. American citizens attacked the U.S. Capitol, injuring me and my colleagues. We protected all elected officials regardless of their political party." Now, other U.S. presidents have done similar mass pardons. They are rare, but they are definitely precedented. So let's bring in Chief Investigator Eric Flack to talk a bit more about this. And Flack, somebody else that you've talked to is Officer Harry Dunn, and I was texting with him earlier today, and he said he learned about these preemptive pardons from us in the media, that he hadn't anticipated it. He was surprised by it, but he was grateful for it because given the climate, his concerns were similar to the concerns of now outgoing President Biden.
Yeah, that's right, Les. And I mean, I think that's kind of a different issue than the January 6 pardons, right? I mean, I think President Biden was pardoning a number of individuals who were potentially going to be in the crosshairs of now President Donald Trump for actions they took in relation to January 6. President Trump, of course, has indicated he does plan now on his first day in office to potentially issue pardons for those who have been convicted of crimes for January 6th. The real question there is whether or not he pardons people who are convicted of nonviolent crimes, which is something he has indicated he will in fact do, and then whether or not there are any pardons that are extended to people who are convicted of violent crimes for their actions on January 6th. There's a possible distinction there that's being reported, that there could be pardons for nonviolent offenders, and then President Trump could commute the sentences of people serving time currently in prison for their crimes on January 6th and potentially for violent crimes. We do know that there are some groups who have taken on advocacy on behalf of those who have been in prison for their crimes on January 6th, calling those prosecutions politically motivated, and that some of those groups hearing about the pardons from President Trump have now gathered at the D.C. jail, where we hear from the Department of Justice approximately 8 January 6 defendants are still in prison there at the D.C. jail, many of those because their crimes were deemed so serious. And these groups are now waiting outside the D.C. jail for potential releases that we think we don't really know, but could potentially potentially come any moment, any hour. And so as those groups continue to gather for what in their eyes is really a celebratory moment, a moment of vindication for an issue they say was politicized for those who did in fact storm the Capitol on January 6th and then ultimately were held accountable in a court of law for those crimes. So obviously this is a very fluid situation with President Trump indicating he plans to take action on this really sooner rather than later, guys.
Yeah, we heard the president talking last night there at his rally at Capital One Arena, calling them the January 6th hostages. He said everyone in that room is going to be happy with what he's going to do in regards to these hostages, as he calls them, today. We know we're still waiting for the now president to make his way there to Capital One Arena now. But Flack, are people really talking about this there? Is this an issue to the average American right now? Are they anticipating and waiting eagerly for these pardons?
Yeah, I think the January 6th pardon issue is a huge deal for the people who made the trek across the country and in some cases from outside the country to Washington, D.C. to really celebrate Donald Trump's return to the White House. I think it is one of those flashpoint issues where many of the people who felt like this was a politicized them versus us situation feel like that President Trump taking the White House again and symbolically, literally freeing people who have been convicted of crimes and imprisoned for their actions on January 6th are kind of freeing his supporters. This is a moment of victory, as President Trump has said. It is a moment of victory for the people who are here celebrating President Trump's return to the White House. And I think in many ways the people here see the January 6th issue and Donald Trump kind of undoing in many ways what was done through the justice system to those who stormed the Capitol on January 6th is a sign and a sense of pride. So I think, really, we've got a lot of, people down here, as you would normally have down in this part of town with an event like this. But really, it is a sign that they've won. Won this issue, and you heard Matthew Graves, who's the outgoing Department of Justice U.S. Attorney for the District of Columbia, saying, they can't undo what my office did, and that there will always be a record of this, and kind of pointing to the fact that this is on the record means that that's something that Donald Trump, President Donald Trump and his pardons can really never take away, is something that the prosecutors are now holding on to. But certainly, the people here see this as a victory for them, that Donald Trump is able to kind of undo, at least from a judicial standpoint, some of the prosecutions that happened with January 6th. Guys.
I wanted to touch on something because you said, the overwhelming sentiment is that they won, and my brain went to retribution. So I recall interviewing one of the women who stormed the Capitol in Texas. She lost her livelihood. She was working in law enforcement, and she was prosecuted. And I'm wondering if next, assuming there are blanket pardons of some kind, we could be seeing lawsuits that ensue en masse afterward.
Yeah, I mean, and all of that would be ultimately end up in a court of law. And I think, Simone, what is so interesting about this is nobody really knows what's next. This is truly uncharted territory. Again, we're still unclear about what these pardons are going to look like. We had, as part of this broadcast, President Trump, signing executive orders and executive actions earlier in a symbolic ceremony from the Oval Office. Those were not the type of actions that we're talking about. So again, officially, I don't think that we have any indication that these pardons have even officially taken place, even though it has been indicated that they are coming. And could he do it in a symbolic manner, gesture during the inauguration ceremony, parade ceremony that's going to happen behind me at Capitol One later on this afternoon? I think anything is possible. I think once, though, that first step happens where people are in fact pardoned for their fair crime. And again, you know, there are various judicial differences and legal interpretations of what a pardon means. Does it mean the crime never happened, or does it kind of mean that you're excused for the crime? And then when you're talking about commuting a sentence for those who potentially committed violent acts on January 6th, well, that's not a pardon. That's saying when you commute a sentence, that means you've served your time. You have served enough time. You have paid your price for this crime, and you are now set free. And those happen immediately. You get processed and you walk out of jail. So, so much still to be seen with this, and obviously we're all going to be watching it closely, as many of the people downhill here will be as well. Guys, back to you.
Yeah, that's right. We are waiting for what's next. Again, you're outside of Capital One Arena. Flack, you can see right there in the bottom right-hand corner of your screen, President Trump is still at that inauguration luncheon. This has been is it like brunch now at this point?
It's only about 200 people, so he's schmoozing. He's talking to all the elite,
but
all the VIP.
20,000 others are just waiting,
waiting.
And waiting. So we'll see what happens.
Yeah, on that note, we know a lot of people are in town right now celebrating Donald Trump's return to the White House, but I spoke with a D.C. police officer who says he is worried about the years ahead. The entire D.C. police force is working to secure President Trump's inauguration, including Officer Daniel Hodges. We caught up with the 10-year veteran of the department before Trump's swearing in. Are you prepared for that day?
Yeah, I mean, you mean like physically, emotionally?
Just all fronts.
Yeah, I mean, everybody's working. We're all going to be doing our jobs, regardless of our feelings on politics.
Hodges' feelings are clear. He does not support Trump.
We won!
And even hit the campaign trail to make sure he was not reelected. However, Hodges says Inauguration Day is about more than the president. Once again, he wants to make sure democracy is protected.
You know, it's the thing about democracy, right, is you can't just believe in it when your party wins or your candidate wins. You have to believe in it when you lose.
To better understand Officer Hodges' feelings, you have to go back to the January 6th Capitol riot, when he was crushed and beaten by a pro-Trump mob.
I mean, I don't think a day has gone by where I haven't thought about it. There's a lot of emotions associated with it. Pride also, because I'm proud of the work I did, but also sadness, anger that people would do that people still think that they were right.
You swear or affirm?
Hodges says he's on a mission to make sure people don't muddy the facts of that day. He's testified before Congress, testified against at least 4 men now convicted of assaulting him. Hodges also pushed to have Special Counsel Jack Smith's final report released, detailing Trump's efforts, the government concluded, to overturn the 2020 election.
It's part of the story, it's part of truth, and truth still matters. His report is the last, best, closest thing we'll get to learning all the details about what Trump did and how thoroughly close we came to having the election actually be stolen from us.
Hodges' efforts and outspokenness have made him a frequent target of Trump supporters.
They called you a liar. They say you've attacked some of the Trump supporters that day, a loon, things I can't even say on TV.
I mean, those people, I don't think there's anything that can convince them because the evidence is plain.
Do you worry about your safety at all?
Not really. I mean, I'm a cop in D.C. It's not the first time I've been threatened. It's not going to be the last. And if they want to come after me, that's their choice. I'm ready. I would encourage them to rethink their ways, particularly if people are pardoned.
Tomorrow, everybody in this very large arena will be very happy with my decision on the J6 hostages.
That was Trump at his rally Sunday night. He's talked repeatedly of pardoning some January 6th defendants on a case-by-case basis.
If there is anyone, I would say it's very, very few people deserve pardons, if any.
Between the election results and potential pardons, Hodges admits he's exhausted, but plans to keep serving D.C. and fighting for democracy.
The American electorate rejected our pleas. They decided that what happened on January 6th wasn't disqualifying for a presidential candidate, and that wearies me. It's depressing to see that people don't care that much.
What would give you peace?
I just have to hope that the longer cultural victory is ours, that 5, 10, 50 years from now, people look back and say, wow, it's hard to believe that Americans would do that. We would never do that again.
Now, I should point out, Officer Hodges is speaking for himself and not the D.C. Police Department or other officers, and he was also preemptively pardoned by President Biden earlier today.
Well, President Trump campaigned on lowering the cost of everyday items for Americans. In fact, many voters said their decision in the ballot box was fueled by rising prices. But experts say tariffs proposed by President Trump will actually raise costs. Donald Trump has announced that on day one as president, he will impose tariffs on imported goods from the nation's three largest trading partners, China, Mexico, and Canada. On Truth Social, Trump said he would impose a 25% tariff on Mexican and Canadian goods and add another 10% tariff on top of existing tariffs on items from China. Several Verify viewers asked if Trump's plans would actually raise costs for Americans, as some economists have warned. So let's verify. Our sources are the Council on Foreign Relations, the Tax Foundation, the American Action Forum, and the Center for American Progress Action Fund. Tariffs are taxes that the government imposes on imported goods. Here's how they work. Let's say an American store today buys T-shirts for $10 in Vietnam and sells them for $12 in the U.S. Under Trump's proposed tariff, the business would pay an additional $1 or $2 to import the shirts. While the importer could absorb the cost, economists say it's more likely the business will sell the shirt for up to $14, passing the cost on to the consumer. Estimates from conservative and progressive policy experts vary, but they all say Trump's tariff proposals are generally expected to cost a typical household between $1,700 and $6,000 annually, even if companies shift some manufacturing back to the U.S. So yes, Trump's proposed tariffs would likely raise costs for Americans. President Joe Biden faced similar criticisms earlier this year from fellow Democrats when he imposed increased tariffs on some Chinese goods, including solar panels and electric vehicles. With your Verify, I'm Simone D'Alba. All right, we wanted to take some time to talk about how the president's family really plays a part in their time in office.
Yeah, specifically the role of the First Lady here and the role she plays in the administration.
Yeah, joining us live via Zoom is Anita McBride. She served as Chief of Staff to First Lady Laura Bush from 2005 to 2009, and now she directs the First Ladies Initiative at American University. Anita, thank you for being so flexible with us this afternoon.
We're all on Trump time, right? Now. We have to be flexible today.
So you know all about First family dynamics, and as we mentioned, you were Chief of Staff to Laura Bush. You know what it's like when the first twins moved into the White House. There's this swirl of activity happening right now in anticipation of President Trump, First Lady Melania, their family and guests at the White House. Tell us a bit more in this frenetic day about what's happening behind the scenes before they get back.
Well, I'm sure the 95 plus people at the White House residence staff are just about done with the finishing touches for when the new first family will come. They have actually a little bit extra time now than they've had in the past because things are delayed. So that might give them a moment to stagger and have their own meals and be ready. But the White House, you know, from the minute that the first couples and the president-elect and Vice President-elect and their families leave this morning, all that activity starts. The moving trucks are positioned for taking the Biden's things away and for bringing the Trump's things in. And everybody on that team is given an assignment to know what their job is, to have the house ready and meals prepared, flowers in the rooms, guest beds made up if people are going to be staying overnight, inaugural clothes hung up in the closets. Everything is documented and ready for them to go.
All right, Anita, let's talk about the role of the First Lady. We know this will be Melania Trump's second time in this role, so she knows kind of what to expect at this point. And she also talked about making this documentary or movie to capture this moment and moving back into the White House. It reminds me of Jackie Kennedy to a certain degree. What can we expect from her this time? More of what we're seeing here?
Well, I think you're seeing a First Lady who, right, with the familiarity that she knows about the White House and coming back, she knows what life is like there. They only were there 4 years ago, so the majority of the resident staff are still the same. So I think with the documentary is a way for her to get her message out in her words. You know, in her first foray at this. Her 4 years when she came in 2017 were very difficult and really faced a bit of a critical, if not hostile, environment. And so now, and she tried to get her message out, even when she spoke differently than what her husband was saying, which was quite bold in some ways. But doing the documentary, doing the book is a way for her, in her words, to let the American people know who she is. And I think that will be, in the book especially, where she shared images that no one had seen before. You begin to peel back the layers and you see the human side of someone and not just this political role that now she's playing in our country.
Well, we know First Ladies really have this unique opportunity to champion issues in the role. I remember specifically Melania's Be Best, where she was really putting children on a pedestal, trying to help them grow in specific ways. What will we see her champion over the next 4 years? Any idea?
Sure. Well, I think in some interviews that she has done in the last month since the election, and talked about that. She said, when she unveiled Be Best, she had a very difficult time getting partners and supporters and corporate and nonprofits to work with her, even though it was an issue, as you say, for children that was important, the healthy use of social media. So I think she's wanting to revive that. She's expanded it by working with foster children as well in the years that she's been out of the White House. So I think she's hoping that she'll get a better reception for people to work with her and actually try and make a difference on an issue that I think we all can agree on is important. Anything we can do for our children to have healthier lives emotionally and physically is important.
Anita, you've talked quite a bit about this important role that doesn't pay a thing. And First Ladies, they can really make a huge impact as we go back through the years. But most people may be surprised to know that there's actually no description for the job. They don't have to do a thing.
You're absolutely right. And in fact, today we saw the president take the oath of office. The oath in our Constitution for president is 35 words long. It's very short, but there's not even one word about the First Lady and what their role is. And what does that do? That gives you a platform that's enormously flexible. No one's telling you what you have to do. You get to pick and choose. And First Ladies through history have been very successful if they bring issues that they care about, if their husband supports them in the role. I mean, there's a level of authenticity if you have some background and experience in an issue. But what is unique about the position, every problem in the world comes to the desk of the American president. They can't do everything, but a First Lady can pick a few things that they can shine a light on and hopefully move the needle.
Yeah, and how do you balance that as a First Lady, Anita? We know that sometimes, as you mentioned before, they have to sort of separate their views from their husbands and what they can say publicly.
Mm-hmm. Well, what's interesting about Mrs. Trump is she's already told us before coming back, I don't always agree with my husband. And in fact, in her first term as First Lady, there were oftentimes where she did speak differently. During COVID, when President Trump said you don't have to wear a mask, you don't have to social distance, Mrs. Trump went on the North Portico, front door of the White House, and recorded a PSA for the Centers for Disease Control telling people to wear masks and to social distance. So she's shown a comfort level to speak a little separately or differently from what her husband is saying. So I would imagine she'll continue to be true to herself and do the same. She says she's not defined by anybody else's expectations of her, but only those for herself.
Well, she really had that energy today at the inauguration when dressed in all black.
The
hat, right? She just kind of had this, confidence, this air about her. And I wanted to touch on the theme of doing things her way, because the First Lady is going to actually split her time between, the White House, Trump Tower in Manhattan, and Mar-a-Lago in Florida. In past administrations, the Obamas, the Bidens, we'd frequently see First Ladies out in the local D.C. community. Do you think it might be a little bit different this time with Melania?
Well, I think, again, the familiarity of coming to the White House, so she knows what she's getting into, so she's more comfortable there. And I think that remains to be seen, because she did say she will be splitting her time and be where she needs to be when she needs to be there. We just don't know what that's going to look like yet. So I think we'll just have to wait and see. But I do think we can feel confident, all of us here can feel confident and say this, that she will determine this for herself.
You know, in our country's history, first ladies have had different priorities. They've all bring their own experiences to the role. Is there something you think that connects all of them, regardless of political leaning?
Absolutely. And what connects all of them is actually what they are all reviewing right now is an honor to our troops. By being the wife of the commander-in-chief, you are the nation's first military spouse. And from Martha Washington to today, to Melania Trump, support for our military and our veterans is something that connects all of them. They all have done it, you know, through tragedies, through world wars, through peacetime, supporting military families, supporting wounded veterans, grieving with families who have lost someone in the military. That is a connection point for sure.
All right, Anita, so as we approach Melania's second term here, and you touched on this a bit earlier, you talked about her being misunderstood. We have the book now. We also have the documentary. So how do you rebrand yourself in such a role?
I know that's a really terrific question. I think, you know, part of it is being sure of yourself and confident in who you are. And she does really demonstrate that. And I think having a good team around you that helps to amplify your message, having more accessibility to the media, if they're willing to interview her and take time with her. As you remember, here we have a woman who was a professional model and not one magazine had her on their cover. And that was really unheard of. So I think for her to get her message out, she needs partners. And we'll have to wait and see if she faces a less hostile environment.
So much to watch for in these next 4 years. Anita, thank you for contextualizing all of this for us. And I know we'll be reaching back to talk to you again soon. So thank you for your time.
I hope you will. I enjoyed it. Thank you very much for reporting on this today.
It was lovely. Thank you. On this Inauguration Day, we wanted to let you know WUSA-9's commitment to reporting on the climate and the environment is as strong as ever because of the impact that these issues have on all of us, really.
Yeah, the incoming second Trump administration has some strong views on environmental policy. There may be some executive orders that may change some of the policies as well. And the new president has said the nation has been moving in the wrong direction on climate and energy, especially when he says the policies hurt the economy.
Yeah, here's our environmental impact reporter Scott Broom now with an examination of what key administration nominees are saying, what they're saying, and how climate experts are reacting.
On climate, President Donald Trump is famous for saying this.
The global warming and that, a lot of it's a hoax. It's a hoax. I mean, it's a money-making industry, okay?
But settled science clearly shows global temperatures have risen nearly 2 degrees as the atmospheric level of carbon dioxide from burning fossil fuels continues to accelerate after already jumping 50% since global industrialization. Here is Lee Zeldin, the Trump nominee to run the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency in confirmation hearings.
I believe that climate change is real.
Nominees like Zeldin do not call climate change a hoax, but they focus on the economy when talking about climate. All are supporters of developing more oil and gas.
I think that he's concerned about the economic costs of some policies where there's a debate and a difference of opinion between parties.
I would respectfully disagree with you. I think he has called it a hoax time and time and time again.
The nominee for the U.S. Department of Energy is Chris Wright, a gas fracking executive. He would be in charge of the transition to new energy sources like wind and solar. Here's a video he posted.
There is no climate crisis, and we're not in the midst of an energy transition either. Humans and all complex life on Earth is simply impossible without carbon dioxide.
Former North Dakota governor and tech mogul Doug Burgum is nominated to run the Department of the Interior, which oversees drilling and mining on federal land.
When energy production is restricted in America, it doesn't reduce demand. It just shifts productions to countries like Russia and Iran, whose autocratic leaders not only don't care at all about the environment, but they use their revenues from energy sales to fund wars against us and our allies.
Here's Burgum previously on CNN.
If we're going to have a discussion about what to do about the changes in climate, then we ought to have it and make a sense like what should we do that actually helps our country and helps actually advance the solution. And that's always going to be innovation, not this regulation. You can't add 500,000 EV charging stations and not be able to permit a transmission line.
There's a lot of talk about the importance of American energy, affordable energy. I think all of that is right.
Dr. Nat Cohen is an economist and the president of the Center for Climate and Energy Solutions, a climate think tank largely opposed to more fossil fuel development.
But if we're going to get abundant energy and affordable energy, we need to be going towards the technologies of the future, the renewables, the zero carbon sources, and not look to unabated fossil fuels, which are the kind of technologies of the previous century. So when people talk about the economics of this, the economic case is very clear cut. The most expensive thing that we can do is not acting and is not making the investments in the transition we need to a much cleaner energy economy.
Cohen pointed to the climate-fueled Los Angeles wildfires and 2024's catastrophic flooding in North Carolina as costs of climate change. Dr. Joe Romm is a physicist, climate expert, and author. He echoed the thoughts.
And the things that we see in Los Angeles and around the country in the last year. I mean, the last year was the hottest year on record. And the last 10 years have been the hottest 10 years on record. So the planet is warming, and I think most Americans know that. Climate action clearly doesn't hurt the economy. Co-president Elon Musk has gotten rich on solar, electric battery storage, and electric vehicles. So it's clearly not a bad business. What's bad for the economy is the fires in Los Angeles, which appear now to be, it's going to be the biggest climate disaster since Hurricane Katrina.
Other Trump administration nominees attack climate policy on ideological grounds. Here's Secretary of Defense nominee Pete Hegseth speaking as a host on Fox News.
Whether it's hot or cold, the enemy is here as far as liberals are concerned, and it's all about control for them. That's why climate change is the perfect enemy. They get to control your life to deal with it no matter what's happening.
You used to be an administration official for a different administration. Was it your goal to limit people's freedom and control people's choices?
Well, look, I think, I mean, obviously that's not the goal. That wasn't the goal of what we were doing in the Obama administration.
Dr. Joe Romm is a former Energy Department official.
It is ridiculous to say that the Department of Energy is trying to control anyone's life. Our mission is to protect public health and also reduce dependence on foreign energy.
Others worry about the future of federal agencies here in the D.C. region. Here's Maryland Representative Glenn Ivey.
In your district, you have concerns about NASA and NOAA. These are agencies that create science regarding climate. What are your concerns about these agencies right here in our own backyard?
There's been some talk about breaking some of them up or, shifting their functions, outside of the jurisdiction or sending them to the private sector. There's a variety of things there, many of which I don't think have been very well thought through. But at the end of the day, I mean, they serve very important functions. For example, NASA and NOAA have been working together to help firefighters on the ground in the battles in Los Angeles. And that's making a big difference.
During his final days in office, President Joe Biden used his powers to ban offshore drilling along much of the U.S. coastline and parts of Alaska. And he funneled more than $1 billion into FEMA grant programs to help communities with climate resilience. President Trump and his new cabinet will have to decide if they want to reverse course. Scott Broom, WUSA 9.
Thank you for joining us on WUSA 9 Plus for President Donald Trump's inauguration for his second term. I'm Lorenzo Hall.
I'm Leslie Foster.
And I'm Simone D'Alba. Right now, thousands of supporters for President Trump are packed in Capitol One Arena for his inaugural parade. It was scaled down to indoors, of course, due to the weather.
Yeah. That's right. This is the fourth coldest inauguration day in history. It's also the first time since Ronald Reagan's second inauguration in 1985 that oath has been administered indoors. But President Trump said maybe they should continue to do that given how cold it was today.
Said it was nice and warm inside. Yeah. President Trump was sworn in as the 47th president of the United States at noon today inside the Capitol Rotunda you see right there. Now, while that was taking place, thousands of people sat in Capitol One Arena to watch on the Jumbotron.
It's been a party in there. That's where our Matt Gregory is. As now the crowd is just waiting for the parade to begin and for President Trump to show up. Matt, bring us in there. How's the energy inside? We know, a few people have already taken the stage.
Yeah, I think the energy kind of goes in lulls or waves here, right? Like at one point about an hour ago, it really seemed like as the speakers were coming, I think the anticipation that President Trump was on his way here was kind of building, and with each speaker, we saw energy go, especially for Elon Musk, the tech billionaire who is an advisor to the president. So that was one of the things we started to feel. Right now, it's kind of reached a lull where I guess folks are probably wondering what the program is. I see a man, I can't show you, he's right off camera just over my photographer's head, who has both of his head in both his hands, just looking exhausted. People have been here all day. Some folks, like we talked to earlier, they got here at 2 in the morning. So earlier there was a Marine Corps band playing. There were some other, a little bit of pipe and drum bands playing throughout the arena. I also, while walking through the back area of the arena, saw a few marching bands. I don't know when they're supposed to come out because it seems like everything is on hold until President Trump is able to make his way here to do sort of an in the arena parade. But let's show you what you're looking at on the stage here, just to give you an idea. Everyone here in what's kind of like the pit just past the risers here has been waiting with bated breath for folks to come. Now, at that over there to your right, where you can see the lectern there, that is where folks were speaking earlier. Now, the issue is they were speaking up until about, I would say, 4 o'clock, and then they stopped. And now it's been kind of like music playing. We see different things showing up from the president's journey on the big screen, up top, Capitol One Arena. But other than that, not a whole lot. To your left, again, I want to point, if you haven't been with us, I'm pointing this out, and I have for most of the day. You can see over there is a table that now has the presidential seal on it. And from talking to some folks, it looks like that's where he will be signing some more of the executive orders of the 200 or so he said he plans to sign today will be done there in front of this crowd. You can see every few minutes they'll stand up and look towards the entrances on the other side of the stage, thinking he might be on his way. And then if we can give one last look, Tom, up top, you can see there's still a lot of other things going on regarding the inauguration that are before President Trump can get here. And so they're able to watch on this big screen, and they'll cheer when they see someone they like, and they'll boo when they see someone they don't. And that's sort of how this has gone most of the afternoon. Now, we were able to talk to one of the speakers who was actually over here earlier. He just came by the media risers. His name is Byron Donalds. He's a congressman from Florida. We wanted to kind of get his perception of how he felt about how this whole event was going, and at the same time, what it was like to be up on that stage speaking to this crowd. Take a listen. We've never really seen an inauguration like this, indoor parade. What's the vibe? What are you thinking when you came in here?
Insane. Only Donald Trump can think about something like this in 48 hours. Look, we have a president who has a can-do spirit, no excuses. And so whether, blistering cold outside, bring everybody indoors and let's keep the thing going. But it's not just about, the pomp and circumstance. It's about the details and the focus. And I think what our country is going to see is a president who is committed to delivering. And he's going to make sure every tool is available to make that happen.
You were up there.
Yeah.
What was that like, speaking to this crowd in here? You're kind of warming up for him.
Oh, man, they're electric, man. It's in D.C., whether it's D.C., New York, the Bronx, Green Bay, Wisconsin, Rocky Mount, North Carolina, it doesn't even matter, man. Anywhere we go, this energy is consistent. And I think it's because there's a desire for what this nation is truly capable of. And we know we have the vision and the policies to deliver that.
So again, that's Congressman Byron Donalds. He was just speaking with us briefly as he had a moment. He was popping around from interview to interview. I want to show you something else up top. Go show him again. The problem that we keep running into in here is you're hearing the music being played over this video, right? But they're not. The crowd wants to hear what's happening here, so they keep chanting audio every few minutes. They're still waiting on that. This is, of course, President Trump looking at the Marine Guard here and Capitol Police, it looks like, as well. We'll see exactly what happens, but it looks like we're behind schedule now by about an hour or so here. So that's what's going on in Capitol One Arena. People wanting to see the president come here, speak at the stage, cheering when he shows up on the screen, but more than anything else, wanting to hear him come right here to Capitol One Arena and give a speech and sign some executive orders. That's what it looks like here inside the arena. I'll send it back to you guys in the studio.
Hey, Matt, we know a lot of those folks have been waiting for hours now, and some of them may have camped out overnight to get this prime seat inside the arena to see the president a little later on. So what about the concession stands? Are they open? We know there are limits on what people could bring inside, right. So how are they hanging on this long at this point?
Okay, so I've been out and about because I've also been looking for food, and some of the concession stands are open about half, and the lines are massive. They're about a half hour to 45 minutes each. I waited to get food for me and my photographer Tom, and that took a while. They've run out of soda at some of the concession stands, but there is water, and that seems to be sort of what it is. Half the concession stands are open, half are not, and you see vendors walking around selling sodas and water for the most part. But every one of those lines is also long.
Wow, we were just talking about that because if you've ever been to Capital One Arena, you know that the food is mostly on one level and everybody's got to try to kind of get down there to that one area to try to get the food. And these folks have been there sleeping in for a very long time. Well, and they clearly want to be there.
It answered my question too about alcohol in
guys,
the
people.
arena. There's clearly, Matt, you said water like 4 different times, so I'm assuming soda and water.
That's called crowd control.
Yeah. I think everyone is so thirsty because of how cold it is and everything that's going on there. The other thing I was just going to say is whenever I see people getting up to get their food, they will come back with like armfuls because I think they know once you get it, you're not going to be able to get back in that line. They feel like they'll miss something.
Wow. All right, Matt. Well, we'll come back to you when more of the action heads your way for sure. Right now, the action is still up on Capitol Hill where President Trump is participating in the honor ceremony where he is reviewing the troops there. And we know the president has long had a love for a grand military. He likes the pomp, he likes the tanks, he likes all of these things. And so he is taking in this moment here before he prepares to move to Matt's location where the next phase of this will all continue.
Yeah, this is exactly what they had up on the screen in Capital One Arena. Folks were trying to understand what this is.
Right.
Well, this is usually what kicks off the inaugural parade down Pennsylvania Avenue.
That's right.
Sure. Well, when you think Commander-in-Chief, I mean, this is literally in action what you're watching. This is tradition, as Leslie was talking about. This is a literal review of the troops. It's a way for essentially the commander to assess the readiness of their troops. And we see Donald Trump, entering into this honor ceremony here. And when you think, too, of his speech today, his inaugural speech, he was talking about things like taking the Panama Canal.
That's right.
Right? All this bluster, all this foreign policy, America first, that we're going to see play out again. So this is even more poignant, I would say.
And I'm sure this is what he wants people to see around the world right here, this moment here, talking about America's might and strength globally.
Yes, the president, if nothing else, is very concerned about optics and marketing, right? And this is what he wants to put on for everyone, that he is going to be a strong leader, that he said America is going to be stronger than it's ever been before. And this is part of his vision, his grand vision for America. And so after this part of the program here, kind of the sort of faux launch of what would have been the parade, you get down to Capitol One. And we are, people have been asking, what exactly is this parade going to look like? What is this program going to look like? We can tell you we're not exactly sure. We know that there have been a number of participants who were told even before today that they were not going to be able to participate in this modified version of the parade. So we are waiting, just like you, to find out who will actually be participating, how many participants there'll be, what this will look like. And then, of course, that will sort of weave its way into that mini Resolute desk that has been erected on the stage where the president is expected to sign several executive actions.
Yeah, I think one thing for sure, what we know we can expect is some sort of show.
Yes.
As you mentioned, this president likes to entertain his crowds. You talk about this parade that we're going to see a little later. And the desk for those executive orders, that doesn't typically happen at a parade.
Correct. And you're seeing here Donald Trump saluting the troops again after he has concluded his review during this honor ceremony. The pomp, the circumstance, everything is dialed in to a T at a ceremony like this, especially during his speech. Trump called Inauguration Day Liberation Day. And so you're going to see that theme, that idea of the golden era continue to permeate throughout today's events. We know so many people, as we just saw with Matt Gregory, waiting for him to arrive at the Cap One Arena.
And bipartisan leadership right there on each side of the president.
And this is back in Emancipation Hall, where it was sort of the overflow room, if you will, for the viewing of the inaugural ceremonies, right in front of the Freedom Statue there, this huge Freedom Statue, a replica of what you see actually on top of the Capitol Dome there.
Something else, with everything moved indoors, you really get a sense for how intimate these ceremonies are. You really get to see the faces of the lawmakers, the people present, the military who has gone through so much to make this happen, the practices, the drills, everything we've been seeing for weeks. People come together to try to make this moment as massive as it is, as memorable as it is.
And when you see them here, you're reminded that it is because of their service that we are able to do this today, that we are able to have these conversations, that we are able to see these transitions, that democracy is still intact because of their service, and we are grateful for it on this inauguration day and every day.
Yeah, and speaking of that service, this very room, you might recall, 4 years ago was used for the National Guard. This is where they were sleeping.
Yes.
Because they were trying to defend the Capitol in those days following January 6th. So this tradition right here, this view that we're getting, has been lost for quite some time because it was being used for housing for those thousands of National Guard members.
You really get a nod to the throwback to just kind of the colonial vibe, right? Just the traditional, great shot here of the president. You can see Speaker Mike Johnson behind him, but you know, they've got the flutes, they've got the full gear on. Everything is so traditional, down to a T. Even down to their steps, if you watch them, everything is so precise, so dialed in, so calculated.
Yeah, I wonder if they'll be taking a good number of participants and trying to do a little bit of this before they get to Capitol One, since they aren't going to be able to do quite as big a show of force. Because if you look at the list of participants, I mean, we were expecting horses and big trash trucks and huge, huge things that were going to be able to participate that Capitol One in the configuration it's in right now may not be able to actually receive. We'll see.
You know, that is a really good point, Leslie. You know, the pivot that we have seen into this indoor venue now, whether it was the Capitol Rotunda or where we're seeing this play out now. But so normally there would be such big crowds engaged in this and enjoying it. And so many of people who have traveled from all over the country, internationally as well, are now enjoying this from hotel rooms. They're now enjoying this from, you know, restaurants across the city of DC. Also, of course, the Cap One Arena, but the energy, the vibe is so much different, unlike anything we've seen since Ronald Reagan in 1985. And of course, this is 2025, quite a difference in time since then.
So yeah, typically the parade brings America into these celebrations, right? In small towns, in big cities, in small bands, and big organizations, all having a chance to be seen as part of the nation as we put on this huge display, not just for us, but for the world.
And people love the parade as well, because this is the moment where you see the person you voted for, the President of the United States, walking down Pennsylvania Avenue at some point and heading to the White House. That symbolism, that visual.
That's right.
Especially
and their family.
Saluting. I mean, the power in the salute. You see a stoic Melania, hand over heart with the hat, as we've been talking about, the power stance, the power outfits that come with an inauguration. And the energy, the landscape that is so much different in this second term for Donald Trump than it was back in 2017. As I've talked about before, his legal cases are behind him. He's got the world's billionaires, tech elite, literally flanking him. He's got the support of the Congress. He's got the support of the courts. Donald Trump is in a much different position now than he was in 2017, and the energy of that is permeating. I did want to mention the flag, even down to the flags, which are now at full staff. They were at half staff as President Jimmy Carter had passed away.
They are at full staff now, but they will be lowered again after the inauguration. And you talked about that first term. You know, it was very different, obviously, because the parade was outside, but you saw the Trump family. You saw them outside the vehicle. You saw a young Barron Trump, who at the time was not 6'9" and towering over all of his family members. So you can see just the changes that have occurred outside of what you just talked about, Simone. This is a very different Trump family coming back into the White House this go round.
But also a very familiar one as well. You know, usually during the inauguration, after these bitter elections, you look at every little thing to get a glimpse and to figure out maybe who the first lady really is, how the president's going to govern. But we're familiar with Trump already, and he indicated that, or we were familiar with his inaugural address because he made references to so many of his grievances in the past.
And the address after the address.
There you go. And
the overflow address. Yes.
All right, so, you know, as the president departs this pass and review, we can only presume at this point that he's going to be making his way to Capitol One Arena for this, what do we call this parade now? I feel like,
it's a gathering of sorts, right? He's going to emerge through the streets, and I'm sure there are some people who are going to be along the route headed to Capitol One Arena who
want to get a glimpse of the president, even though they won't necessarily be indoors. So
It's interesting because we're used to seeing these motorcades
Outdoors,
and
I
the
should
president, perhaps going by, some of these dignitaries.
Right.
But if you're from out of town, you don't see this every day. You don't see the president in the motorcade.
That's
so
right.
even getting a glimpse, can, I guess, be life-changing.
Well,
to
and the
some folks.
motorcades will just stop you right in your tracks the first time you see them. You know what I mean? Just the power and everything, the coordination that goes into all
and
of
people
it.
are typically cheering
Yes.
along the route as the motorcade is going through and as the parade is going through. So it'll be different this time. I'm sure there'll be some cheers out there, but the biggest eruption of elation will be when the president makes it to Capital One Arena and is able to see all the people who waited for such a long time to
That'll
see him in
wake 'em up.
person.
That'll wake
That'll
them
get
up.
'em.
Well, and you can see to the right-hand side of your screen that look inside the Cap One Arena. And really you get a shot here of, I believe that's a lot of the media there on the floor, but the risers are full, the stands are full.
All the way up to the nosebleeds too, right?
Yeah. All right. So while we wait for the president to get there at Capital One Arena, in the meantime, any high-profile guests have been taking the stage there ahead of the inauguration parade and President Trump's appearance.
That's right. One of Trump's most ardent supporters, Tesla CEO Elon Musk, spoke to the crowd just about an hour ago, thanking them for bringing Donald Trump back to the White House.
But it is what he did after that that is raising a lot of eyebrows. Take a look.
And I just want to say thank you for making it happen. Thank you. My heart goes out to you.
So as you just saw, that was Elon Musk doing an odd gesture by raising his right hand at an angle.
So it has a lot of people talking online, asking questions, saying it was concerning.
Yeah, on Elon Musk's platform X, the term Nazi salute is currently trending. All right, TAPS, or the Tragedy Assistance Program for Survivors. That's a national organization based out of Arlington, and they support families whose loved ones have sacrificed their lives protecting our nation.
Yeah, we know people traveled all over the U.S. to honor their loved ones in the inauguration parade, only to be cut out due to the parade's move, as we've been telling you, into Capital One Arena.
It's been heartbreaking for people, and as our Brianna Hamlin has more from the TAPS office, where an inauguration watch party was actually held for those who made the trip.
A few dozen people came together to watch the inauguration here at the TAPS headquarters. And even though they were disappointed to not be part of the parade, they were still emotional watching the historical moment while thinking of the ones they've lost. Some people here lost their loved ones only a few months ago. For others, years have passed. Those I spoke with say being all together today was like being with family, having people who know what they have been through around them as a support system. TAPS had prepared pictures of their loved ones on paddles they would have walked with during the parade. 200 people were going to be part of the parade, families from 32 states representing all branches of the military. I spoke with one family who came from Dallas, Texas. They say they wanted their son and brother, PFC Logan White, to be a part of this historic day.
I wanted to bring Logan. If I can show the world Logan, to me, that was my why. Look, here's my son. You can't see him in person, but he's still here with us.
TAPS tells me they will be sending these paddles with the pictures of their loved ones to those who aren't here. And for those who are here, they will be able to take them home as a memento for the day. Reporting in Arlington, Brianna Hamlin, WUSA 9.
So there were thousands of supporters that couldn't get tickets inside of the arena.
So what are they doing? They're showing their support outside.
They're not missing a step. That's where our Eric Flack is. Eric, give us a vibe check out there. Oh, you got your earmuffs on. How you doing?
I'm cold. Thanks for asking. How are you in that warm studio? You good?
We're
you
proud
good?
of you. You're doing
This is. I'll show you the crowd here. We've got a bit of a crowd, and I believe that this is likely where people think they may get a glimpse of the presidential motorcade as it makes its way to Capital One Arena. That is my best guess because we're right here at the corner of H and 6th, and if you're familiar with this area, you know that this is kind of the back entrance to Capital One where all the bands load in. So this would likely be the way that President Trump makes his way to Capitol One Arena for that presidential inauguration party a couple hours away, where everybody is awaiting him. These are the people who, of course, did not make it inside Capitol One, so doing their best to try and get a glimpse of the now president-elect to the White House. Hi, how are you? There are, of course, so many different places where you can buy merch for this presidential inauguration all around Washington, D.C., and especially around Capitol One Arena. This is kind of ground zero for all that paraphernalia you're going to go home with for as a memento for this presidential inauguration here in D.C. We ran into a group from Minnesota, and they kind of brought their own special merchandise to D.C., and they are leaving a little richer for it. Take a look.
We're out walking around yesterday, and we were just like magnets. Everybody wanted to talk to us. Everybody wanted to see what was going on. You know, the jackets. Where'd you get them? Well, then we ended up going to Old Ebb's.
Old Ebb's Grill.
Old Ebb's Grill, and we're walking around there, and a guy just starts going bonkers. Here he's from Texas, and he loved the jacket. He goes, "I'm going to buy that jacket from you right now." And I'm like, "Well, it's really not for sale." He goes, "How about $2,500? And I'm like,
"It's for sale."
Yeah. And I had a battery charger in the pocket, took it out, gave it to my wife, took the jacket off, and he counted $2,500 out to me. I took the thing off and said, "Now these guys are telling me, oh, why'd you sell it?" But
are you saying you wouldn't have sold it for $2,500?
No,
one of a kind, one of a kind.
Not yesterday, I wouldn't have.
Maybe
But today?
Tomorrow. Maybe tonight or tomorrow.
Oh, yeah, and there are those shoes. You didn't
I
sell
didn't
the
sell
shoes.
the Trump shoes. These aren't getting sold. But I had these on, and he kind of looked down, and I'm like, "They're not for sale." So I said, "Nope." I had some borders. I said, "Nope."
had some limit.
Just the jacket.
So a couple of takeaways here. One, the jackets were Levi's jackets that they made custom. So I got to think the overhead on that $2,500 sale was probably like $52. Two, the guy who got $2,500 for his jackets did in fact buy drinks for everybody in the bar, including some friends who was negotiating the price up for him. And three, if I had the shoes, I would have sold those too. But you know, it's not me making the deals, it's those big guys. So I'll tell you what, guys, I don't know where you guys would have stood on the $2,500 jacket that they made for, you know, probably about $50, but that's how you make money when you come to an inauguration in Washington, D.C.
You are sure right. And you know what? Those people who are standing out there are going to be mighty happy, Eric, because President Trump is in the motorcade and on his way to Capitol One Arena so he can take in the sight of that $2,500 gold coat and everything else. I'm sure that people are quite excited to know that the president is finally on the way there. They've been waiting for, you know, some for 24 hours for him to arrive.
And then you think of those who went to the rally yesterday on top of being there today. So it has been 2 marathon days. But for many people who have traveled across the country or internationally, this is what they've been waiting for. Some of those rallies feel like a rock concert. Saw the Village People performing last night.
I was trying to see if any folks were lining the route here. So he is going down Constitution Avenue, I believe, and it should be about a 10-minute drive to Capitol One Arena. But again, you're talking about the President of the United States, no traffic in D.C., so we might be able to cut that down by half.
Did you note the license plate says 45-47?
Oh, look at that. Well, and also, if you look around, you see the security that's going into place to make this happen, just to get the president from point to point, whether it's the barricades that are up or the police lining the streets. It's desolate aside from the security.
Yeah, you got some folks right here outside of that initial barrier around the Capitol, if you will. So I assume as we get closer to Capitol One Arena, you got folks there as well.
Oh, you could see some people on that side of the fence, but definitely as he gets closer to Capitol One Arena, he'll get that warm welcome from the cold people waiting outside.
I bet you he can see the gold coats glimmering as he gets
You couldn't miss those, right? The gold coats and the gold sneakers.
Flashy.
But this is the moment these folks wanted who could not get into Capitol One Arena. You know, they've been standing outside for a while now, just waiting to figure out. I mean, you can't miss this moment. It's like once you blink, it's gone.
And you see them all saluting all the officers as the
DC
president
police.
drives by.
Yep, it is quite a sight.
So this was supposed to begin, we thought, inside Capital One Arena at 3.
Yeah.
So we're just a little behind schedule here.
You know what? I guess they figure it starts when I get here.
Yeah.
Who said it? We're on Trump time now.
That's right.
Someone we interviewed earlier said that.
What
very
time does it
poignantly.
start? When he gets there. Absolutely.
So what I find fascinating, the layers of security here. So remember when he was next to the Capitol, you saw no one outside but police officers. But as he got farther and farther away, you know, it diminishes just a bit. But once again, he's entering another one of those secure zones.
And of course, you know, security is on high alert, but none of them want to see what happened back during the summer when there was the assassination attempt, not once but twice, right? So everything is even more intense around security and scrutiny and ensuring that this president is safe as he takes on leadership.
And to elaborate on your point, Leslie, you know, when you think of, you know, the Cap One Arena versus an outdoor venue like the National Mall, security is tight, understandably, with a president who's had 2 attempted assassinations, but it is a much more controlled environment, something that, you know, security can have a much better handle on in the Cap One Arena than it would have been out at the National Mall.
And
many other variables with that.
Yeah, you hear some of his supporters saying they're okay with this. You know, they came to town expecting the big parade, expecting to see him up there in the West Front Capitol of the Capitol, and they're like, you know, okay, if this is what we need to do to protect our president, this is what, you know, we're going to accept this.
You know, and so many things like we have seen is the trend with Donald Trump. Things are different with this inauguration. He's breaking the mold yet again as we see this indoor inauguration.
Yeah, and he's pulling up right now. This is the garage area to Capital One Arena right now, where they are taking the president down into the arena, into a safe space, and then they will get him up, migrate him up to the arena space where you see all the people waiting for him. That was a quick ride.
Yeah, it was.
It was not a long ride at all.
Not even 5 minutes.
When you have all the security in the world, you're making sure you get there on time.
Quick. Let me get a motorcade to work around here, you know?
Look, it's still going. I think we finally hit the tail end of it.
I wonder if this is where Flack was. Remember, he said a lot of people were congregating because they figured this is where he would enter?
Yeah, it could be, but clearly they must have moved them because he was able to move pretty easily into that area. And we didn't see a lot of people outside of the security vehicles around that perimeter. So maybe they're on the other side.
So maybe they missed it, because they have been waiting out there, as Eric Flack mentioned, for a while, assuming that's where the president would be entering in this loading dock. But as Les mentioned, there are multiple ways to get into Capital One Arena. And
well, there you have it. Donald Trump has entered the building.
I was going to say the president is in the building. And now we just have to wait for him to emerge into the actual arena. I wonder if we should check in with Scott Broom now. Scott is along the National Mall where supporters gathered, and hopefully they got to see just a glimpse of him before he went into that tunnel at Capital One Arena.
Yeah, listen, I've been out here standing in the cold with all the people since about 10:30 this morning, so we're all dressed for ice fishing, kind of like on Lake Winnemucca or whatever you might call it. Anyway, listen, this is 3rd Street. The mall is right here. This is where this huge event was canceled because of the weather. So throughout the day, and let me show you some of the pictures we took earlier today, this has just been kind of a parade. One person described this as sort of like a tailgate at a football game kind of atmosphere, and that's what it was. Lots and lots of people, predominantly Trump supporters, who were parading up and down 3rd Street here, and pretty much at the moment of the inauguration, filling the sidewalk and a little bit of the grassy area on the mall. So I would estimate that crowd in about the hundreds, and they were clearly here to celebrate, perhaps witness the event. A lot of folks were able to stream the actual inaugural ceremony on their phones, and complete strangers would cluster around, and a cheer would rise when the 21-gun salute went off, for instance, indicating the inauguration was finished. A couple of chants of USA, USA, but other than that, it's just been a whole lot of people walking around, chit-chatting with each other, and as I said, describing it as sort of a tailgate atmosphere down here, where had the weather not been like this and had this events not been canceled, the mall would have been filled with people. Lots of people taking selfies as well, many of them
had tickets to the outdoor events here, and one of the most popular selfies we saw people taking was standing by the security barriers, and believe me, there are a lot of them, holding up their tickets as if they went in. And we had a number of characters down here in costumes, etc. One of them was just walking by. This is Greg Donovan. He's from Hollywood, California. The outfit got a lot of attention. I saw everybody taking photos of you. Plenty of other media have talked to Greg. But could you reflect on the day? Tell me a little bit about what your perception was. What was it like? Why you're here? And your thoughts about it.
Yeah, it's history in the making. I mean, once in a lifetime thing. I mean, the greatest comeback in presidential history, in my opinion, and just had to be here.
What did you witness, and what were you doing today? You just walking around, kind of?
Walking around, just welcoming people and wanting to welcome the president. And it was a great outcome. Everybody from around the world was here, so happy. And I breathless.
And I did notice there was not a lot of sort of counter-protest activity, as some people might have expected. A lot of security here, but really, even folks who might have had a counter message, it was all sort of polite and people would just walk past each other. Is that what you witnessed today?
I'm so surprised because in LA I've had people, but here I had not one bad experience. Really, I praise to Washington, D.C. I was surprised.
Well, Greg, let me tell you, there have been a lot of photos published of you today. Folks
yeah.
like the outfit. And there were other people with outfits as well. But I think Greg's a good example of sort of the festive atmosphere we saw down here today. And I keep coming back to that word, but it resonated with me because it did feel like sort of a tailgate type of celebration. A lot of people would sort of cancel plans. They would maybe in the hotel or on their phones watch the inauguration kind of as a watch party and then wander around D.C. and simply see the sights and make a day of it. So that's what we witnessed here today on the Mall. And there's still some folks wandering around despite the ice fishing kind of temperatures that are down here this evening. For now, reporting live, Scott Broom, WUSA 9. Back to you.
I gotta think a lot of folks were prepared for this. They were preparing to stand in the cold for hours. So I take it moving around like this is okay. All right, Scott.
All right, thank you. You know, some supporters of President Trump who didn't get tickets to the parade at Capitol One are showing their support at local restaurants.
That's right, they're turning out. Our John Duran is downtown at Ella's Woodfire Kitchen. His supporters are gathering to watch all of today's festivities unfold. How's it been going there, John? Bring us in the room.
Simone, this place has been busy all day. Ella's wood-fired kitchen. That makes sense. It's only a couple blocks west of Capitol One Arena and feet from a security checkpoint. But people have been enjoying the broadcast of today's events on TV. Some food, some drinks, some claps, cheers, chants. Much busier earlier this afternoon, especially when President Trump was making his inaugural speech. But we talked to a ton of people here, none of which from the DMV. Everybody coming in from as far away as Australia, Brazil, inside the country, Oregon. This wasn't their plan A, but they made the best of it. They thought they would be outside enjoying freezing cold temperatures as the inauguration was maybe held outside. Instead, they get a little bit warmer, but they tell me it's the next best thing. I want to go back to President Trump's inaugural address because that's when we saw the most people, we saw the most energy inside, and we really saw people, Trump supporters, hanging on to every word. So after his remarks were over, I approached a few people and just asked them what they thought, what their feelings were about the speech, and how optimistic they were about a second term of President Trump.
It's been great, very hopeful. We've met literally thousands of people, and everybody has the same message. They're hopeful.
As a French and now American living in the United States, I'm very proud to be here. I'm very proud to be American, and I'm hopeful for the future. And I'm hopeful that we come together as a planet. No more wars. I hope that we come into more of a peaceful time for 2025 and beyond. And we keep continuing to pray for a better world.
she mentioned it there, but the last woman you heard from, a French national living in New York City, the woman before that from Oregon making the trip here. I also spoke to a congressman from Brazil who pulled me aside and told me his situation, told me why he was here and how important this presidency and this inauguration was to him and his constituents back in Brazil. So not only outside are we seeing people from across the country, across the globe, but here at Ella's wood-fired kitchen, we're getting a taste of everything in here, including some pretty good pizza they serve up. But getting out of the cold, getting to watch every second of coverage of this inauguration, and people are, like I said, it's as good as it's going to get with things moving indoors just a couple of days ago, guys. I'll send it back to you.
They are just making the best of it at this point. But as you said, the vibes in there are good, and I'm glad they're getting to enjoy the inauguration at all. All right, John Duran, thank you.
All right, and we know some supporters of President Trump also gathered in Prince William County, Virginia.
Our Alexis Wainwright spent the day at Giuseppe's Italian restaurant with some in Haymarket.
A special moment here in Haymarket. We spoke with several people here at this watch party who said they originally intended to go to the inauguration in person, but after changes were made, they decided this was the best decision. Over 100 people were here with the Bull Run Republican Women's Club in Prince William County. There were several moments of loud applause and even a dance break party as they watched President Donald Trump's inauguration. Many of the people here had tickets to the inauguration, but after the decision to move it inside in the cold weather, they didn't want to chance it in D.C. This quickly became a sold-out event. Many of the people here say it was nice to be able to watch this historical moment.
I was overwhelmed with emotion and so excited to see Trump, take the oath of office once again. Also in this room, there was such unity and joy. And I think a lot of people are feeling that it's really hopefully going to bring our community together and make it stronger.
Now, this event also helped raise over $1,000 for scholarships for local students in Virginia. And some of the people here say the things that they're looking forward to most with this administration is the executive orders on immigration and gender. Alexis Wainwright, WUSA 9.
All right, we want to check in now with our Larry Miller, who is overlooking the White House now. He's here to break down President Trump's comments on the Panama Canal we heard him make a little earlier. What more can you tell us, Larry?
Well, right. And so with the president making it very clear, at least in his inaugural address, that he wants the United States to have control of the Panama Canal. We have since heard from Panama's president within the last couple of hours, who issued a statement on X saying in part, this is translated from Spanish into English, where he says this, that I reiterate what I expressed in my message to the nation on December 22nd, that the canal is and will continue to be Panamanian, and its administration will remain under Panamanian control with respect to its permanent neutrality. There is no presence of any nation in the world interfering with our administration. A little history fact here is that the United States actually worked on a treaty back in 1977 that gave control of the Panama Canal to the Panamanians in December of 1999. So that treaty has been signed back in 1977, but in 1999, the Panamanians now have full control of the Panama Canal. So it's been about 25 years or so. But President Trump, in his inaugural address, saying that the Panama Canal was actually overcharging American ships, and also saying that it was controlled by the Chinese, which is factually not true. The point of clarification here is that there is a Chinese company based in Hong Kong that operates and controls 2 of 5 ports that are adjacent to the canal. If you've been down to Panama within the last couple of years, you know that there are actually 2 canals that are functioning right now that allows ships to pass. But a Chinese company controls 2 of 5 ports that are adjacent to the canal, not the canal itself. So that sort of statement being made by the president is not true. And of course, Panama's president pushing back against some of the rhetoric that we heard from the President Trump in his inaugural address today. We do know that since the president has started talking about the Panama Canal, that we've seen a number of demonstrations begin to erupt in the country at Panama in response to this, telling the Americans, us rather, that they want the president to stay away from the Panama Canal. Guys.
Larry, thank you. All right, we want to go down to Capitol One Arena, and our Matt Gregory, you saw moments ago that the President Trump and his family, they made their way to Capitol One Arena. They are in the building. and the crowd is waiting. Have we seen a shift in the mood there, Matt?
Yeah, I mean, you can see everyone's starting to stand up right now. In fact, we were just, Tom, my photographer, and I were just looking over. We realized you got the Army marching band that's right in the front row of the stage. They're all sort of standing at attention. You have the Marine band right here that's striking up and beginning to play a little bit more lively tone. But everyone in the arena is starting to stand and look towards that entrance that is off to the side, normally reserved for athletes coming through. They're waiting right now for the president to come through. One of the things that I would point out is that we really don't know what this parade will look like. I have seen marching bands in the hallways, and I have seen a couple of different firefighter crews, as well as police from across the country all sort of gathering in the hallway. They will be parading out through here. I'm wondering if what will happen is they will come down sort of the sides of the entrance, or the sides of this of the bowl right here, and make their way right in front of the presidential seal. But I do know there are marching bands in the building. And then I think what we can see over here is that many people are sort of, the other day, apparently last night, he came down, President Trump did, from the actual concourse onto the stage. So we're really waiting to see the entrance right here, right now. And you can see that we've got one eye on the stage, and we have our camera right here focused right on that entrance point there. So we are really waiting. You can tell everyone here it's almost, you can hear that just drop down. No one's really talking. Everyone's kind of gone into a very silent tone. We're going to keep watching, and I think what we really expect to see is him within the next 5 minutes or so and coming through. It's been a long day of waiting for these folks. Some of these folks got here at 2 in the morning to wait in line. Some have not slept since last night, but they all wanted to be here to see the inauguration of the 47th president, 45 and 47 as they will they continue to say. And there's been chants. Here they go. Here's a chant starting up again. Can you hear it? That's sort of, it's been sporadic chants going on throughout, but now it looks like everyone in the bottom bowl here seems to be standing, holding their attention right there on that entrance point that's just to the right of the actual lectern where we believe you'll be coming to speak. Yeah, you can see there's just different chants. So listen, this has been what it has been. These folks have waited all day for him to come, and now you hear this soaring tone coming from the Marine band right here. I imagine what they're waiting to hear is "Hail to the Chief," and then we'll know that he's coming through. It's been a day of anticipation, and I think you can really see these folks have been waiting for this, and this is what they really want to see. We're kind of pointing through, as you can see. There's also over here, I really wanted to show this again, because this is something we find very interesting. I've not seen this before. There's a desk right there with a presidential seal on it, which is where, and you can actually see on top of the desk, it looks like there's several documents on there. As we're zooming in closer, that's what we believe President Trump will be signing executive orders on right there. You can see we've gone in super tight there. I'm going to try not to move because every time we move it shakes the camera, but you can see those are documents there on a table with the presidential seal, and it looks like this is an area where he will be signing executive orders after giving remarks. And that was something that, we know there's some that have already gone out over, we've seen on X, formerly Twitter, and we've seen across social media, but that's where we'll be seeing some things, I think, just in a few minutes or so. But yeah, again, everyone's standing up, waiting in attention here. At any minute now, I think we're expecting him, but again, this has been a day of waiting for many of these folks, and so it's not been uncommon. This is the first time that we've been here that they've all been standing up. All right, now people are starting to walk onto the top risers, you can see. Looks like, I'm trying to see who's coming in. We get a little bit closer. Tom, if you can give them a shot, the people are starting to walk to the top of the riser. This is sort of where we would see the parade review, right? Now remember, because it is so cold outside, we're doing the parade inside, but we haven't really seen the logistics of how that'll work. So we're watching folks come up right now to the top riser stand right there to watch the review of the parade. And that's what I'm going to be keeping an eye on here. We'll send it back to you in the studio as we await the arrival of President Trump to Capital One Arena. Guys, back to you.
Matt, thank you. Yeah, it's not clear if we're going to see the parade part first, or if we're going to see the signing the executive orders first, or how this is going to evolve. So I guess we're all just going to watch this together.
Yeah, there have been so many changes to the flow of this day, the program, obviously, because of the weather. So this is just one of those events on top of many others we've seen today that, there really hasn't been a program to let us know what we can expect next. And the folks there in the arena, they don't know what to expect either.
Hey, Matt, is there anybody there talking about, who were they excited about seeing somebody participating in the parade? Is there anybody that says, oh yeah, my hometown group is coming and I'm excited to see them?
I've not heard that. Now, I did see a hometown band from Mississippi when I was walking through trying to find water in the back, and they were getting herded in here about an hour ago, and it's just really funny to see these tubas and trombones in the hallways of Capitol One, sort of tucked underneath of the hallways, because they're not very tall hallways. Now, I will say that one of the things we have noticed is that everyone here, I don't know if they're so excited to see any particular sort of band or group, but I know they're all very excited to see the military display. They're excited to see the president is their main draw. I mean, so many of them said it's just, there was one gentleman I talked to who's not a Trump supporter who said he just came because he wanted to see this. He came all the way from Florida. He got up yesterday and he hasn't slept yet. And he was telling me he just wanted to see an inauguration parade. He thought he would never see one, and why not? So no one is particularly here that I've met yet that is looking for someone participating in the parade, but people that are looking to see sort of the pomp, the circumstance, America, as they put it, on display.
Well, and Matt, as you were talking about, Donald Trump, the ultimate showman, as we're looking at the screen right now, we can see the executive desk where he's going to go sign, either symbolically, sign some orders on this desk as he takes the stage. He had said he was going to sign up to 100 today. We do know that he declared a national emergency at the southern border. He says he's going to reinstate the Remain in Mexico policy, end catch and release, designate the cartels as a foreign terrorist organization. We know we are waiting to hear about January 6th pardons potentially there, what's going to happen with those sentences. And so I would expect nothing less than a little bit of shock and awe factor once he takes the stage and what he's going to do when he sits to sign.
Yeah, and earlier this morning we heard him mention that, it's not about what he says, but action. So he clearly wants people to see him signing these executive orders, we assume, and we've noticed that desk there, the ceremonial desk usually. They've been adding more and more as the day has progressed. You have the presidential seal on the front now. You have the folders there for the executive orders. So we at least know that part is happening.
Oh, Leslie, it looks like we're going to work on that mic. I did want to mention too, something that Donald Trump said in his inauguration speech was that he wants to change the name of the Gulf of Mexico to the Gulf of America. And I would not be shocked at all if we heard him talking about that. He said he was going to do that. And then, in his inaugural speech, he mentioned it quite clearly. And by the way, I was doing some research into this. Presidents do have the authority to change the name of geographic regions, but it has to be done through executive order, which is, again, something we may see come down today.
Yeah, but then it only applies to, it's like an internal memo.
Right.
It's like saying your company has to apply.
It's like you and
or
I.
refer to it. Yeah,
right.
But the world doesn't have to refer
to
to it as the Gulf of America, as the president has been suggesting. But what I also think is clear, and is what we've learned from this president in the past, is we've talked about him wanting a show. He wants you to see what he's doing. And a lot of what he's talking about today, that doesn't necessarily mean it's going to happen without a fight. He's saying, I'm president, I'm going to rule as such. But there's always going to be a fight in Congress. There's always going to be a fight with the Supreme Court. But he wants people to at least see this moment. This is what I'm going for. This is what I want done. But it doesn't mean it's necessarily going to stay that way.
And to your point, a stadium full of people, right? Everyone is here for Donald Trump. The stadium is packed, and this is what we know. There's no debate over crowd sizes, as we saw the first time around with Sean Spicer. Right. Here we're seeing exactly what Donald Trump wants. We're seeing some activity there on the stage. The bands are playing as we anticipate Donald Trump speaking here shortly. But his theme, his whole inauguration theme, has been restoring confidence in America. He spoke again earlier in his speech about the golden age and how he said it begins right now. He wants to put America first, as we heard from his a little nod to his foreign policy approach back in his first administration. America first, creating this notion that the country is proud, prosperous, free, and also creating this sense, this command of respect from the world, the globe.
I know it may be too soon to talk about this, but you have the midterms in 2 years.
That's
and
right.
You see a president who has served before, who understands that process and understands what time means in that regard. So typically with these first terms, with a president's first term, you focus on the first 100 days. I'm going to get X, Y, and Z done on, within that time frame. But we've heard President Trump say over and over, we're going to try and take care of all of this on day one, because he knows what happens as you get further and further away from that day one. He knows he has everyone's attention right now, so he wants to get it done right away.
And an excellent point, because for lack of a better way to say it, he's got a blank check. He's got the Supreme Court, he has both chambers of Congress, and he has the executive branch. Donald Trump can do as he pleases, so to speak. We are bringing you live here to the Cap One Arena as this crowd is gathered for the presidential parade. Donald Trump is in the building, and we are just kind of showing you the vibe, showing you, the crowd. So many people have been waiting in the frigid temperatures in the DC winter. And now they're inside. We're just awaiting these speeches.
He got into the building a couple of minutes ago, and I wonder how similar this is going to be to his victory rally last night. He was in this venue roughly 24 hours ago. We know he came down the steps, shaking hands, seeing some of the folks. Taking pictures with some of his supporters as well. So we'll see what the agenda is for this program and how different it is from that rally before.
I'm also very curious to see how prominent we're going to see people, let's call them the tech titans, the moguls, right? Elon Musk, Jeff Bezos, Mark Zuckerberg. How prominently are we going to see Elon Musk featured in this? Specifically, yesterday, J.D. Vance, VP-elect J.D. Vance was supposed to talk at the rally yesterday. He was scheduled to. And as we know, he did not. Instead, we saw Elon Musk paraded onto the stage. So will that happen again today?
And we saw Elon Musk earlier. He spoke to the crowd earlier. So will he take the stage again? I mean, that would say so much. Again, we've heard the president all day talk about some of his priorities and what he plans to get done. It'll be interesting to see if he says anything different here when he's talking with his supporters and what his goals are.
And whether he'll stay on script or not.
Yeah. Oh,
right?
I don't think he's going to stay on script.
I was like, what? Script.
All right, so I think we're hearing something about the DC jail.
Yes, we know that the president has talked about pardoning some of those January 6th defendants.
And potentially even commuting some sentences,
right?
That's
right. So we know some of those folks have been there in the DC jail. They've been serving their sentences there. And you can see right here some of the folks who are supporting some of those January 6th defendants who are facing a number of charges, by the way. They're hoping to see their release.
You remember in those early days after that, people would show up outside the D.C. jail and protest often in support of the people who were in jail. And the president was calling today Liberation Day.
That's right.
So we will see what he decides to do.
So people there are tweeting and they're describing this scene as it seems subdued right now, but you can see they have signs. It has been described as jubilation because you know what? I remember specifically, I had mentioned this when we talked with Eric Flack earlier, when I was living and working in Texas as a journalist, I interviewed a woman who had stormed the Capitol. She was prosecuted, she was put in jail, she was a prominent member of the law enforcement community, and she lost her livelihood. She lost everything as a result, as a consequence. And she said to me, I will sue the second I'm pardoned. And so the amount of people who could also be thinking that way and thinking, hey, this is my second chance. Donald Trump is coming to wipe the record clean for me, so to speak.
And these people are gathered in anticipation of seeing those remaining January 6th folks who were sent to jail. They think they're actually going to be coming out today.
Right.
That's what they're waiting for.
Yeah. And we heard the president say in the past he's going to do this on a case-by-case basis. So you're talking about hundreds of people who have been charged here. So the logistics and how that works, that's still unclear.
And it's a federal holiday. It's Martin Luther King Jr. Day. Is it realistic for them to be released? Perhaps, but that would be remarkable. Would that not be, the shock and awe factor to that could not be understated.
So you are looking live. If you're just joining us, these are supporters of J6 detainees that are in the D.C. jail who are hoping to see many of those people who the president has talked about potentially pardoning or commuting their sentences, that a good number of them will emerge today on what he is calling Liberation Day, this Inauguration Day. Lots of things happening today. You have this scene here, and then obviously what we've been showing people at Capitol One Arena as we all await the president to emerge in the space, to see all the people who have gathered, to see what he's going to say, what he's going to do, what he's going to sign, and how this part of the day will sort of continue to move.
Yeah, our Eric Flack, he spoke with some of the folks who have been tied up in the legal system with January 6th, and they said they are demanding a pardon today.
Sure.
You might be wondering why the folks are gathered there right now. What do they know that perhaps the rest of the country doesn't know? The president has said, he said it last night to the folks in Capitol One Arena who were gathered for that victory rally, that you're going to be happy with what you're going to see tomorrow in regards to these January 6th defendants. So they're expecting something, and something big.
Signaling that he wasn't going to wait until tomorrow, that today was his day one, that he was going to actually do a lot of these things today.
Well, and it's fascinating too, because to that point, Leslie, there are people organized with the January 6th Pardon Project. So they've been anticipating this, right? Again, bringing you a quick look inside at the Cap One Arena. As we do anticipate a speech here shortly. But this January 6th Pardon Project is literally prepared to provide things like transport, accommodation, and support to prisoners. So they have been waiting and anticipating this day for quite some time.
Yeah.
These are members of many of the Trump family members, some of the closest family members to the Vances, also being escorted into, and it looks like they're waiting in an area where they're going to be able to view both the parade part and, again, what we've been talking about and waiting for to see what the president's going to say.
Now, this might seem simple, just looking at the stage and who has the nice, comfortable seating,
Sure.
but this is what everyone wants to see. Who's in the president's inner circle? Who has his ear? You were talking about the billionaires before, Simone, a lot of other lawmakers who, having the president's ear is important, and I understand his chief of staff. This time around, she's going to keep that circle tight.
Yeah, she's talked about, and we've heard about these two different kinds of badges that are going to allow people into the president's inner sanctum, into the Oval Office, and that is going to be a much smaller circle this time around. Some of his own children may not get those special badges to access him there.
Well, I mean, look, when you're competing with some of these tech titans, these moguls, I mean, also keep an eye out because, I mean, TikTok, right? That's been the other major thing we've been talking about. Shou Zhiqiu, the CEO of TikTok, is present. He's here. He is here. Of course, we have the Prime Minister of Italy. I don't know if she is there in that arena, but she is at least here in D.C. She was at the inauguration. Dignitaries, VIP, no doubt going to be prominent tonight as we watch this unfold.
They won't be able to have all of them here, though, because there isn't enough space for all of them and everybody else that's in there. So to your point, Simone, it will be really interesting to see who made the cut.
Who gets those white seats?
Right.
You see them, the cushy.
Very few. The point you made about TikTok, Simone, this is what we were talking about earlier. The president can say he wants to do something. He mentioned TikTok yesterday, this joint venture. He's saying he wants the U.S. to make money. Okay, that sounds great, but the U.S. has already banned TikTok, so they have to sell it.
Right, we need a seller.
So that's, based from what he's saying, in reality, two different things at this point.
Well, and he's got lawmakers that he's got to deal with. He's got the Supreme Court that he's got to deal with. So none of this is going to be instantaneous, right?
Right. Follow the money, right? That's the best way to think of it. And like when you think of the tech companies and the executives, they have such a massive stake in Trump's second term, potential changes in tax policy, trade policy, antitrust enforcement. That's why you're seeing them here. They have massive stakes in Donald Trump doing well.
You talked about President Trump being a showman, and it reminds us that we are on his time, and he likes this, right? Everyone is waiting. Everyone is fixated on screens. Everybody is waiting to hear his every word, looking at his every move to see what is going to happen next. He knows that we are on his time, and we're all waiting.
And he definitely had a hand, I'm sure, in planning this right here.
Surely.
And how he wants to reveal everything. So again, we're just waiting here. We know that he's in the arena, so that's a good sign for the folks who've been waiting, for more than 12 hours now?
Well, there was
Maybe people
one.
slept outside?
I remember one gal was saying 3 a.m. I mean, when you think of how cold it was this morning, right, in D.C., with the wind chill, we had the emergency that the D.C. mayor had enacted because it was so cold. And people have just been waiting and waiting to see Donald Trump take the stage.
So if you're just joining us, we are watching as people, the smaller circle of VIPs and people around the president and vice president have been invited to sit in these coveted seats here at this next part of the inaugural journey, some sort of parade and some sort of, I guess,
show.
We're not sure what it was. He's going to sign something. He's going to say something. Somebody's going to play some music. We don't know what they're going to do just yet. So we're all just sort of watching and waiting at this point.
Okay. So yeah, we're going to take you back there as soon as it gets underway.
Yeah. Okay. In the meantime, President Trump campaigned on lowering the cost of everyday items for Americans. In fact, many voters said their decision in the ballot box was fueled by those rising prices. But experts say tariffs proposed by President Trump will actually raise the cost. Donald Trump has announced that on day one as president, he will impose tariffs on imported goods from the nation's three largest trading partners, China, Mexico, and Canada. On Truth Social, Trump said he would impose a 25% tariff on Mexican and Canadian goods and add another 10% tariff on top of existing tariffs on items from China. Several Verify viewers asked if Trump's plans would actually raise costs for Americans, as some economists have warned. So let's verify. Our sources are the Council on Foreign Relations, the Tax Foundation, the American Action Forum, and the Center for American Progress Action Fund. Tariffs are taxes that the government imposes on imported goods. Here's how they work. Let's say an American store today buys T-shirts for $10 in Vietnam and sells them for $12 in the U.S. Under Trump's proposed tariff, the business would pay an additional $1 or $2 to import the shirts. While the importer could absorb the cost, economists say it's more likely the business will sell the shirt for up to $14, passing the cost on to the consumer. Estimates from conservative and progressive policy experts vary, but they all say Trump's tariff proposals are generally expected to cost a typical household between $1,700 and $6,000 annually, even if companies shift some manufacturing back to the U.S. So yes, Trump's proposed tariffs would likely raise costs for Americans. President Joe Biden faced similar criticisms earlier this year from fellow Democrats when he imposed increased tariffs on some Chinese goods, including solar panels and electric vehicles. With your Verify, I'm Simone D'Alba. All right. Let's go ahead and take you back out
to the show that we're anticipating.
So we got Ivanka Trump, we got Lara Trump, you got Eric Trump, you got Don Jr., we got Barron Trump. So many of the president's family members are now emerging here on the stage.
He is a reminder of how much time has elapsed.
Wow.
He was 10
I think he was
when
little.
he was 10 years old.
He was little when he arrived, and now he's 6'9".
He literally
a student
grew
at
up.
NYU.
All right, so these are the folks who I'm sure are familiar to everyone there waiting in the crowd, and this is also a good sign that we may be close to starting because these are the people closest to the president.
Tiffany Trump there too.
I will mention though, President Donald Trump mentioned Tiffany is expecting. So we do know that she is pregnant. We see Barron Trump here. And next to him, we just saw Ivanka, who, of course, we know has left politics. Her and her husband, Jared Kushner. We see Eric Trump there doing the fist pump in the air. Don Jr.
to the control room. Do we have any audio of the crowd?
Yeah,
if
maybe
we can
just
funnel
listen
that
to
in
it
as well.
That'd be great.
Just so we can hear it and take in the moment as well. Looks like we don't have it just yet, but I can only imagine what it sounds like in there.
Yeah, it might be great
this woke everyone up.
Yeah, to actually let people hear what's happening there for the folks who aren't among the lucky 20,000 that are inside Capital One Arena. If we can get that audio up, it'd be great to hear. There we go, because it looks like they're being announced in some way. Let's listen in for a second.
Okay, we're going to work to get the audio so you can experience it as well for those of you watching right now. But the president's inner circle right there taking stage.
Yeah, but so in the line there, you see very clearly the Trump family. I'm giving you a look at Ivanka here. She really was a prominent force in the first inauguration, the first administration rather, for President Donald Trump, really helping serve in policy decisions. We saw her kind of his right-hand woman, so to speak, and that will be very different this time around. Again,
She sort of took a step back toward the end of his last term.
She calls politics toxic, and she said that the energy around it is not something that she wants to be part of, and, you know, spoken like someone who has been in the weeds with DC politics, right?
Well, it wasn't just Ivanka. Her husband, Jared Kushner, was a senior advisor to President Trump at the time. He had even more access than she did. Very much in the weeds with policy in the first Trump administration. They have moved to Miami and have sort of taken a step back here from all of this.
And talk about the legal issues that followed as well. So it wasn't even the way we think of politics, but, you know, everything they've had to deal with in the courts too.
Again, we're seeing people file in. You can hear the music. I think people at this point are anticipating, right? They're just excited to see Donald Trump take the stage. What were you going to say, Les?
You know, I lost my thought.
Oh, okay.
You can find it, though. There's Barron Trump.
Once again.
That was my thought.
As you mentioned, he's now in college.
He
at
is.
NYU.
Yeah.
He's
a reminder of how much time has passed between the first Trump administration and now the second one.
You were mentioning earlier, Les, as well about the parade participants, how this is such a big moment for them typically when they're going down Pennsylvania Avenue, sort of your hometown pride. But in this case, we're still not sure who's going to be taking a center stage. Will it just be a Donald Trump show?
Right.
Or are you going to incorporate some other performers, some other folks who were originally in that parade lineup?
Yeah, we do know that there are some participants that were already told they were not going to be able to participate. You can imagine what that was like for them. You come from other parts of the country, you raise all this money for this one opportunity, only to be told that you aren't going to be able to participate. We don't know at this point who's actually going to be part of the festivities, but as soon as we know, and we may be finding out together, we'll share that with all of you.
Yeah, we'll take you back here as soon as it starts.
All right. As Donald Trump starts his second term in the White House, unlike past presidents who have served back-to-back terms, this term is separated by a 4-year gap in office. And as we were just talking about, the family dynamics are going to look decidedly different than they did when he was first elected almost 8 years ago.
When it comes to a Trump presidency, the first term was a family affair. But the second term will come with some big changes.
This was, I believe, the greatest political movement of all time.
After the election victory, there was widely held speculation that First Lady Melania would not live at the White House full-time with her husband. But during a recent interview with Fox News, Melania spoke about her upcoming move to D.C.
We started the production in November, and we are shooting right now, so it's a day-to-day life. What I'm doing, what kind of responsibilities I have. People, they don't really know, and they will see it. It's day to day, from transition team to moving to the White House.
CNN reporting in November that she will most likely spend her time between Florida and Trump Tower in Manhattan. As for Trump's sons, none of them will join their father at the White House. Back in 2016, then 10-year-old Barron Trump was the youngest presidential son to reside in the executive mansion since John F. Kennedy Jr.
I like my suitcase. I have to go to school now.
Now 18 years old, Barron will be attending New York University's School of Business.
It's very nice to see you.
Don Jr. lives full-time in Jupiter, Florida, and is trying his hand at becoming a venture capitalist, also launching his podcast.
This is why I wrote the book Trigger. Okay, guys. It's Don Jr.
And Eric Trump is in charge of the Trump Organization's business holdings, while his wife Laura has stepped back from Senate consideration, but is still potentially pursuing a political career. Meanwhile, Trump's daughter Ivanka and her husband Jared Kushner, familiar faces at the White House, have left D.C. for warmer waters.
Politics is a pretty dark world. Like, there's a lot of darkness, a lot of negativity, and it's just really at odds with what feels good for me as a human being.
Ivanka formally announced her departure from the political scene in 2022. They now reside full-time in Miami. Simone D'Alba, WUSA 9.
All right, joining us right now is Bridget Todd. She's the co-host of the CityCast DC podcast and a lifelong DC resident. Thank you for being here with us.
Thanks for having me. Thanks for your great coverage. It's been a long day, but y'all are killing it.
Oh,
You have been in here, you have been watching, you've been in the trenches. So we've been hearing for years that President Trump has big plans for the nation's capital. He wants to, as he say, take it over, clean it up, which is pretty vague. He's had a lot of comments about federal workers, and people are genuinely concerned about that. Now, one of the people we did see in the Rotunda, right, is Mayor Bowser, right, advocating for the 700,000 plus residents of the District of Columbia. What are your thoughts about this? What's your early read into Trump 2.0?
It's a great question. So all the folks in DC that I've talked to and the surrounding Northern Virginia area are pretty concerned about Trump 2.0. Some of the things that he's been saying about, federal workers and folks like Elon Musk talking about how we need to trim the fat and all of that. It's got people really understandably concerned. And it's interesting that you mentioned Mayor Bowser. The first time around with Trump, we had this kind of almost defiant Bowser, right, who was doing things like painting Black Lives Matter outside of the White House. This time around, I feel like we're getting sort of some of that notorious Bowser diplomacy, where she's actually signaling there might be some overlap between her priorities and Trump's priorities, which is pretty interesting. But I think DC, listen, you could look at who DC voted for. We're not a city that really rocks with Trump so much. And so I think a lot of folks that I've talked to on our podcast, CityCast DC, they are concerned. I am concerned. We are concerned.
Yeah, you have Vice President J.D. Vance walking out right now. We assume the president is going to be showing up next to their rally at Capital One Arena.
It's been a while since there have been little people in the vice president's residence, right? You see a young family coming into that residence there. And this will be interesting. They've got 3 small children. And as we were taking a look at the inauguration, their daughter had her thumb in her mouth. Yeah. That'll be one of those images she'll remember for a very long time.
Yeah. So Bridget, you talked about the mayor and this sort of diplomacy that we've seen her engaging in right now. Trump seems to have backed off of DC just a bit and his usual comments. So do you think it's working?
Oh, that's a good question. So I had a chance to actually interview the mayor about this exact topic, and that's exactly what she said, right? She said that she doesn't think messing with DC is too high on their list of priorities, and I think she's got this thing of kind of laying low, kind of let the dust settle a little bit. I hope that her diplomacy is like a strategy that's actually going to end with Trump kind of leaving DC alone, but we'll see. He spent a long time on the campaign trail denigrating the city that I love, DC, calling it like a garbage city full of crime and trash, which, I love DC. I've lived here my whole life. So I think the idea of a DC taken over by Trump is pretty depressing, but I just gotta hope that it works out. Like Mayor Bowser, when I spoke to her, seemed very confident that it would work out. So, taking my cues from her.
They need each other.
Yes.
In many ways. They have 2 constituencies that actually need each other.
Exactly. And I also think, we have to say that Bowser spent a lot of time taking what I would...
We're going to stop you for 1 second, Bridget. Yeah.
We'll watch this really quickly and listen in.
President Trump is coming in. First Lady Melania Trump and the President walking in now.
looking at President Trump. He has arrived at the Capital One Arena, putting his fist in the air. He likes to make an entrance, and he has done so with the First Lady by his side. And we are watching here to see what happens next. You can see the Vice President and the Second Lady standing next to them. Crowd very excited to see the President. They've been waiting for more than 24 hours for this opportunity. Let's listen in.
Ladies and gentlemen, we now present a selection of participants for the 2025 Presidential Inaugural Parade. At the Butler County first responders from Butler, Pennsylvania. Of course, no one can forget the day when someone tried to assassinate then presidential candidate Donald Trump. They like to say, we hope all Americans will pause today to remember the bravery and sacrifice of their own first responders and police, the expertise of their 911 dispatchers. They are marching in memory, I should say, of their fellow first responder, Corey Compatore. And you can see them holding his uniform there as they march in. Corey Compatore was killed by an assassin on that day.
Yeah, you heard the president during his inaugural address mention that that day in Butler, Pennsylvania, saying, "I was saved by God to make America great again."
Ladies and gentlemen, the heroes of Butler County are here. And they are here to pay homage to life.
I think just behind them was the NYPD Emerald Society of Pipes and Drums out of New York. And these are Irish-born sons and grandsons or great-grandsons of Irish warriors who came to this country. They performed pretty much everywhere.
Their formation consists of Pennsylvania State Police, local police, county sheriffs, emergency services unit,
EMS,
no,
actually, this is still Butler, Pennsylvania.
Yeah,
okay.
And hospital personnel, who all heroically stepped into action during the horrific attack.
And of course, they're mentioning how they stepped into action when someone tried to assassinate President Trump.
So we were talking earlier, it'd be interesting to see who makes the cut for this parade. We know some folks were told they would not be taking part today, but because of this scaled down event. But there we have it first up. First responders in Butler, Pennsylvania.
And they were supposed to be first out of the gate too. So they kept at least this part of it intact. We'll see how this all emerges. But you can see how this is sort of a modified route there. Gives you a little taste of parade as the United States Army Band plays. We're watching to see who's next.
Ladies and gentlemen, at this very special event, let us now take a moment of silence in honor of Corey Compatore.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Academy, and President Trump graduated from the New York Military Academy back in 1964. This is located about 60 miles from where he grew up. And this is a college preparatory school, and it's a day school and boarding school for now boys and girls, grades 7 through 12. When the president was there, this was a boys-only school.
So we have a lot of these personal touches for the president as well on display.
Stands out due to its unique connection to the president himself. President Trump is a 1964 graduate and has been enshrined as one of our alumni of distinction. This historic academy has been named a Junior Reserve Officer Training Corps, that's JROTC, and are marching with their cadet dress uniforms. Look at these, all modeled after post-World War I General Blackjack Pershing's gray uniform.
Guard unit, one of 2 Florida-based police and military entities that are participating. As though you talked about these special touches, obviously one of the president's homes is in Palm Beach, Florida. So he is probably quite indebted to the Palm Beach Police and Fire Honor Unit there. They've got 12 police and firefighters participating. Oh, these officers and firefighters specifically protect the president's home.
President Donald J. Trump.
So right here you have the City of New York Police Department as well, the Emerald Society Pipes and Drums here out of New York City. They formed in the 1960s as a separate but linked portion of the Emerald Society, the original police pipe band organized in the U.S. It was a small band. They marched up Fifth Avenue, where we know Trump Tower is as well. That's first St. Patrick's Day. A band with a fierce pride apparently in their Celtic heritage. This band.
Yeah, they've been on all the television shows. They've made all the rounds.
Rosie O'Donnell, Today Show, the Late Show with David Letterman.
And they performed here back in 1989 at the National Law Enforcement Memorial Day ceremonies in Washington, D.C. They led a band of about 30 other law enforcement pipe bands, so they were one of the first.
The 75th commemoration of the attack on Pearl Harbor in Oahu, Hawaii. The band has also played for hospitalized children, military veterans, as well as the 1980 and 2005 presidential inaugural parades, and His Holiness Pope John Paul II. The NYPD Emerald Society Pipes and Drums formed way back in 1960. And you know, they are the oldest, largest police pipe
Bridget
band
Todd
in the
is here
United
with us
States
from
that
CityCast DC. This is
comprised
certainly not the parade we would see on Pennsylvania Avenue, but it kind of is a modified version. I mean, we're getting parade vibes.
Yeah, I will say this for the Trump administration, they're doing a good job of giving us a little bit of a parade feel, a parade vibe.
He is a showman.
That's very clear.
So clearly we were going to get some kind of show. It's interesting because we weren't sure how this would manifest and what it would look like. Would it be a real parade? How would they do it? I have to say, I think they've done a good job modifying this.
They've kept some of the folks there, and I think they had to come up with this within just a matter of days when they decided to move everything indoors. So this backup plan for a parade, if you will, that you typically see down Pennsylvania Avenue, they've been doing a great job with it. And you know, what struck me as well is when we saw the president walking down to the stage, it reminded me of, we talked about the significance of Jimmy Carter getting out of the motorcade to wave to folks to show that he's a common man like every American. You have Trump, I assume, wanting that same imagery as well, not just there on this pedestal, but also seen interacting with folks, his supporters.
Yeah, when I think of Trump, I think of common man for sure.
It's all about the imagery, okay,
I was
Bridget?
going to say, common to some, but maybe not to most.
But we were talking like he's clearly enjoying this moment of being amongst the people and shaking hands, and really seems to be soaking it in.
Yeah, you could see him earlier as well, pointing to the 400 section, if you will, of Capital One Arena. We assume he's just talking about the number of people there.
Now, this is the Middletown High School marching band and cheerleaders. This is J.D. Vance, is a graduate of Middletown High School in Middletown, Ohio. So you can see all these special touches. He's clearly quite happy to see the band from his school coming here and doing their thing. They raised $174,000 to get here. So they were one of the bands that had to do a lot of work to make it here for this great opportunity. But this honors their exceptional talent and the dedication of all the students and staff, and it's really a big point of pride for Middletown, for the whole community there.
A 2003 graduate, the vice president is, a reminder of also how young he is.
That's right. He's 40 years young.
Yeah.
The president is almost 80. Yeah.
The band has performed in countless parades, community and sporting events, as well as competitions. They have also always qualified for the Ohio Music Educators Association state finals for 23 years straight. How about that?
This setup is interesting too, because where the president and his family is right now, this would typically be right across from the White House. So they'd be watching them go by the viewing stand.
Yeah, this is their version of a viewing stand. I have to say the seats are probably more comfortable here too. I mean, you're a DC native. You remember what it was like to see the marching band at your high school, right? This was a big moment.
It's a big deal. And so I agree with you. For having to do this last minute, they really have done a nice job.
They had 2 days, right? Because we found out the changes were going to be made on Friday. So between Friday and Monday, they had to coordinate all of the things that were going to be inside, move them indoors, manage the logistics, and pull this off.
I hope the folks who are still waiting outside have some sort of, if they've retreated to some warmer areas right now.
Let's hope so.
What the backup plan is.
Right.
Yeah, because you can only seat 20,000 people in Capital One Arena, and we know so many more people showed up just to get a glimpse of the president.
And it's clear from what we can see here in terms of who's actually participating in this modified parade. They're very intentional about who's going to be there. What's the connection to them personally? It tells a story about who they are and what made them who they are.
You can see J.D. Vance's son there.
He's clearly
feeling like everyone else.
I know how he feels.
Day.
Even the band's not waking him up. You thought this would at least, give him a little jolt, but not so much.
He's channeling the energy of everybody who's been waiting for 24 hours for this moment. Where are my snacks?
Bridget, what do you think this means for the Chinatown area? We've been saying before how D.C. leans blue. It's sort of a liberal city. But here you just have all of Trump supporters just converging on this one area in celebration.
Yeah, that is a great question. I wonder if the, Chinatown bucket drummers are out in full force. I'm actually really curious what the scene is down there on the street. The folks who aren't able to get in and maybe heading back to hotels or other restaurants, whatever, and then the folks who are there a lot.
So we understand, actually, Bridget, just getting an update. It's pretty clear outside the arena right now. Also heard from the mayor's office not too long ago, and they're cleaning up now.
Okay.
Oh, wow.
So they're
Along the route, cleaning
everything up. And I guess that's going to be it. These people were out there for hours.
They were out there for hours. I mean, I think about the symbolism of a couple things, right? This parade is America's parade, right? But it's at the Capital One Arena that's been at the center of a whole lot of DC business and neighborhood strife, right? Is the team going to stay here? Are they going to keep the arena here? And here you've got the president holding this most showy part of this inaugural journey here at the Capital One Arena. And I wonder if he'll show up again. Will he show up for a basketball game? Will he show up to... Will he be part of the DC scene?
I love this question so much, and I love DC. I wish we had a president who had not spent the last few years denigrating this city that I love. I would love if we had a president who was out and about, man of the people on the streets of DC. I just don't know if that's going to be Donald Trump. I don't see it. I mean, he doesn't.
You can't see the president and the mayor at a basketball game
together?
I
mean,
maybe this might be an opportunity to actually bridge that gap.
You never know. I'll believe it when I see it.
Maybe a Commanders game, perhaps.
That's right. There you go. All right, let's see who this is here.
Ladies and gentlemen, entering the arena right now, traveling from Boca Raton, Florida. The Florida pipes and drums.
So this
they are well seasoned when it comes to civic events. They've played and participated in parades, memorials, and other ceremonial
While we watch them come in, let's go to our Matt Gregory, who has been in Capital One Arena all day as well, to get a sense of what you're hearing, Matt. Can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you. It's very loud, and bagpipes don't make it any quieter, but I tell you what, we were wondering, right, for most of the day, all of us up here on the Media Riser, how is this going to look? What's this going to look like? And it looks like, most of our suspicions were correct. There's sort of that ring around where, the ice rink usually is. Everyone's sort of like using that as the runway for the parade. And you can see that it really does work out in the long run. They get to walk right in front of the presidential seal, and as they play their the song right here, as they come by, you can see that the president stands at attention along with J.D. Vance and J.D. Vance's son right there, who I think I just heard someone back in the studio say kind of echoes the feelings of most of the people who waited 12 hours or more. I will say, as I'm looking around the arena, because what you're seeing is the folks, you see the, what we'll call the sort of the bullpen down there. You're seeing sort of the folks that are right down in the pit. They're obviously standing, but I'm looking all around right now, Capital One, and the entire bowl area. People are standing, saluting. Some folks have their hats over their hearts, hands over their hearts. And it seems, this is America the Beautiful, if you haven't been able to figure out what they're playing right now through the bagpipes. It's really been a case of just sort of like, look at that, you can see everyone right there. It's been a case where folks waited all day for this, and I think for many of them this is paying off in exactly what they thought it would be. I have to say, this is, it's been a day of waiting for everyone here, but they seem to be still be in good spirits. The crowd has been very, excited every time. Earlier when they were showing the president's family, every time Barron Trump was on the big screen, everyone was sort of applauding or chanting Barron. Not so much for the other brothers as Barron, but Barron Trump got the loudest applause and the loudest cheers. And it seems like within the small area which they move down here, and it's normally the ice rink for the Capitals, they're able to play an entire song. They get it out, and everyone can kind of hear it as they finish playing America the Beautiful. I've wondered for a while, what this would look like, and now we kind of have an idea. I heard Leslie talking earlier. I think this is significantly scaled down in terms of how many bands will be participating or how many different groups will be walking through. But yes, certainly enough pomp and circumstance still able to come through, and each one, as you noticed, seems to have a connection to President Trump, Vice President Vance. Here comes another one in.
High school band
from Tennessee.
Matt, this band is out of Tennessee, and they have about 200 musicians that made the trip here. They raised $120,000.
I am still wondering where everyone was inside the arena. Wow.
Oh, in terms of these performers?
It's really, we forget that this is such... Oh, go ahead.
No, we're listening to you, Matt.
I think the kids are
I was going to
excited
say,
now.
we forget sometimes, but, right here we are in the arena. Oh, they're incredibly excited, I think. I think the part, look, you can see Usha Vance and J.D. Vance's daughter kind of jumping up and down. Also, notice on her hands, she has Band-Aids. I don't know what happened there, but you're noticing, like, as you were pointing out, you have such this young family that very much, when we see them, I think the last time the American people saw a young family in either the White House or over in the Vice President's house, it must have been probably the Kennedy family in the 60s. I'm trying to think of when we saw, elementary school age kids in the White House. The Obamas, middle school, a little bit of end of elementary school, but it's to see it's just it's fantastic. One of the youngest vice presidents we've seen in a long time.
Yeah, a lot of folks love seeing kids in the White House, the vice president's residence. I guess that's why Barron Trump's getting the applause there in the arena. Probably has the highest approval rating right now.
Right, in the Trump family.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, his siblings are considerably older than he is. So.
And they've been involved in politics, so you've been able to form an opinion of them, if you will.
And for a while, we're talking about Barron Trump. We saw him as he was growing up a little bit, and then we didn't see him anymore. So for a lot of people, they still had in mind the shorter Barron Trump, and now he's 6'9", towering. He's a young adult.
Guess that's like parents when you see the little, you assume he's still the baby.
That's right.
Just grow up right before your eyes.
He just grew up and up and up.
6'9", wow.
And we've never really heard Barron Trump talk. I think that's one of the things is that the brothers, you hear Don Jr., you hear Eric often, but no one's ever really heard Barron. Although we know, or at least we've heard over the campaign, he was very much involved in getting his father onto different social media platforms or different podcasts he would suggest which he should go on. So I think he has a bit of a cult following here, just based on that, just going through kind of like the Gen Zs. I mean, one of the things we have talked about is the younger generation did turn out for Donald Trump, and many people believe that Barron Trump was sort of the catalyst behind that. So I think that's what you're sort of seeing with the cheers in here for Barron.
Well, this is how it typically goes, you know? If you're a supporter of a particular first family, you sort of love everyone, no matter their flaws.
Or certainly the kids, right?
Yeah.
Because we didn't hear very much from Barron. And in the first Trump presidency, we know that the First Lady spent a lot of time with Barron. Remember, they didn't move here immediately. They allowed him to finish school in New York. And then she came here and really devoted a good portion of her time to kind of shielding him from the harsh light and the criticism that comes along with politics.
Now that he's older, it'll be interesting to see what role he plays in Trump's second term.
Do we have any sense of whether Melania is going to be spending much time in the White House this time around?
She has said that she's going to split her time between D.C., New York, and Florida. So we'll have to see what she decides to do. Obviously, we know that there's a whole documentary being made about her that Amazon is pushing out. So we're going to get to see parts of her life unfold.
She has her book as well, telling her story.
Seems to be a lot less burdened by the role because she knows what she's walking into. And as you know, she's sort of moving into the role and defining who she is and not really appearing to be fazed by how others define her.
Can we talk about the entertainment here?
Guys, I wish you could see as the kids come.
Go ahead, Matt.
I was going to say, as the kids walk out of the arena, you should see the smiles on their faces. I mean, you were just talking about, Leslie was, how much money they raised to come here. It must have been quite a shock when they heard that this was going to be put indoors. Maybe they thought, it all was for nothing. But to come here, I mean, in any other parade, as you go down the routes, people hear you, they're kind of paying attention, they're on their way. You're waiting for the sort of the end of everything. But here, they come into the arena, they parked it, they sort of perform right in front of 20, 30,000 people. This has to be the thrill of a lifetime. And for many of them, it's probably the largest crowds they'll ever play to. And they're just, they're in their middle of their high school careers. I can't even imagine what that must be like. What a thrill. And on their faces as they walk out, you can see their look on it says sort of, job well done. That's, I think, how they feel.
You know, it's also interesting about this day. Typically, we hear the president's inaugural address, and that's really all we hear from him on Inauguration Day. We've heard from him after his address when he was talking to the folks at Emancipation Hall at the Capitol. We see there's a little desk set up there on the stage as well for him to perhaps sign some executive orders. That typically takes place in the White House after the parade.
In the Oval Office.
In the Oval Office, yeah. So he's bypassing that step, and he's doing it in front of the thousands there gathered at Capitol Rotunda.
We're talking about the vibe here, and Bridget, I'd love for you to chime in too. This is giving RNC convention meets WWE meets parade. You got lights, you got seating. I mean, there's all these elements and lots of stimulation, quite honestly, in the building.
Trump is a man who loves spectacle, so I would expect nothing less.
And this follows yesterday. He had the rally yesterday, so they've been partying for a while now.
Yeah, I mean, I have to say I was wrong. I thought the energy level was going to be much lower. I thought this was going to be more of a muted affair, but yeah, they really kept the energy. I'll say that for them. They really like 48 hours of this shows no signs of slowing down.
This is, if I'm right here, if we got to the right page, this is the Mississippi Valley State University marching band here, HBCU. This is the Mean Green Marching Machine, hometown of DC's one-time mayor for life, Marion Barry.
Oh, that's a nice little DC connection.
Well, a little DC connection.
See,
so
I maybe the diplomacy
I think there's an olive branch being extended here, right? Back in 1965, they were the first HBCU to march in the Tournament of Roses parade. So they have made the rounds.
I'm so curious what the conversation was when they found out they'd be participating in this.
You know, it feels like so many of the bands have called this just quite an honor to be invited to participate, to be involved in something that is supposed to bring Americans together.
And we heard the president mention during his address, he says his proudest legacy will be that of a peacemaker and a unifier. So
we'll have to see how that works.
We'll have to see how that works.
We'll have to see how that works.
We'll have to see how
This
that
is the
works.
drum line. Can we hear the drum line for a moment? Inauguration Day this year also falls on the day that we honor the life of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. too. And that is not lost on anyone either.
You know, one of my favorite quotes of his is that the arc of the universe is long when it bends toward justice. That is something I hold very deeply close to my heart.
This is a big band.
And you know HBCUs take their drum line so seriously.
This is a different beat. Now let's just say this. Let's just call it what it is. It's a different beat.
But talk about these bands as well and how they've had to adjust to this limited space too.
Because they usually have the benefit of space.
Right.
They're usually forming formations, right? And in this case, they really have had to kind of pare down what they are doing.
It'll be interesting to see if this catches on, this sort of indoor inauguration. We heard President Trump mention that earlier as well, saying, you know, maybe this can be a thing.
I don't know, Bridget, I'm looking at your face. I don't know that you like that so much.
I've been to pretty much every inauguration in DC since Obama, his first one, and there's just something about being outside. There's something about like waiting, and you know, it's always so cold. It's cold today, but it's always cold. There's something special about waiting outside.
That shared humanity of freezing and not feeling your fingers and toes at some
and
point.
like heat warmers and wearing 2 pairs of socks.
And being so far away that the Jumbotron feels like it's far too.
And you're taking pictures and then blowing them up on your phone to go, oh, that's what that looks like.
I was there.
A picture of me and Obama if you pinch and scroll and squint.
really hard.
But I think that's part of the magic of inauguration, and that people are willing to sacrifice that, willing to do that, I think really says a lot.
And I think the folks say no matter who the president is, it's still such a DC experience.
Could you imagine this any other place than DC?
Absolutely not. This is a special, this is one of the things that makes DC such a special place to live. You know, I could go on and on about things that I love about living in this great city, but inauguration is a special time. Even when it's an inauguration for a president that maybe you're not thrilled about, it's still, you know, a special time.
It's always this combination that we talk about here, that DC is such a unique city in that it brings together hometown Washington and official Washington. And we're seeing the marriage of the two right here today.
All right, we want to go to our Larry Miller now, who is high atop Washington right now. What was the parade route?
Hopefully still with that heated blanket.
The heaters and everything. Are you catching the show up there as well, Larry?
Well, I'm trying to catch the show. I'm also trying to catch a little heat up here too, but goodness gracious, today is getting colder, and it has only gotten colder since we've been up here, but you know, we continue to power on. You know, one of the things that's really special about this parade in particular is not just the groups that are performing. It is the sort of diversity in the groups and what they represent. We think about the fact that we're seeing a sort of a HBCU style band that's playing right now. We saw some other traditional groups that are playing as well. And what this is really a taste of sort of the American music landscape. And it really does touch on sort of the diversity and the sort of different experiences that we have and how that's reflected in the musical offerings as well. And the fact that they are performing in front of now President Trump, the 47th president of the United States, really does kind of speak to this fact that in an inauguration, people can come together despite differences, despite beliefs, that we can come together and participate in the peaceful transfer of power and welcoming in a new administration to the White House. I want to bring in my colleague, Matt Gregory, who is at Capital One Arena. Matt, you've got the opportunity not only to speak to people there inside the arena, but to also see the festivities unfold. I want to kind of get your sense of how things are going inside. Is it as electric as we are seeing at home watching the TV?
It's Larry. It very much, after sort of waiting and anticipating for the president to arrive, it feels like since this parade began, everyone has a renewed sense of energy, a renewed sense of life. And I have to say that as soon as this band started, the Mississippi Valley State University Mean Green Marching Machine, people were on their feet again. You have to give it to the kids. They're attempting to do a performance in a confined space by which they're not normally used to. Football fields, parades going down streets, but in the confined sort of, ice rink that is Capital One right here, they're still able to perform. But you could see as they were taking a while to get into sort of location, it was taking a while. Tom and I were talking to the photographers working with me. This band just seemed to go on and on. There were so many, and you can see right now they're performing flawlessly, despite not being in sort of like their most spacious of areas. You can see trombones and trumpets right on the top of each other, and the crowd loves it. They're all standing and watching. I think this is the group so far that's had the most attention of the crowd from what we've seen so far. But Larry, I think what we were hearing earlier from some of the folks back in the studio is probably very right. The first half of my time here did feel like the RNC. There were speeches, there was chants, there were things going on, and then more speeches, and then Elon Musk came out. And now we're seeing an actual parade inside that sort of gives it a little bit more of that presidential feel. But make no mistake, the people that are here have been waiting for hours. They've been waiting since 2 in the morning in some cases. They've been waiting. They've come across the country. I talked to a man in line who was from Idaho, another one who was from Florida. They all came up within the last 24 hours. And they wanted to see all this more than anything else. And I do wish that I was out with them right now. I do want to get a sense of if this was worth it, because the looks on their faces right now in the crowd, it does look like it was worth it. They're enjoying it. And with that, I think the Mean Green appear to be, we're going to see if this is going to be the last song they're doing. Oh, but it looks like they're on their way out. So that was the Mean Green Marching Machine from Mississippi Valley State University. And Larry, I don't know how much you were able to see from your vantage point, but the crowd loved it. I don't think that it was more energy and more sort of excitement and musicality and musicianship than I think they've seen all day, but that was fantastic.
No, Matt, to your point exactly,
Larry,
it was fantastic, certainly energetic, and yeah, Matt, to your point, you're right. This performance from this group down in Mississippi was no doubt energetic, and they really have represented their state well today. Again, the Mean Green Fighting Machine, as we just heard from our Matt Gregory, having the chance to perform during this inaugural parade inside of Capital One Arena tonight. So we know that other groups and there will be other folks that will be participating in this parade as well. We're waiting for them to make their way down the sort of reviewing area there in front of the president and the first lady. As you see, the 47th president of the United States along with his wife, Melania Trump. But this has been a rather dynamic event for those that are in attendance. 200,000 people, according to the National Park Service, made their way to Washington to watch these events. And because of some last-minute modifications because of the weather, about 20,000 were able to make their way into Capital One Arena. So unfortunately, these last-minute modifications were necessary in order to ensure the safety of the attendees. But for those that were lucky enough to get inside, certainly a show is being put on for them in front of the world and put on by the inaugural committee for now President Trump. And as we're watching the Mean Green Fighting Machine leave Capital One Arena, certainly they have done a great job in representing the great state of Mississippi. Matt Gregory is inside of Capital One Arena as well. As we've heard from Matt, he's just talked about sort of the energy inside of that arena itself, talking about the fact that people were just excited. They waited so long to either get inside for the show to actually get underway. And now that it is, they are certainly not disappointed by what they're seeing. And to that point as well, we've been talking about just the sort of diversity of the groups that have been participating and how they reflect sort of the different genres and the different styles of marching music that we have throughout the country, really reflective of sort of the musical diversity that we have within this country as well. Let's take another listen to this group as they march out of the stadium here. Marching machine there, getting ready to leave Capital One Stadium. We also know too that the president will be busy signing a number of executive orders that we expect will take place on the desk, on stage there at Capital One. Among them, a number of executive actions aimed at addressing many of the key issues that the president has talked about along the campaign trail: immigration, as well as the dismantling of diversity, equity, and inclusion initiatives within the federal government. In addition to that, we expect to see a number of executive orders signed aimed specifically at the federal workforce, namely getting some federal employees back into the office full-time as opposed to working from home, which they've been doing, many of them, because of the ongoing COVID pandemic, but also too, continuing to work from home because the federal government allowed a number of its leases to lapse in order to save money. And as a result, many of these federal workers have had the opportunity to work at home, continuing to do their work to provide a service to the federal government, but also not having to go into an office 5 days a week like some others do. But we're starting to see a lot more return to office orders from both the government sector as well as the private sector as well. They've certainly been leading the charge on that. Amazon being one of those companies too, just announcing within the past month or so that they're asking all workers to return back to the office 5 days a week. Now that the Green Mean Marching Machine has left the stadium,
to the Middle East, Steve
the show
Witkoff.
continues. Let's take a listen.
Good evening, everybody. I was appointed by President Trump to be the special envoy for peace in the Middle East. And I'd like to describe to you some of the things we're doing and how it informs on President Trump's policies. First of all, it is an honor to stand before you today as I reflect on the enormity of the role that President Trump has tasked me with. I am constantly reminded of the privilege it is to serve under the leadership of my boss, President Donald J. Trump. His presidency has provided a clear, bold vision for the Middle East, and it is this vision that guides every step I take in the mission. President Trump's leadership has redefined what is possible in the pursuit of progress and stability in the Middle East. His decisive, pragmatic approach ensures that even the most entrenched conflicts are met with fresh perspectives and innovative strategies. His policies have already delivered remarkable successes, such as yesterday's release of hostages in Gaza. Thank you. This achievement demonstrates the strength of President Trump's leadership and the respect he commands on the global stage. It is yet another example of his ability to deliver results in the most complex and challenging situations. The Abraham Accords, a testament to his vision and determination, have also brought historic progress to the region, transforming old rivalries into new alliances. These agreements are not merely symbolic. They represent a practical roadmap for peace, economic cooperation, and mutual respect across nations. My role, as President Trump has tasked me, is straightforward yet profoundly challenging: to turn his vision into actionable outcomes. He sets the agenda, he lays the framework, and he inspires people like me into bold action. My responsibility is to implement his vision, engaging with leaders across the region to find pathways towards sustainable peace and stability. And let me tell you, having Donald Trump as a boss makes this task not only possible, but far more effective. President Trump's reputation as a leader who delivers results resonates far beyond Washington. Leaders in the Middle East know he means what he says. His ability to cut through bureaucratic gridlock and focus on tangible results is the game changer. It allows me to approach delicate negotiations with the confidence that the full weight of the United States is behind me. The principles President Trump has laid out for our approach to the Middle East and foreign policy in general are fourfold, and they are clear. 1, respect for sovereignty. Every nation deserves the right to determine its own destiny, free from the interference of external powers. 2, economic prosperity as a bridge to stability. Through economic partnerships and investment, we can build a foundation for cooperation that transcends historical grievances. 3, courageous diplomacy. Real progress requires difficult conversations and bold decisions, and it is through these that trust is built and maintained. And finally, 4, reciprocity and accountability. The United States requires reciprocal actions from our partners. We are done carrying the financial burden for nations that are unwilling We are done carrying the financial burden for nations that are unwilling to fund their own progress. The days of blank checks are over. Partnerships under President Trump's leadership must be equitable, and contributions must reflect shared commitments to our goals. In my work, I've seen firsthand how these principles resonate. They provide a foundation that transcends politics and speaks to the shared humanity of all people in a region. Leaders across the Middle East recognize that this Trump administration is serious about results, not symbolic gestures, but real, meaningful progress that improves lives. Thank you. It's not always easy. There are moments of deep challenge and frustration. Decades of mistrust cannot be undone overnight. Yet I take comfort in knowing that I am not in this alone. President Trump's clarity of vision ensures that I never have to question what success looks like. His leadership provides the confidence and direction necessary to navigate these complexities. As we move forward, my commitment is to continue the work of advancing President Trump's vision for the Middle East. Whether through expanding the Abraham Peace Accords, fostering economic development, or facilitating dialogue between long-standing adversaries, my focus remains on actionable results. Let me close by saying this. A stable and prosperous Middle East is not an unattainable dream. It is a goal within our reach, made possible by strong leadership and unwavering commitment. Under President Trump's guidance, we are proving that the impossible can become reality. Thank you, but I have one more thing to say. We have some special people for me to introduce you to tonight. President Trump has been talking to them as well. They are the families of hostages from Israel who have been in Gaza for the last year and a half. There are many of them here today. Several of the families have lost children and loved ones, and they're here because they're part of an effort to retrieve their bodies so they can be buried in a proper way. Several have children who are still in captivity. There is an American family here whose loved one is scheduled to come out in 14 days, and they're going to be meeting the president tonight. So let's give them all some love and a big hand. Come on up.
bring them home.
And now, I get to introduce my dear friend and the President of the United States, Donald J. Trump. Thank you very much, everybody. Appreciate it. Thank you. So now the work begins. We won, but now the work begins. We have to bring them home. And, you know, tonight I'm going to be signing on the J6 hostages, pardons, to get them out. And as soon as I leave, I'm going to the Oval Office and we'll be signing pardons for a lot of people, a lot of people. And thank you to Steve Witkoff. He's a great guy. He's a friend of mine. He's been a very successful man. He's a great negotiator. He's a wonderful guy. People love him. And he's got a tremendous power of persuasion. And that's what we need. We don't need stiffs. We don't need stiffs. We got a lot of stiffs. You just had a whole load of them. And to the former hostages with us today, welcome. And welcome home. Some of the folks are former hostages. Not a good situation. The three young ladies that came home yesterday, you saw that. More coming home every day now. They're coming home. But they were hurt. They were hurt. They were hurt. One had her head blown off, fingers on her hand, and her hand indeed was blown off. She was trying to defend herself from a bullet being fired. You believe this? A bullet knocked off her hand. I don't know. You look at it, it's a disgrace. We never stopped praying for you, and we're so glad that you're reunited with your friends and families, and God bless you all. And some of them are just saying, no, my son is gone. But please just bring home his body, right, Steve? Many of you have told me that your son is gone, but bring home his body. It should have never happened. 3 years, it's ridiculous. Should have never happened. Wouldn't have happened. I also want to express my tremendous gratitude to the hundreds of thousands of proud American patriots who came from all across the country to join us in this celebration. It's a celebration of a big win. And you're witnessing the dawn of the golden age of America. That's what it's going to be. We're bringing it back. We're going to bring it back fast. We're going to bring it back fast. Let us also thank the incredible service members, National Guardsmen, Police, Secret Service, and law enforcement personnel who are keeping us all safe, even though, and they are great people. New York's finest. I grew up with New York's finest, and we got to give them their authority back. You won't have any crime. There'll be no crime. You give them little authority back. The whole way they run things in this country now, it's disgraceful. But it's going to change rapidly. We're going to make our cities safe again, too. Even though we're indoors, we've had a magnificent inaugural parade. And let's give a big round of applause. They were great. To all of the incredible performers and hardworking men and women who made it possible. Those people, really talented, amazing people. I also want to thank my wonderful family for being here, especially my beautiful wife, our First Lady, Melania.
They love our First Lady. And also, J.D. How good has J.D. been? And his beautiful wife, Usha. How good is J.B.? J.D. has been great. He's another good negotiator, Steve. He's a great negotiator, too. We need negotiators in this country. But so many of the people on the stage behind, not only family members, as an example, Lara Trump, the wife of Eric. She was the head of the Republican Party, along with my friend Michael. Stand up, the two of you. What a job. What a job they did. They worked so hard. They knew there'd be rigging, but they said, we're going to make it too big to rig, and we did. We made it too big to rig. We won every swing state by a lot. We won the popular vote by millions and millions of votes. We won the whole ball of wax. And now we're going to go and drill, baby, drill, and do all the things that we've wanted to do and bring your costs down, your prices down, and make our country safe. So thank you very much, Michael. Thank you very much. What a job you've done, Michael. I'm never moving you, you know. He was thinking about getting a nice job in the administration. I said, no, I'm leaving you right where you are. You've done a very good job. We're not moving you, Michael. I'm sorry. Anyway, thank you very much. Appreciate it. Appreciate it very much. Right here with us also in the arena, I'm about to sign some very important executive orders of our new administration. Hey, Don, will you stand up, please? Don is another one. How about Don? This guy. He's a popular one. He goes out and speaks. He gets a big crowd. He's a little on the rough side sometimes, but that's what you want. He's done a fantastic job, and he loves our country. Thanks, Don. Great job. You've done a great job. And Ivanka. And, you know, Jared negotiated the Abraham Accords, which are it's the biggest deal made in the Middle East in many, many years, and it's really something. Jared, stand up, Jared. The Abraham Accords. And Tiffany's going to have a little baby. And Michael. And then I have a very tall son named Barron. Has anyone ever heard of him? Thank you. He knew the youth vote. You know, we won the youth vote by 36 points. And he was saying, Dad, you got to go out and do this one and that one. And we did a lot of them. And he respects them all. He understood them very well. And he said, Dad, you got to go out, do Joe Rogan, do all these guys. And we did. We did. And Joe Rogan was great. They were all great, right? Aaron, they were all good. He understood the market. Another famous one. How about Kai? Stand up, Kai. Is that Byron Donalds back there? Stand up, Byron. Stand up. What a future this one has. What a future. That's great, Byron. Thank you very much. And how about Lutnick, Secretary of Commerce? He's going to take in more money than any country has ever even thought about. He's going to take in some money. And we have many others. Look, I'm not going to go through it, but we're going to sign some orders right now, and that's really what I want to do. So we're going to sign executive orders. First, I'll revoke nearly 80 destructive and radical executive actions of the previous administration, one of the worst administrations in history. Maybe not one of them, the worst. Anybody that would allow millions of people to pour through our borders from jails, prisons, mental institutions, insane asylums, gang members to be taken off the streets of Venezuela and deposited in our country, and many, not just Venezuela. You know, crime in Venezuela is down 74% because they took their criminals and gave them to us through an open border policy of the previous administration. All over the world, they're emptying their prisons into our country. They're emptying their mental institutions into our country. It stops as of 1 o'clock this afternoon. Okay, it stops. So I'm revoking nearly 80 destructive, radical executive actions of the previous administration. They'll all be null and void within about, 5 minutes? Is that them over there? 5 minutes? And next, to gain immediate control of the vast federal, out-of-control bureaucracy, I will implement an immediate regulation freeze, which will stop Biden bureaucrats from continuing to regulate. Most of those bureaucrats are being fired. They're gone. Should be all of them, but some sneak through, but we have to live with a couple, I guess. I'll also issue a temporary hiring freeze to ensure that we're only hiring competent people who are faithful to the American public, and we will pause the hiring of any new IRS agents. We will also require that federal workers must return to the office in person. And we're going to take the 88,000 people that they hired to go after you with guns. By the way, they're allowed to use guns and harass you like they were so many other people. Remember this. Okay, remember? Do you remember a little statement about tips? Does anybody remember that little statement? I think we won Nevada because of that statement. But they went out and harassed you over the tips. In other words, we are restoring control of our government to the people. We're going to take those 88,000. Let's see if they'd like to work on the border, because that's where we want them, really. So we're going to have no tax on tips, right? No tax on tips. And we may have, like the Speaker of the House, is he here? He's done such a good job. Is Mike here? He's around here someplace. I saw him just a little while ago. Hello, fellas. Look at you guys. Yeah, I know it. He's great. He's doing great. They're all doing good. The Republican Party has never been unified like it is right now. They want to save our country. And we're going to more than save it. We're going to make it greater than it's ever been before by a lot. Next, I'm going to sign a presidential memorandum directing every member of my cabinet to marshal every power at their disposal to defeat inflation and rapidly bring down the cost of daily life, because your costs have gone through the roof in the last 4 years. Perhaps you didn't notice. Does anyone notice their costs are like double, triple, quadruple? You can't buy bacon. Apples have doubled in price. You want an apple, anybody? Pay twice what you did 2 years ago. We'll put more money in your pocket, and we'll bring back the American dream and to reduce energy costs and liberate our economy. So we have more oil and gas than any country in the world, and we're going to use it. We're not going to do the wind thing. Wind. Big, ugly windmills, they ruin your neighborhood. They ruin you. If you have a house that's near a windmill, guess what? Your house is worth less than half. And did you see up in New England with the whales? You see what's happening? So they had 2 whales killed in about 14 years. Last year and the year before, total, they had 28. So if you're into whales, you don't want windmills either. And they're the most expensive form of energy that you can have by far. And they're all made in China, by the way, practically all of them. And they kill your birds and they ruin your beautiful landscapes. But other than that, I think they're quite good, right? Now, remember when we used to joke and kid when we were kidding, but we don't kid anymore? They want to watch the debates on television. They want to watch your favorite president on television. But the wind isn't blowing, so we can't watch television that night, Gladys. Remember? Gladys, I'm sorry, the wind is just not blowing. We're not watching Trump tonight. But I'm immediately withdrawing from the unfair, one-sided Paris Climate Accord ripoff. The United States will not sabotage our own industries while China pollutes with impunity. You know, China, I mean, look, they use a lot of dirty energy, but they produce a lot of energy. And when that stuff goes up in the air, you know, it doesn't stay there. It's not like you got a wall. We love walls, don't we? Not like you have a wall around and it doesn't. It floats into the United States of America after 3.5 to 5.5 days. It floats across the oceans and it comes right over your neighborhood and it falls into your neighborhood. So they all say, we have to fight for cleaner air, but the other dirty air is dropping all over us. So what the hell are they talking about? Unless everybody does it, it just doesn't work. You know, we had the cleanest air and the cleanest water that this country's ever had under the Trump administration, and we didn't do anything to stop jobs and stop production. Believe me, you're going to see a lot of companies come pouring back because tariffs. I always say tariffs is the most beautiful word to me in the dictionary. Then I was reprimanded by the fake news. They said, what about love, religion, and God? I said, I agree. Let's put God number one. Let's put religion number two. Love, I don't know. We got to put that number 3, I guess, right? And then it's tariff. Because tariffs are going to make us rich as hell. It's going to bring our country's businesses back that left us. And I'll also sign an executive order to immediately end federal government censorship of the American people. In America, we believe in free speech, and we're bringing it back starting today to stop the weaponization. Oh, do I know about that? These creeps. Deranged Jack Smith. You ever hear of him? Deranged. He's a deranged prosecutor. He's sick. They suck him on me. He's now been reduced to getting on an airplane, going back to The Hague or wherever the hell he came from. We got to get rid of that guy. Hey, was he one of the many people that got a pardon today? Did they pardon Jack Smith? You know, did you know that Biden, while I was making my speech, pardoned his whole family? The brother, the whole deal was pardoned. Can you imagine that? While I was making my speech. Did everybody hear my speech? Did you like my speech? Thank you. I mean, the only thing wrong with it is I had a lot of tough things to say, and I have some great people that work for me. Sir, this is such a great speech. It's so unifying. Don't talk about Biden with his pardons of his family. We want a unified country. They said, don't talk about the J6 hostages that you're going to be releasing today. Sir, don't put that in your speech, please. I said, but I want to put it in my speech. They said, sir, it won't be unified like it is. It's so beautiful the way it is. And it is getting great reviews. You know, if I put things like that in, I'll get terrible reviews. One little paragraph that's a little bit wrong, the fake news goes crazy, right? So I said, all right, I won't put it in my speech, but you know what? I'm speaking in front of a hell of a lot of people at a place called Capitol One Arena, and I'll talk about it there. So we're going to be going over the beautiful Oval Office, one of the great offices in history. Even if it wasn't beautiful, it's the Oval Office, but it is beautiful. And we love the Oval Office. It all starts with the wars start and end there. Everything starts and ends at the Oval Office. We love it. But we're going to go to the Oval Office. We're going to release our great hostages that didn't do, for the most part, they didn't do stuff wrong. You take a look at what went on, and look what happens in other parts of the country. In Portland, where they kill people, they destroy the city, nothing happens to them. In Seattle, where they took over a big chunk of the city, nothing happened. Minneapolis, where they burned down the city, nothing happened. Essentially nothing happened. All they want to do is go after the J6 hostages. A 76-year-old grandmother was arrested the other day because she was looking, I think because she was looking at the Capitol or something like that. No, we're not going to put up with that crap anymore. And to stop the weaponization of law enforcement, I've been investigated more than any human being in the world. I believe I have the all-time record. Every day a subpoena. Every single day would get subpoenas. I was more than any person. Alphonse Capone, remember I used to talk about it? Now, Alphonse Capone, Scarface, he was a pretty rough guy. He was investigated about 1/100th what Trump was investigated. My father's looking down at me, my mother, how the hell did this happen? You know what it is? They investigated their political opponent, the opponent of Biden, and then ultimately Kamala. Has anyone ever heard of Kamala? We had to beat two opponents, you know? We had to beat Biden, then we beat him. Now he goes on top. The guy was like 39 points down. I think I could have beaten Trump. They should have left me in. I would have beaten. No, his debate performance wasn't the best, right? That's what killed him. And then they had to change, and that's like you get into a fight. The great Dana White spoke last night. We love Dana White, right? UFC. That's like he puts in two fighters. One of them's getting creamed, getting really beaten, and they say, all right, take him out. Let's put somebody else in to finish up the fight. That's what they did to us. They gave us somebody new, but we took care of both of them. So we beat actually two opponents. But to stop the weaponization of law enforcement and our government, I will also sign an order directing every federal agency to preserve all records pertaining to political persecutions under the last administration, of which there were many, and beginning the process of exposing any and all abuses of power, even though he's pardoned many of these people. Can you believe it? He's pardoned them. You know why he did it while I was speaking? Because that way I couldn't speak about it. I was speaking. I didn't know he did it. I finished my speech, and they said, sir, he pardoned his whole family. I said, oh, can I go back out there and talk about it? Somehow that wouldn't be very elegant. Our First Lady would say, please don't do that. But we have plenty of time to talk about it, and we will. We're doing all of this on our very first day in office. You know, don't forget, we've been in this position, really, where we won the primaries in record time. We were the fastest win of a primary ever in political history, which is a very nice thing. It's nice to know. Well, the second election was rigged, so we knew we were doing well. And if it wasn't, you know what? If it wasn't, I would have never run. But the third one was just a monster. Boy, was that a big one, huh? That was a big one. On the second one, we got like 10 or 12 million votes more than the first one. How about that? We did great on the first one. We did much better on the second one. But bad did we do well on the third one. So we're gonna have some fun. It's very simple. We're gonna make our country great. We're gonna make our country great again. We're gonna make America great again. How good a name is MAGA, though, right? you know? I was going to say, keep America great, but unfortunately it wasn't great. Can't say keep it great. It will be great again, but CAG, keep America great, CAG, I don't think it's ever going to replace MAGA. Does anybody like CAG? I don't think so. It's never replacing MAGA. Nothing will ever replace MAGA. MAGA was the most successful political operation, political movement in the history of our country, maybe in the history of the world. Let's see what happens, because we're not finished yet. We're not finished yet. We got a long way to go. But we're doing this on the very first day in office, and in just a few moments, I'm not only signing the release of the J6 hostages, I'm signing other things that you're going to love. Oh, you're going to be happy reading newspapers tomorrow and the next day and the next day and the next day. So I just want to thank, I mean, look at this place. It's full to the rafters. You don't have any. Look at those people up there. You don't have any empty seats. And by the way, the Capital One owners, they are so good. We got to root for their teams because they have been so great to MAGA, to us. And I just want to thank Ted and everybody. You guys have been fantastic. And the ice hockey team's doing great. Ovechkin's pretty good, right? They're doing great. So I want to thank them, Capital One arena owners. They have been absolutely fantastic. And thank you once again to everyone. And I can only tell you, you're going to be very happy. You're going to watch a lot of good things happen. We got to stop some wars that are happening and going on. Some stupid things are happening. The war with Ukraine would have never happened, and it has. As you know, Israel would have never been hit on October 7th, and none of you would be up here. None of you would even know anything about this tragedy that you're going through right now. But Iran was broke. Anybody that bought oil from Iran, they couldn't do any business with us. You're not going to do business with America. China passed. Everybody passed. They were broke. They didn't have money for Hamas. They didn't have money for Hezbollah. And your sons would be alive, and they certainly wouldn't be incarcerated like they are. It's a shame. But we're getting a lot of people out in a short period of time. So I'm going to go right over to here, and I'm going to sign in front of you. Is that okay? Good. You have that other one to sign?
Sorry, what's it?
You have the other one to sign?
We don't have it over here yet, sir. We'll have it for you back at the oven. The first is the rescissions of 78 Biden-era EOs and presidential memoranda.
You want to call it up? You want to say it? You want to say it?
Oh, if you want me to, sir.
Why don't you say what I'm signing?
Sure. The first item that President Trump is signing is the rescission of 78 Biden-era executive actions, executive orders, presidential memoranda, and others. Thank you, sir. Thank you. The second item, President Trump, is a regulatory freeze, as you announced in your speech, preventing bureaucrats from issuing any more regulations until we have full control of this, the government and this administration. Thank you, sir.
Sir, can I have a pen?
The next item, sir, is a freeze on all federal hiring, excepting the military and a number of other excluded categories, again, until full control of the government is achieved and we understand the objectives of government going forward.
Could you imagine Biden doing this? I don't think so. I don't think so.
Sir, the next item, as you announced in your speech, is a requirement that federal workers return to full-time in-person work immediately. Thank you, sir. Next, we have a directive to every department and agency in the federal government to address the cost of living crisis that has cost Americans so dearly. Thank you, sir. The next item here is the withdrawal from the Paris Climate Treaty. Yes, sir. We're going to save over $1 trillion by withdrawing from that treaty. And the next item, sir, is a letter that will be transmitted to the United Nations explaining that we are withdrawing from the Paris Climate Treaty. Thank you, sir. This next item is a directive to the federal government ordering the restoration of freedom of speech and preventing government censorship of free speech going forward. And lastly, sir, before we go back to the Oval Office to sign a large number of other items, is a directive to the federal government ending the weaponization of government against the political adversaries of the previous administration, as we've seen. Thank you very much, sir. Appreciate it. Pretty fun job.
right, you've been watching President Trump signing executive orders, essentially doing the work to undo and dismantle the Biden administration mandates. Started today. He signed 9 different executive orders. So maybe we should go through some of them.
Yeah, sort of a range here. You have one, the first one he signed, he talked about revoking 78 executive actions of the Biden administration. No clarity there, but just a general order. He talked about a regulatory freeze until they can get their hold on what the government is doing right now. You have a temporary hiring freeze in the federal government with the exception of the military. He also mentioned earlier in his speech, not signed here, but he wants no new IRS agents. He wants federal workers to return to work immediately. We know that's something that D.C. Mayor Muriel Bowser had been pushing for a while as well.
Yeah, he's been directing his cabinet members to address inflation and cost of living crisis. That was the 5th one he signed. He withdrew from the Paris Accord. That was the 6th. The 7th was a letter to the UN explaining that this country is withdrawing from the Paris Accord. 8, restoration of freedom of speech. And 9, which has us scratching our heads a little bit, is what he said, ending weaponization of government against political rivals.
Yeah.
So we're not
what
quite
that means
sure.
and how that works, it seems to be more of a statement than anything that can actually be enforced.
Yeah, of
or
course.
realized.
Yeah, the one thing he didn't sign here, and he basically said, I'm going to go to the Oval Office to sign this one, is the pardons for J6 rioters. He didn't use the word rioters. He uses the word hostages. And as we take a look outside the D.C. jail right now, we can see the group that has continued to assemble out there. Maybe we can take that shot in just a little bit outside the D.C. jail. Folks who are probably hoping that some of these people who are pardoned or have their sentences commuted might be walking out of there tonight.
Because he said they would be released immediately. Those are the words of the president there. He said he'd be going back to the Oval Office to sign pardons for a lot of people. No specificity there. But what I thought was interesting is you had relatives of family members who were held in Gaza, hostages there. So to talk about that situation and also refer to those who are being held for their actions at the Capitol on January 6th, hostages as well, there's quite a difference there. But what happens next in that regard is still unclear.
It is unclear. But you know what? One thing is clear. We've got Jordan Fisher, our investigative reporter, here with us to talk a bit more about what all of this means, specifically around the J6 issue. So we have a picture, I think, outside the D.C. jail. And so, you know, this event drew people from across our country, right? But we have about, what? How many people in the D.C. jail right now?
Yeah, according to the latest numbers from the Department of Justice, my own internal tracking that I've been doing for the last 4 years, there are 8 defendants sitting in the D.C. jail right now, still awaiting trial or sentencing on January 6th related charges. And there are a few in other facilities around the country, but it's a relatively small number of defendants who are still incarcerated in that pre-trial, pre-sentencing setting. There are several hundred who are still awaiting trial, 300 or more. And a big question will be going forward, if he does in fact sign those pardons tonight, what happens to those individuals? But of course, what we didn't hear tonight, as you said, Leslie, is what those pardons will entail. And it's one thing to say I'm going to pardon January 6 defendants, but he's widely expected not to do a blanket pardon. People close to his orbit have encouraged him not to do a blanket pardon. That includes now Vice President J.D. Vance, Speaker of the House Mike Johnson, one of his federal judges that he appointed himself to the bench, have all cautioned against a blanket pardon. And so what we're expecting to see is something a bit more nuanced. What that is, we are going to have to wait a little longer.
So he talked about nonviolent offenders. He's been talking about those folks, perhaps pardoning them on a case-by-case basis. So when you go back to that day, what does nonviolent mean?
Right, it's a little complicated because there are, for example, 600 defendants who have been charged with a statute called assaulting, resisting, or impeding police or civil disorder. And those statutes encompass a whole range of actions that anything from grabbing a police baton, shoving an officer, grabbing their shield, potentially ripping down barriers, to some of the more egregious acts we saw, like throwing explosive devices, crushing police officers in door frames, attacking them with baseball bats, with lacrosse sticks, with crowbars, things like that. And so there is really a range, a spectrum of behavior, and it's not as simple as saying I'm pardoning everyone who's nonviolent.
Is he intentionally not giving all of the specificity because of what that could lead to as well, lawsuits and the like?
Well, presidential pardons are via the Constitution unreviewable. You can't challenge a presidential pardon. So what the president says goes. I think that he has listened to those near him and to counsel him and wants to be more judicious about who he pardons and does want to do a more case-by-case basis. And, you know, the real question was always, is he going to pardon, going back to your question, Lorenzo, about nonviolent participants, Enrique Tarrio, the former head of the Proud Boys, who is currently serving right now a 22-year sentence in federal prison for seditious conspiracy, but who was on January 6th in Baltimore, as we know, because he had been arrested 2 days prior in connection to the flag burning after the Proud Boys ripped down a church's Black Lives Matter banner. There's also Stuart Rhodes, the arguably current head of the Oath Keepers, which is largely a defunct organization now, who was on the grounds but did not go inside, did not commit any violence, but is serving an 18-year prison sentence for seditious conspiracy for recruiting his militia to take up arms against the peaceful transfer of power. And there are dozens, if not more than 100 other, potentially hundreds of other defendants who might fall into a similar gray zone category who were convicted of serious federal crimes but didn't necessarily commit violence as you or I might understand it as a layperson.
So go ahead, Les.
No, go ahead.
We're looking at this live shot here outside of the DC jail. We assume, you said what, roughly 8-9 January 6th defendants still there right now?
Right.
They've been demanding their release. They're expecting to get out tonight. So what happens if it doesn't happen tonight, if it doesn't happen this week?
Well, even if President Trump goes back to the Oval Office and signs pardons for all of them immediately, they're not getting home tonight. There's this landmark Supreme Court case from 1915 called Burdick v. United States, in which the Supreme Court said it's not enough just for the president to sign a pardon. The pardon has to be entered into the court case by the defendant. And all of these people are being held in the jail by order of the court. People who are in prison are being held by order of the court. It will take an order of the court to get them out, and which will happen very quickly after the pardon is issued, but their lawyer will have to file it for them. There is a process. And again, of those 8 people in the DC jail, at least 6 of them are being held on allegations of committing violence. There's another defendant there's at least one of the defendants has been convicted already and is awaiting sentencing. So, if the pardon is limited to those deemed to be nonviolent, it may not apply to the majority of people in the jail right now.
The president can pardon who he wants, but this issue is like an albatross for him. And he could pardon all of them, but this would still be part of his defining legacy. And we know about the report that hasn't been fully released that Jack Smith completed, right?
Right. I think we have seen over the last 4 years President Trump wrestle with this issue. At the very beginning, certainly in the immediate weeks after his impeachment, he seemed reluctant to talk about it at all. In the initial part of his campaign, he rarely talked about them, but he has increasingly, and as we just heard moments ago, referred to January 6th defendants as political prisoners, as hostages, and likened them, as we saw, potentially to the hostages even being held now by Hamas in Gaza and Israel.
2 very, very different situations, as we said.
All right, Jordan, thank you so much.
Thank you.
And the president mentioned he's going back to the Oval Office now. He talked about signing roughly, 200 executive actions today?
Yeah, he said a lot of pardons.
Yeah, so
a lot of
hopefully
pardons.
Later tonight we'll have a better idea of what exactly was signed. But that wraps up our coverage for today.
It sure does. Trump, the return to office. We thank you for spending your time with us here at WUSA 9, both streaming on WUSA 9 Plus and on the air. We'll see you back here tonight at 11 o'clock.